Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to the Agostino Zinga Show with your host, Agostino Zinga, and this is episode number 847. That is 847, which is This Is My Stream Part 3. That's 846 with your host, Agostino Zinga. I'm so happy to be here with you today, and I hope you're happy to be with me here today also on the number one, the numero uno cultural commentary podcast in the world. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for joining me. How have I been today? Pretty good, all things considered. Pretty good, all things considered. I cannot complain, although because it's a cultural commentary podcast and sometimes it involves complaining, I will. I freaking will. So, everything's going pretty decently on my side of things. I'm not going to lie. Those of you wondering for updates and whatnot, I have got some probably potentially good news on the employment front, which is pretty decent. I've got some pretty good news on the employment front. This time I've made no mistakes. I feel like I've made no mistakes this time. I've gone for something that isn't as much mentally taxing as the previous thing I went through. I've also gone for something that probably I can do with my eyes closed. I've gone for something where it's a company that's on the rise, that's doing really good things. I've gone to somewhere where it's within my area of expertise. It's something that my experience lends to. And I've also gone to a place where potentially it's going to be a good fit and a good team for what I want to do and the length of the role and whatever else going forward. So all in all, things are lining up pretty good. Not going to lie, lining up pretty good. A few weeks ago, it was kind of bleak, you know, getting let go from a place because you're not good enough is always a bit of a kick in the balls. Even if you hate the place, it's always going to make you feel a little bit downtrodden. You're going to feel a little bit, sad, a little bit meh, which I didn't, to be fair. I've got supreme self-confidence. You know me. I didn't really feel bad about it. If anything, I only felt bad that I couldn't leave on my own behalf. That was a plan. I really did plan to leave off. I wanted to leave first. I didn't want them to give me the boot. I wanted to go before they gave me the boot. But unfortunately, it worked out in their favor. They got me. They flipping got me before I could give them the boot. But all in all, it works out well. They've now got a team they can kind of work with, that they know what they're doing, and they're flipping killing it, I'm sure. So big up those guys that are left behind there. They're flipping going to smash it, and I can then go on and do my own thing. So, everything kind of worked out for the best in general. It's just a shame that I probably went for it in the first place. I probably should have known before, like, I'm an accountability, extreme ownership guy. Like, I'm a freak that way. I'm never going to change. I always think most issues always come down to you. Even if it's not you, they come down to you. So in this regard, I feel like if I was a little bit more picky, and I do remember there was a time in my life, like, big up my friends, man. Big up my friends. There's a few of them out there that I know who they are. But I remember having a lot of debates about this in like after parties, a lot of debates about this in clubs, a lot of debates about this in smoking areas, a lot of debates about this walking around central London, in coffee shops, in restaurants and shit. And I was mostly on the side of, just do like a machine gun fire application thing. Put your flipping, put XX at the beginning of your flipping cover letter, replace with the company you want to work for, and write the same generic cover letter, send the same generic CV to every single place. And wherever you can get, whoever agrees to give you a contract and to exchange money for your time, take it. But I had a lot of friends back in the day who were very picky. And I thought they were being a little bit pretentious. I thought they were a little bit uppity. I thought they were a little bit, whatever. But looking back, they were kind of smart. Maybe they had bigger gaps of unemployment in their work times compared to me, because I was able to jump from job to job. But they also stayed in places longer. So I might have had more consecutive jobs, but in the time that I had two, they had one really good one, because they were picky and they really were particular about where they worked, about who they were working for, what the role was, how far it was. They kind of had a deep understanding of those type of things, whereas me, I was just applying anywhere and everywhere that could give me money so that I could just work and then keep doing my own thing. Because I wasn't really I never really tried to think too much about, like, even now, I think it's a bit lame anyway. I never think too much about jobs. It's not always on the front of my mind. Like, I'm not somebody that sits around and like, I've never really liked like office chat, like when people just talk about the office after work. I think it's hella lame. Don't get me wrong, I'm going to take part in it at work. I'm not going to be the weird antisocial guy, but I think the people that always talk about work outside of work are freaking weirdos. And I've always kind of, priding myself on having a life outside of work and making sure that I do my own thing and blah, blah, blah. But I think the negative of that is that I was also detached from understanding what I was doing and where I was going and the company I was working for. So those chats that people do, those asinine, chats that people have at work, they can sometimes be beneficial because you're aware of what's going on. You get all the inside gossip, your understanding of where the company is going. You might find out an update that might not be communicated to the company overall, over the coffee machine, water cooler type of stuff. That stuff is important. So I feel like because I was always moving and shaking and doing my own thing outside of working, DJing, photography, doing a little bit of art stuff, all this malarkey, writing on the blogs, I was moving around. I was so preoccupied with making that shit work, I wasn't really focused on what was going on at like a 9 to 5 and figuring the stuff out, and it kind of put me at a disadvantage. So I was a little bit, off. And that, who knows, that might have been one of the contributing factors of why it didn't work out the previous ones that told me to go fuck off, because I was kind of a little bit 1 step, 2 steps behind. Even though I think fundamentally just I wasn't good at the job and I didn't get it. I wasn't probably smart enough or whatever to figure out what was going on. But I think that lack of being able to kind of like do that sort of like small talk, oh my God, how's your weekend shit? Talk about the fucking work again and again. Talk about some manager that you hate again and again. That sort of stuff is really important. And if you don't do it, sometimes it can harm you in the long run. So, lesson learned on that regard. But hopefully we'll have some good news this week about this new place I've applied for. I've had a few rounds of interviews and stuff, and it seems to be going pretty well. So let's see how that rolls. But you never know, innit? Like I don't like to count my chickens, these type of things, because I've been to places where I've gone to like the final stage. Like I went to one place before I got the place that I got previously. I went to one place where I went to the office. I was at the last stage of the interview, went to the office, had an interview, and then I didn't hear back from them. Usually you don't hear back from people after the first. It's okay. You take the hint. But to let me go from round 1, round 2, round 3, round 4, invite me to the office, we have a chat and shit, and then I don't hear back from them after that, that's a bit rude. That's a bit bad mind. But I've noticed in the post-pandemic, post-COVID world, that's quite normal. I've seen a bunch of places that don't even acknowledge that you sent them anything. You know what I mean? It's just like straight up like it gets sent into D space. So those sort of stuff can be a little bit, they can kind of hurt the pride, hurt the ego. But this place I've gone at, they seem pretty straightforward. They seem pretty upfront. So let's see Wagwan. And hopefully I'll have a reply soon this week, and I'll know Wagwan going through. So that'll be actually a good way to end the year. You know what I mean? The year ended a little bit shaky, but to end the year that way, that'll be pretty sick. And then who knows? In the new year, who flipping knows? Maybe in the new year, this channel right here gets remonetized. That will be flipping glorious. Who flipping knows? Maybe the flipping Zakamiko gods, right, will let me, will allow this channel to get remonetized. Maybe this channel can get remonetized again. That would be absolutely fantastic if possible. Let's see. Let's pray to the flipping Zakamiko gods, the YouTube moderation gods. That will make everything brilliant. This random show, everything's popping off, and we're finna be doing content every single day. Every single day. Content. Anyway, talking about content. Yeah, big up Koila. Exactly. Remonetization nation. I love that. Remonetization nation. I freaking love that. I might have to make that a flipping. Big up Koila. I might have to steal that. I might have to make that a tier. I might have to make that a fucking tier. When I eventually do get remonetized on here, I might have to make that a tier on here for the memberships. I'll make that a tier, and I'll probably do the same flag, but I'll just do the YouTube monetization sign, which is like the yellow circle with the dollar sign in the middle. That's what I'm gonna do. Big up Koila. Amazing idea. Big up. Anyway, cool. Let's roll on. So, talking about content. On the subject of content. I have decided to stop being shy, to stop being a PUSSY, and start putting out some clips of me DJing, specifically on my Instagram, because I feel like my Instagram is where I have probably the most followers on all my social media platforms. I feel like I have the most followers on there. I feel like I have the most active followers, so people like message me and DM me and whatever. So I feel like I have an engaged quote unquote audience on there. But I'm also kind of like shy about showing my stuff because, it's a bit, whatever. I'm a bit shy and a bit particular. And I'm also a bit of a perfectionist. So, I've decided now to start putting more of my stuff on social media and putting it. I haven't put any of my, if you've noticed, you follow me on social, you'll know I don't put none of this podcast stuff on there. but I'm slowly getting there. But I don't put no clips up of myself talking on my own. I think that's a bit weird. You know what I mean? Posting clips of myself talking on my story. Oh, look how funny I am is a bit mad. But I might have to swallow my pride. I might have to flipping just become a full-blown hi guys content creator. I might just have to be that person. Hi guys. So today we're wearing, like, I might have to just be that guy. I might have to flip in just hi guys. You know, that inflection. I might have to go for that hi guys. You know, I might have to be that guy. So on the way to be that guy, on the way to be hi guys, I've now decided to start posting clips of myself DJing, which is okay. Because I've always thought of myself like, I know I'm a sick DJ. I know I'm fucking amazing. I know I can play at most big clubs, most big festivals, no problem whatsoever. But I'm also very conscious that I just enjoy doing it for fun. As much as I would love it to be a career, it wouldn't be my one thing. I wouldn't stop streaming if I became a professional DJ. I wouldn't stop making content if I became a professional DJ. I wouldn't stop doing all this stuff if I became... No, it wouldn't happen. It would have to be something I did on the side. So it had to be something that I would kind of approach like a Dixon. Oh, I only do 100 gigs a year, 50 gigs a year at my most favorite places. So I love it, but I also love it like a really fun hobby. I describe DJing almost like, because a lot of my friends are into golf. A lot of my friends are getting a bit older and they're starting to love golf and they're falling in love with golf. A lot of my friends are really getting into pool, snooker, playing darts, right? And they all talk about how addictive it is to get into something like that so, you know, late in life kind of, because you're learning so many new things. But I feel like DJing is the same, but you learn new things constantly. You could be 20 years into DJing and you're still learning. And why you're learning is because you're discovering new music. New music comes about, new trends, new styles, and it kind of reformats you and reinvigorates you. And suddenly you start discovering new sounds. New sounds could lead you to new inspirations, go to different deep dive. Like the amount of times I've started on Discogs, went to Juno, ended up on Wikipedia, ended up on Bandcamp, watching a random documentary on YouTube. Now I'm on a Reddit. Now I'm on some forum. It happens all the time. It's all for music, all through flipping DJing. So I feel like even if you don't care about the DJing aspect of it, I feel like sometimes, even if you're out there and you're a fan of nightlife, it might be beneficial just to make a fucking playlist. Forget a DJ set, just make a playlist of like an hour of like, okay, here's what I'd love to hear. If I was like, this would be my peak 1 hour dance floor playlist, like for yourself, and just put it together. It's so fun to like sequence tunes and figure out what would be at the beginning, what would be in the middle, what would come after this really amazing gospel inspired house track. How would you segue this really slow synth pop track with this fucking bachata track, whatever. It's really fun to do. So as much as I want to do it as a career, I also would like to do it as fun. So now at the moment, I'm just going through all my old clips, all my old DJ streams that I was doing, the test mixes and stuff. I'm going to relaunch my mix series again, but I'm going to do it through my other channel called Persistence Radio. That's kind of like my faux label thing. So I'm going to do it through there. I'll probably do loads of live streams there. Actually, when I get paid, I'll probably do it at the end of this week. And I'll probably go to Pirate and record a couple of things, do a couple of streams, do a couple of videos. Because now I've noticed a lot of DJ live stream platforms don't do live streams anymore, with the exception of Whore. I've seen Boiler Room only upload sets. I'm not sure if this is because of rights, but they don't do a lot of live streams. They just like upload the set, so they record it and they upload it later on. Obviously they premiere it, but I think Whore is the only one that kind of does the live stream. So I'll probably start recording myself as well, which is obviously fun and kind of less nerve-wracking, because one of the good things about live streaming a DJ set is that it can, weirdly enough, replicate the feeling of being in a club, because it's live and you don't want to fuck up. It can make you kind of like feel the nerves and the tension. So maybe it can push you to perform really well. But anyway, less of that being said, I'm starting to do more of that now going forward. And I've decided to share a couple clips on my Instagram stories of stuff that I've done, old DJ sets and stuff and clips. And I'm going to start doing more of it going forward. So make sure you're following me on Instagram. Instagram is instagram.com/my full name, Agostino Zinga. Also check out the channel that I have, which is Persistence Radio. I actually try and get up here on the stream so you can see what I'm talking about. But I've also got a channel that I'm going to be uploading all of my streams to. At the moment, I've taken down a lot of them on SoundCloud, so you can't actually see or listen to a lot of these sets on my SoundCloud because I've taken them down, the text mix stuff. But I will be relaunching my mix series, and I'll probably call it Persistence Radio or something, right? Episode 1, blah, 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 blah. But I've got a few ideas coming up, but that'll probably be it. But essentially, all of my mixes will be going up on my Persistence Radio channel. So you can find that on my main YouTube channel. All you have to do is go on my YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/Tazs. As you can see there, that's my main channel. And then here on my other channels, you got Persistence Radio, obviously Random Show. So you hit Persistence Radio. And I think it's actually called Persistence Radio. So if you just do at Persistence Radio, PERSISTENCE Radio, you'll see all my clips and stuff that I've uploaded here previously. But I'll also be doing live sets as well, or, you know, hour plus long mixes. And obviously I've decided to upload some of those clips via my Instagram stories from old DJ sets I've done, which I'm going to play for you now, so you can kind of get a sense of what I'm trying to do now going forward. Let's go back a bit and let's do here. Whoops, go back again, go back again. One moment, let's go back one more time, one more time, one more time. There you go. Yeah, big up Wingus, McDingus. AZ and Thick Boy collaboration soon come. The real Thick Boys are out here. Real Thick Boy shit, let's go! Next clip. And these are all just blends, by the way. These are all just blends. I'm just uploading clips of my blends and putting them on social. Nothing too serious. You know how we do. Just upload the blends, Let's fucking go. Blend gang. If you're watching this live, make sure you like the stream. If you're watching this, listen via the podcast, make sure you leave me a 5-star review. You feel me? Links to my social in the flipping description. Don't play. Follow me on Instagram. Yeah, Instagram.com/Agostino-Zinga. You know how to follow me. Yeah, add the guy. Follow me, like my fucking stories. Share my shit. Help out working class black man. Let's go. Pull me out of poverty. Help the working class. Pull me out of poverty. Help the working class. I'm a black man. I need help. Yo. And it's a SoundCloud link. SoundCloud link. Let's go. SoundCloud links. Let's go.
I'm going in a flick, but back in the second.
Oh.
Let's
go.
Rush for no reason.
No reason.
Boys are loading their arms. Skygirl gasp with envy. Boom, and they made me king in the sleep. Same as sadness in small lumps on my jaw.
Yeah.
For lusting after is the usual feature. When a girl come, birdie day.
We got wingers.
Fingers and we listen.
Yeah. One more. Last one. Bang your doors. Last one. No. Free young Philly. Free Diddy. Jay-Z's innocent. Let's go. Yeah. Free young Philly. Free Diddy. Jay-Z innocent. DJ Academics innocent. Let's go. What? Don't walk away. I just said hi. Why would tell you your name? Give me your number. Don't say you scream. I'ma close the door. Don't call for your mom. It's me. There we go. Anyway, as you can tell, I'm a bit excited. As you can tell, I'm a bit excited. But if you want to see that and more, make sure you subscribe to my DJ channel. That is on YouTube, Persistence Radio. It's also a SoundCloud, which is Persistence Radio. It's available now. Check out the SoundCloud. Check out the YouTube. I'll be uploading mixes and videos and clips on there on the regular. I'll also be posting clips of myself DJing on my Instagram and shit. Check it out. Don't delay. Be a fan. Click subscribe. Share all your friends. All that good stuff coming up. It's coming up. It is coming up. Cool, yeah? Bless. Everything Irie. You get me? Huh? Nice little shameless self-promotion there. Hopefully you felt that. Hopefully you felt that. Cool. Let's move on. Next thing to talk about now. On the subject of dance music, on the subject of raving. I intend to go back to Berlin next month. January and February. I'm intending to go on January from the 24th, Friday the 24th onwards for that weekend. I'm going to have a blast. I'm sure I'm going to have a freaking blast. I actually went to double check. Did I check I'm sure I did check it, but let me double check again in case I didn't. But I'm sure I checked to see what the flipping lineup was going to be like for January at the time that I'm there. But I'm pretty sure I did check. Let me just double check here just in case I didn't. But I'm pretty sure I did. So I'm going to be there in January. That's the plan. To basically do a bit of a redo, I'm not gonna lie, to do a bit of a do-over of the last time that I went, which is this past weekend, because, you know, it didn't probably go the way I planned it to go. And now that I've kind of got that one out of the way, I can kind of approach this one better, you know, blah, 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 blah. So I intend to go on, I think, the January the 24th. Everything kind of like fingers crossed and shit, but I am gonna probably book it at the end of this month just to make sure everything's done. So what I'm planning to go, I will, oh, look at that. Look at what I'm going to go. Look what I'm going to go see. That's pretty cool. So the weekend that, or the week that I plan to go, which might be on the Thursday too, I'm going to probably see, I could probably go to a Panorama Bar in Berghain, which is only open on a Friday, for the Finest Friday, which features Galagos, Sally C, Shero and Wallace. I'm actually a really big fan of Sally C. I love her vibe. How do I describe Sally C? Is she mostly house? I say she's like non-techno. I wouldn't say she's just house though. That's kind of like limiting her kind of appeal. But I love Sally C's sound. She's fucking awesome. I think she actually might be from here but lives in Berlin. Or maybe she's from Scotland. I don't know. Regardless, she's fucking sick. I love Sally C. I think I discovered her through Whore. So I wouldn't mind seeing her. The other people I don't really know. I think Wallace is a girl. I don't know who Shero is or Galagos is, so I'm maybe open to seeing who they are. Then on the Saturday that I'm there will be a Berghain, there'll be a club night obviously going on. In Berghain room, you got Arkan, Fidel, Isabel Soto, Mary Lake, Perfo, Face Fatale, and Verico. In Panorama Bar, you got Amotech, Shez Demir, the fucking legend, Shez the fucking Mir. I've still got a zip drive. Shizumi does this all the time. He'll put out zip drives of like unreleased stuff that he hasn't put out or whatever, or like, you know, white labels and shit, random shit. I think I've still got a zip drive in one of my hard drives. In one of my random lacy drives, I think I've got a zip of a Shez Demir thing. It's like, I don't know, 50 gigabytes big, right? And it's all FLAC files of some sick tunes I've never actually gone through yet. So I think in honor of him, I might have to go through those things. But I'm really curious and I'm really eager to see him play because I've never seen him play. I love his productions. I've been playing some of his tunes in my sets for fucking years anyway. And he's a fucking legend. So big up Shez Demir. You got Isabel, you got Jenna Falcone, you got Kiki Lomo, you got Marcel Dietman and Roy Perez. Roy Perez usually was a Dr. Rubinstein. I felt like Dr. Rubinstein and Roy Perez used to do a lot of back-to-backs. I wonder what's happened. I don't know if they've fallen out or they just don't tour as much together because they're so busy. But back in the day, I used to really enjoy seeing Dr. Rubinstein and Roy Perez go back-to-back. That would have been a sick Berghain birthday fucking back-to-back, actually. If they would have been able to get Dr. Rubinstein and fucking Roy Perez to go back-to-back, I think they would have killed it. They would have fucking killed it, but unfortunately that didn't happen. It is what it is. So Roy Perez on his own will be sick in Panorama Bar, and then in Seoul, you got somebody called Farah Presents in Glass. I don't know who that is, to be honest. I've never heard of who's Farah Presents in Glass? I've never heard that person. Who's Farah Presents in Glass? Who is that? Is that like a group? Is that a person? What do they do? Who's Farah Presents in Glass? No idea who this person is. Okay, maybe they've got an Instagram via this Fuse post. There's a Fuse Brussels post about them. Let's see if they link their Instagram. I don't know who that person is. Who's Farah Presents in Glass? Okay, this is Farah. So the person's Farah. There they are there. Then we click, Pharaoh's a person. And I guess they do, they do live sets. Can I see some videos of what their live sets are like? I want to see what they're about. What they're about. Yeah, I'm there, I don't care. 1 second in, I'm there. 1 second in, I'm sold. 1 second in, I'm sold. Pharaoh, I'm there. I'm gonna be inside you, bro. I'm gonna be right at the front, gyrating my hips. I'm sold. Yep, I'm sold. Don't even know who you are, bro. Find out who you are just now. I'm sold. Yep. Let's go. Check those hips. Thrust. I'm there. I'm sold already. Next slide. I'm sold. Yeah. Love it. I'm there, man. I'm sold already. You don't have to tell me too much, man. I'm sold. This is from the 22nd of May. Old footage, but I'm sold already. Next slide. Let's see what I want. By the way, big up this festival, right? I do like the festival layout. I love how the booth is like open on all sides, or on the front three, left, front, and right. It gives a really nice 360 view as you're playing, and you see everybody around you. It must feel fucking cool as a DJ or as a performer to have people kind of surrounding you in a circle and you're in the middle. Because usually festival stages are just like you on the stage and you facing out to the crowd. But this kind of makes it feel somewhat intimate when it's not really, but it kind of does. I quite like that layout. Big up. Where is this? This was at Awakenings, up close, right? Awakenings. Big up Awakenings. Go on. One. Yeah, I like Farah. I'm down. Big up Farah. I'm down, I'm sold, I'm down, and I'm sold. So that's the plan. The plan is to go to flipping, to Berghain to go check out the Farah stuff. And obviously on that weekend also, what was also playing? CTM. Okay, I won't be there for CTM, but I'll be there for these events. So I'll be there for Friday and the Saturday. That should be good. And then I'm also planning to go in February. February is the most important one I want to go to, because guess who's playing in February? Guess who's playing in freaking February? Yes, you guessed it. The one and only Freddy K. Freddy K will be playing in Berlin on the February that I'm there. I've been a known Freddy K detractor or hater or skeptic. So it'll be really fun, really fun to go see Freddy K perform. I'm not going to lie. I want to go see him perform in his kind of, I guess, what do you describe it? In his sort of like natural habitat, right? Because I've seen him play at E1, wasn't that impressed. What else I see him play? I saw him play in Fold, wasn't that good personally for me. I didn't really rate it too tough. So I'm curious to see if I see him play in his natural habitat, which is Berlin, see him play for a long period of time. Let's say more than 4 hours. He's playing alongside with Alarico. I'm not sure if it's going to be back to back or if it's just going to be them separately, but I think it's separately. If it was back to back, it would say. So it's Freddy K and Alarico at RSO. The tickets have already been on sale. I bought a ticket, I think yesterday, or the day before, and I think it's happening, if I'm not mistaken, on the 2nd. Is it 2nd or the 8th? No, I think the 8th of February. No, sorry, 2nd. No, 2. I'm even wrong. It's happening on the 21st of February. I've got it completely wrong. 21st of February, Freddy K and Alarico playing at RSO. It'll also be a good excuse for me to go to RSO because I've never been there. I went to obviously the previous iteration of RSO, which was Griesmüller, which was one of the best clubs in Berlin. Unfortunately, had to close because I think that area was being redeveloped, standard gentrification shit. And unfortunately they had to close that venue, but they did find this new venue that's fucking incredible too. The building itself, the location's really, really iconic and stands out. And from what I've been reading online and from people, what I've been told via DMs and shit and stuff I've been able to pass through reading Telegram groups and shit, allegedly the sound system is really good. Allegedly it's a good little crowd out there. And I feel like people complain that it's kind of out of the way, but I feel like because it's out of the way and not really like in the center, it's kind of like, I guess direction wise, it's kind of southeast. Because it's in that southeast location, I feel like people have to travel a little bit there. You're gonna have a little bit more of a, you're gonna be a little bit more down, you know. You're going a little bit more into the music to go. You're not just gonna be like some random person who just wants to go there to go get fucked up. So it probably does even itself out in terms of the crowd. So I'm eager to see him play there at flipping RSO, because like I said before, I've never actually been there myself. I've already purchased my ticket, €22, but still, you know, like most Berlin clubs, even if you purchase a ticket, like I think RSO is one of the few. There's not a lot of clubs in Berlin that let you purchase tickets beforehand. But even if you do purchase a ticket, it doesn't mean you're guaranteed entry. They can still deny your entry at the door, which is always hilarious. So hopefully that doesn't happen to me, because that'd be super embarrassing. Hopefully that does not happen to me, because that'd be super embarrassing. But that is what's happening going forward. So I can't wait to go to Berlin on February 21st and hopefully go for the weekend as well, like I said previously. I think this particular one, I might not stay there for the whole weekend. I might maybe just go for the Friday and come back on a Sunday or something. Do like one of those super short ones. It's not probably necessary, especially if I'm just going to go to one place. I don't probably need to go to super long. But we'll see how it pans out. But I'm definitely going to go on the 20th, like I said before, that 20th day, or the 24th, sorry, onwards. That weekend is definitely going to be somewhere I'm going to go. And there's a ton of other events also happening on that particular weekend that I've also kind of spec'd out. I think there's a Powerhouse event happening as well that I kind of want to go to as well. So it's a pretty decent one to go to. And like I said previously, it's a good way to kind of redo on the shitty Berghain birthday experience that I had, because I unfortunately peaked too early. I could blame the multivitamins, but I'm going to blame myself. And lack of self-control and discipline. But yeah, I peaked too early here when I went previously, and it didn't pan out the way it was meant to pan out. Oh, there's also another event happening on the 25th. On that night, I'm going to want to go, featuring Sito Mac as well, playing back-to-back with Phil Bird. That'd be good. And obviously a Powerhouse that I really want to go to as well. So big up all of these events. Can't wait to go. When I do eventually go, it will be a freaking blast. Okay, moving on. Let's also talk a little bit about this new Berlin or new Berghain awning. I guess canopy. Let's see a difference anyway. What is the difference between let's say is it, how do you spell awning? Is it awning like that? Is it awning and a canopy? I want to see what they say here. The main difference between an awning and a canopy is their architecture. An awning is made of fabric that is attached to a building over a glass window or door. Meanwhile, canopy is a freestanding structure that has post support in its fabric. So what would you call that? It's not really an awning, is it? What they've got there, is that like a shelter? Is that like a shield? I don't know what the fuck it is. Wherever it is, Berghain have built this new metal structure in the front of their entrance, over the flipping entrance, that kind of covers where the security and the bouncers will usually be standing, and some of the first kind of like queuers. It doesn't really cover the queuers actually. It only covers the security, because if you're standing in the queue, yeah, maybe not. It does cover the queuers, because you come all the way down here. So it covers some queuers. It doesn't cover VIPs, but it does cover some queuers and obviously security. And if I'm not mistaken, somebody also put this picture from the actual architectural firm. Big up the person that posted this on the Berghain subreddit. But this is from the actual architectural firm called Studio Karhard. It's a Berlin, I think, based or German-based architectural firm that's responsible for doing all the work inside of Berghain. And they showed you an early rendering, I guess, of the new sort of like thing they put at the front of Berghain to kind of shield or cover the security. And actually, according to this picture or this kind of what do you call it, little digitization of the thing, there's actually lights that help to illuminate the front of the entrance. So that's pretty cool. So it's not just like a thing to cover and help to keep the security out of the rain. It's also got some lights too, which is pretty cool. And it matches obviously the theme of the building, it being, you know, industrial brutalist kind of vibe. It kind of does look really cool. And I think if I'm not mistaken, looking at it closely, it looks like they've kind of like, I'm not gonna say distressed it, but it looks kind of distressed or aged on purpose to kind of maybe help it match the facade of the building itself, you know, because obviously it's been covered in spray paint, it's all fucked up and shit. And I feel like they've kind of done a good job to not make it look brand spanking new. It still kind of stands out because obviously it's brand new compared to the rest of the building, but it does kind of fit the overall vibe. The only problem you would have is this little funnel thing, this little faucet. I'm assuming this is going to help to collect the rainwater or something, or maybe, but it looks like it might leak. And if you're standing here at a VIP section, you might get absolutely drenched. You might get pissed on. So similar to the guy in the Berghain toilets that asks very nicely and very politely to piss on you sometimes, and he just stands in the toilet stark naked or just wearing a pair of Dr. Martens, it looks like this actual building itself might end up pissing on you, which some people might like. But regardless, looks pretty cool. And obviously it goes to show that they're always making these little tweaks and improvements to the club. There's also a new LED system as well there that I haven't seen yet that people are raving about, that I'm also curious to go and see. But that's the new update when it comes to Berghain and this new like canopy, awning, shelter, gazebo, whatever thing. I don't know what you'd call this thing it is, but it looks really, really cool. And then of course that brought me on to checking out Studio Karhard and checking out some of the stuff they've done previously. This is the kind of architectural firm, or what would you call it, architectural firm, interior design group, who are responsible for designing Berghain itself. And on the inside, they've actually got some pictures also of the inside of what Berghain looks like, because obviously it's a project that they've worked on. They've got here on their flipping, what's it called, on their website, showing you their portfolio of the stuff they've done on the inside. And yeah, it looks really cool, man. Shows a nice reminder to remind yourself of what it fucking looks like. There's some places here that I haven't been in, I've not seen, like this place here with these chairs. I don't think I've ever seen this. On God, I don't think I've ever seen this section here with these concrete chairs and these like I don't think I've seen these like Rick Owens chairs ever in my life being there. So there's little nooks and crannies inside that club that I've never actually seen, or maybe they look different because I've only been there when it's dark and it's pitch black. I've never actually been there when it's like, you know, when the lights are on. And I think you can only be there when the lights are on when it's the end of the night, they turn the lights on obviously, or the end of the fucking rave. But I've never actually been at the end. I always try and leave beforehand. I think it's a bit, I don't know. I think it's not chic to stay in a nightclub at the end. You know, it's not that chic. I kind of want to like slip out beforehand. So, you know, that's cool. You got the fucking staircase there. You've got obviously a view of the main dance floor. That's where you come up. That's the Panorama Bar stairs to go to the Panorama Bar, which is the house room. But that's the main dance floor. It's actually funny that you never actually see the DJ booth if you're standing from here. It's so dark and there's so many people, you can't actually see the DJ booth. It's so dark. This is one of my favorite bars, by the way. I love the bar here on the right hand side, especially with all these big windows letting all the light in. You can see everybody dancing and moving, but it also feels connected to the big room, but it also feels a little bit detached. So I quite like that feeling about it, which is strange, but nothing beats coming in and walking up the stairs and feeling the fucking sound hitting your fucking face. It's absolutely incredible. So that's pretty cool to see. And obviously you got more pictures here of the main bar. That's like at the Berghain floor. That's the famous bar where I was standing at getting a drink and some guy next to me was getting fisted. That was one of my first experiences of being in Berghain. I was like, wow, okay, welcome to Berghain, isn't it? Amazing, really, really cool. Loved it. You got some more pictures here of the bar from the other side of the window. That's the platforms, which I'm always a big fan of standing on there. Whenever I've run out of energy and I feel like I need to give myself a bit of a physical kick up the arse, I love to stand on these platforms right here at the back of the main room. I love to stand on these platforms. There's also these they've got nice little, when you think about it, they've got really good little places where you can just stand and just vibe. So they've got these little things here, these little kind of like fence things that you can kind of sit your bum on. They're kind of slanted, so you can kind of stand there and watch if you need be. They've also got chairs around the back somewhere here you can sit down on. But they've got these platforms here that are fixed to the floor that you can stand on and dance on, and I love it because when people are walking up or standing here, you always feel like people are looking at you. It's like a kind of like, you know, you're dancing for a fucking audience, so it kind of can give you a bit of a jolt, a bit of an energy push as well. If you don't want to go in the toilets and, you know, take a bump or some shitty speed, you just stand on those boxes and go fucking crazy, or those platforms, sorry. You see all the sound systems and the lights and shit. You see the stairs, obviously more stairs as well here going up to the top. And another view there as well. So yeah, it looks fucking fantastic. Big up Studio Karhard. They designed the fucking place really, really well. And that canopy thing actually matches what we see there. I think this is the ice bar. I've not actually been to the ice bar before. I think that's the ice bar. Never ever been there, I'm not gonna lie. And obviously a little bit look of the outside as well, as you can see here. This is also a good place to smoke. I think this is near the Panorama Bar. it's a good area to come and smoke. You see sometimes people standing around here, milling around, making friends and stuff and chit-chatting and all that malarkey. That's pretty decent. And then I think the last thing they got here as well I want to show you is the toilets, because I feel like the Berghain toilets are one of the best places ever in life to be at. The toilets are fucking amazing. And weirdly enough, like if I had my own, when I eventually do get my own house, that's something I actually would love, you know. I'm not gonna lie. I'd love to fucking design my own toilets like the Berghain toilets in a weird way. It sounds fucking macabre to say this and really weird, but I think I would like to design my own toilets like the Berghain toilets. So look what the Berghain toilets look like. I love them. I love the design. I love how they use the steel, the metal, the big LED bars of light and shit. It looks fucking cool, man. I really fucking love it. So let me show you what I mean. Here's some pictures of the toilets themselves. They've got these huge LED light bars along the side that illuminate the space and show you which different cubicles are in there. They kind of look like jail cell bathrooms, kind of in a way. As you can see here, completely steel, right? Look really fucking cool. No toilet seat or anything, very minimal in that regard. There's a big latch on you can lock the door with you on the inside, which is which is not the norm. Not the norm. I'm not gonna lie, it's not the norm. Most nightclubs don't have bathrooms that you can lock. I don't know why, man. They don't have it. And there's no toilet seat, which I don't mind, because you wouldn't want to sit on there anyway. If you do need to shit, you just got to hover. You got to do a little squat hover. You're not gonna. You don't want to sit on there. You don't want to sit on there. Or if you want to do something, you could do the black people method. I think only black people do this. Where if you want to shit in a public toilet, you obviously wipe the seat, but if you're still not comfortable, you take little bits of paper and then you put it around the ring of the toilet seat, and then you sit on that. That if you really want to shit, you can do that. But if you want to shit, just hover above it, because you wouldn't want to sit on there anyway. The amount of people that go in there, the things that go on there, you wouldn't want to sit on there. If I was you, I wouldn't sit on there. Obviously there's the door and the lock and shit. More videos of the LED light bars. I think this one's a bit different, where the light bars are on the inside of the door handle, and you can see there some of the designs and how it looks and shit. But yeah, I love the bathrooms in there, man. I honestly love the bathrooms in there. I think it looks fucking cool, fucking incredible. Actually, this chair doesn't exist anymore. I think this is Panorama Bar. I'm pretty sure this chair doesn't exist. This couch, it's not in there anymore. They don't have this couch anymore, but this is, again, the Panorama Bar toilets. As you can see there, pretty fucking cool. I love the communal sort of sink area to wash. It kind of looks like a trough, and it's in this kind of, you know, around this plinth here in the middle, which looks pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. And obviously there's the hand dryer, which you also wouldn't want to use. Just air dry your hands, or scrape them across your fucking trousers, I'd assume. But hey, what do I know? And of course, more views of the toilets and the wash basins and shit, and some of the lights in the bathrooms themselves. But yeah, it looks fucking cool, man. Not gonna lie, I really love the. Look at that, suck cocks. Gotta love it on the inside there, inscribed on the inside of the door, letting you know what happens in there, innit? Huh? But yeah, good vibes, good vibes. Big up Studio Karhard, big up Studio Karhard, as I said previously, for installing this amazing little shelter thing at the top there. You got love to see it. You got to love to see it. Moving on. Big up Leomie Anderson. Big up Leomie Anderson, the supermodel from the UK, world-renowned, world-famous supermodel from the UK. She's also a business owner, entrepreneur. I guess she got her own brand. I forgot the name of it. It's an activewear brand that does pretty well for herself as well. But in general, she's a pretty cool person, I think. Definitely has that shit on. And she's not afraid to speak her mind and say some things that are on her chest, right? Or say some things with her whole chest that she's been thinking, that have been on her mind for the longest. And I thought this post was very interesting conversation piece, because it's something that I think a lot of us, especially black people, brown people, whatever else in between, are going to face. Because I feel like white people deal with this. White people don't really have this issue. I feel like it's mostly an immigrant issue. And I feel like white people who are successful have this same issue with parents or family members in general, or extended family members when they make it. So Leomie Anderson posted this the other day on her Twitter. She said the following: money is actually such a triggering topic for me. I've grown so sensitive to it over the past 2 years because the way my family thinks I'm a bank is so insane to me and literally angers my spirit. I legit have to count to 10 before responding back sometimes. So what Leomie Anderson is trying to say is that because she's a world-renowned supermodel, she's basically a really, let's say, a really popping influencer. She's got a really popping brand that does really well and sells out all the time. her family think that she's like super, super rich, which, you know, she is, you know, she probably does have some money, but the way they treat her is that as if she has like never ending money. As if whenever they have financial problems, the first person they go to is her. And I'm assuming there's some level of like expectation, some level of entitlement, right? That happens there. I think when I was younger, I would have had a lot more sympathy, a lot more not sympathy, sorry. I would have agreed more with what Leomie Anderson's saying here. Because I think I had the same sort of thinking back when I was young. Especially living at home, which is weird, right? You're living at home and you're younger, so you're getting taken care of by your parents, but then you get angry and pissed off and feel like they're asking too much when your parents ask you for money. Especially when you're living in their house rent-free and stuff. It's fucking insane, but anyway, you know, when you're a kid, you're fucking dumb and you make up dumb rationale and reasons to like hate your parents and not be fucking cool, whatever. So, with that aside, right, now that I'm a bit older, and now that I see how hard life can be in some points, and how I see sometimes in life when it comes to succeeding and doing well and having a life worth having and being able to take your wife out for dinner and go on holiday and do nice things for yourself, right? That sometimes jobs and having money can afford you, because, you know, only people that have always had money can say money doesn't buy you happiness. It can definitely help you, especially if you've been brought up in the areas I've been brought up in. You know that some people's families, like I've known of actual families that have only been separated and broken down because there was an inability for the main breadwinner, let's say the dad or the man of the house, to make money. So sometimes money can actually destroy families, the lack of. So when people say money doesn't buy happiness, I'm like, no, I know families that would have stayed together if the dad didn't get fired. So those things kind of help. So you know how important those little things can be. But I'm also very keenly aware of sometimes in life, like much like homeless people, like sometimes when you're young, you think, oh, homeless people should just get up and work. Just try harder. Just do this, just do whatever. Then the older you get, the quicker you realize that to end up homeless doesn't really require as many mistakes in life as you think they do. It doesn't require as many missteps, as many bits of misfortune for you to suddenly end up in a position where you're out in the streets. Let's say, for instance, you're a person who's over the age of 25 and you have no extended family members who are alive. No, you have no immediate family that's alive. Both your parents are dead or estranged. You have no siblings and you don't get along with your extended family and you don't have any friends. If you lose a couple of jobs and you miss out on a couple of flipping rent payments, you could suddenly be homeless very, very quickly. And it's not because you're a bum. It's not because you're a fucking crackhead or like a junkie. It's because you just had a couple of misfortunes, a couple of missteps, a couple of bad luck, bits of bad luck, and then suddenly, boom, you're homeless, you're living in a shelter somewhere, or you're legitimately living living in your car, you're living in a park. It happens very quickly. So when I read this tweet from Leomie, I understand what she means. I get the sentiment, I get the frustration, but I also think to myself, not all of us are blessed and are put in a position or are in position where we can provide for ourselves on the level that she's providing for herself. Not all of us have that blessing. Some of us in life just have to take what we're given, and what we're given is very little. So I feel like sometimes if you're blessed to be in a position where you can provide for yourself like 10 times over and you're somewhat comfortable, you get to do what you want, you get to call the shots, you wake up when you want to wake up, you can go to the Joe Rogan way of like looking at what wealth is, right? About, oh, I can go to a restaurant, I don't need to look at the bill, I can just pay for it, right? That sort of like level of wealth can only come about, it can come about through your hard work, but there's also a lot of luck involved in it. It's not just your hard work, because everybody works hard. In my personal opinion, I don't think there's anybody out there that doesn't really want to work hard. Most people do, especially if you live in Western Europe. You're kind of forced to. If you want to keep the lights on, you're kind of forced to work hard by default, because that's what's required of you to have a job, the job to exchange your time for money, blah, 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 blah. So I feel like in this sole position, even though it's annoying when people keep asking you for money, and you can always say no, but I don't think complaining like this is fair or cool. And I feel like in a way, it kind of disrespects the blessing that you've been given. And I almost feel like this sounds really counterintuitive, because, I've never kind of been that guy. Especially when I was younger, I was a little bit more agitated and angry when it came to sort of topics. But I feel like nowadays, it's kind of your duty in a way to also be kind of like the giver. You know, because there was probably a time when you were growing up where your family looked after you, where your extended family members were wiping your asses and washing your face and feeding you and shit. And now that you've become blessed enough, now that you're older, and you're not even that old, Leomie must be like, you know, mid-20s, late 20s at most, and you're making bucks via the blessing on your gene pool of being as beautiful as you are, and you've been able to have a success with your brand and shit. It's almost your duty now to give back to those people who provided you with an upbringing that allowed you to kind of flourish into the person that you are now. It kind of, you know, you kind of owe it a little bit to give back a little bit. You shouldn't be sat on here like you. These are kind of the thoughts you can have in your head, but I don't think there should be the thoughts you should share with people online, personally, because it seems like you're a little bit. I wouldn't say you're a little bit. It seems like you're not as like appreciative of the things that your family did for you that weren't monetary in your upbringing that may have allowed you to be the person who you are. But then I guess it depends how you view it, because some people out there probably think everything they do or every success they have is based on how good they are, right? I'm sure there's some people out there that have that thinking. I'm sure some people out there have that thinking that no, I'm the reason why I'm the reason why I've got all of this. There's no divine help. There's no universal impact. There's no blessings from the gods or whatever. There's no luck. It's just my pure hard work and grit. If that's the case, cool. But I think for the most part, most of us are understanding that what our family have done for us. You know, we know that they've kind of contributed a lot, and sometimes what they've contributed can never be kind of, you know, tallied up monetarily. But I also understand in this particular scenario, it can get a little bit exhaustive when people just keep having their hand out. They're not really trying to help themselves. But then on the flip side, does everybody need to have a business? Does everybody need to be an entrepreneur? Does everybody need to be an influencer? Does everybody need to work for themselves in order to make money? Why can't someone be happy? Why can't somebody, why isn't it okay for somebody to have their hand out and just be okay with spending the money that you make and you help them? Why is that such a bad thing? You can say no. Again, you can say no, but I don't see, like, because sometimes you hear people say, oh, they've just got their hand out. Okay, what do you want to do then? You want to work for you? How are they going to work for you? In what capacity? They can't be your accountant. You want a proper accountant to do that. Would you want to be your manager? Really? I don't sure about that. Would you want to be your agent? That wouldn't make sense either. Like, what job could they really do? I guess you have to give them just a job on paper and kind of put them on salary. That might be the only way to kind of get out of these sort of things, is to put some immediate family on salary. But you don't really know what they're doing, really, right? You're just giving them a stipend, an allowance every month, essentially. That might be a better way to do it. But I also think, I don't know, man. I don't know. What does that mean then? If you give them a salary, does that mean they can't ask money again? I don't know. It's weird, but I get what she means. I think her probably annoyance, her annoyance probably isn't from her immediate family. It's probably from the extended family, I'd imagine. Like cousins and shit. I'd imagine, right? Like, I don't know, uncles, second wives, you know? That sort of stuff. Like step cousins, second cousins, third cousins, all this sort of shit. I bet those are or even just the cousins that are just like people that you grew up with, but not really blood relatives. I don't think her immediate family are giving her this sort of hassle. But she did say my family though. I don't know, maybe she means broadly. I'm not really too sure. But I think my family might be just the extended. But this is going to be more and more of an issue going forward. This is going to be more and more of an issue when you consider the amount of millennials and Gen Z kids coming up now who have attained wealth and riches that their parents could never even fathom. Right? So, you know, it's going to be very difficult for those kids to withhold or say no, because they're making more money than their parents have ever made, ever. Maybe even more money than their whole family has ever made. All these kids, like streamers, these footballers, these musicians, you know, these content creators, these business owners, these brand owners, they're all making tons of money, these millennials and Gen Z kids. So they're going to come up with this issue a lot. And it's going to be very difficult when on the media, everyone's talking about how amazing you are. You're in the Forbes 30 under 30. You've got complex articles about you. People are talking about your net worth, all this malarkey. It's going to be very difficult when you are on social media announcing some big deal you signed with Diageo, and the fact that you are now going to be an ambassador for this brand, for this country. You've been flown out by this festival. It's going to be very difficult to then say, no, I can't send you, or I can't give you £500 for your holiday, or I can't send you a couple of grand to go back to fucking Africa because I don't have it. You know, it's gonna be hard to say that when it's like, you have it, motherfucker. You have it. We all know how podcasting and streaming works. We know how sponsorships work. You have it, motherfucker. You have it. You know you have it. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel for her, because it's not a good feeling to feel that way. To feel like your family's only really talking to you or communicating with you or whatever because they want to be on your good side to ask money. It's never a good feeling to. It's probably not even a good feeling to say no. That's probably the worst feeling, to be in a position where you know they need it, but they're asking too much. So you just say no because you have to tell them no at one point. Yeah, you know they need it because you've come from poverty, you come from pain, you've come from ketchup sandwiches, right? You've come from fucking, you know, diluted juice drinks and shit. You've come from all that stuff, right? You've come from all that shit, so you know they need it, but you know if you keep saying yes, that it's never gonna end. But then, is that such a bad thing if it never ends? Considering what they gave you, putting you on this earth, is that such a bad thing? I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm a little bit all over the place when it comes to this sort of stuff, man. But let me see what you guys saying in the stream chat about this. Big up Coiler. First world problems. A lot of rich people do this with family, allow people to ask for money once, give it no question, no payback, but they can't ask again. Okay, so you get one ask. I also think that's weird. One ask. Why one ask? Why are you putting people on that sort of discipline, on that sort of like regimen? It's strange. One ask is weird. I guess if you're rich, that's part of what people say about billionaires, right? They say you can't become a millionaire or a billionaire if you're willy-nilly giving away your money. Once you become a millionaire, billionaire, you become very nitpicky and very frugal. You become very quote-unquote tight. That's how you stay wealthy, because if you give money to everybody, because that's, by the way, rewind it. Leomie is saying this about her family. I don't know this girl. I don't know anything about her personally, but I bet you any money she gets just as bad. It's just as bad with her family as it is with random strangers on the internet. I bet you her inbox, if it's not people thirsting or people asking for IDs on pants or boob tops she's wearing and shit, I bet you she must get inundated with unsolicited messages from random strangers on the internet asking her for money also. I bet that's a thing as well. Like women like actually writing like essays and shit. And you go on their profile and it's actually true. I have kids, I'm struggling, like asking for money. My universal credit didn't come through. Can you let me? Like, I bet you that must also be weird as well, to have like random people on the internet like asking you for money. Like, please help, my bills are. So on top of your parents, on top of your family, on top of your siblings and cousins, that's gonna be a fucking weird and a mental to do. Because and the thing is, it's gonna be hard to deal with. All these people need it. They're not lying. They all need it. They all freaking need it. Whew. Let's continue. It says here, big up young old vibes. Parents are one thing, but the second cousin is another. Yeah, no, for sure. I think that's probably the best thing to do. Maybe taking the Coiler thing of like, ask once only. Maybe you should do with your family. There is no limit to how much you can ask. You can make them feel guilty about asking, but they can always ask. They're never not allowed to ask, and you can always give freely. But then you maybe put those rules in place for your extended family. Maybe you're like, hey, I helped you out here, but don't go bragging to Auntie fucking Tiffany about how much I helped you and then have her fucking request something through you. No, if she wants something from me, Auntie Tiffany has to ask me directly, but let her know she only gets one request and one ask. And that's it. Do you know what I mean? That might be a way to go. So your family gets unlimited requests, unlimited favors, whatever, but then extended family only get one. That might be a way to deal with it. But again, I think this is an inherently black thing. This is an inherently black immigrant thing. I'm sure people from Asian communities, Hispanic, Latino, like black, they've dealt with this. I don't think this happens in white families. I don't think so, honestly. I don't think it happens in white families at all. Like parents asking or family members asking for money. Like I don't think it happens that way at all. It's not this bad. I don't think so. It could be, but I don't think so. Which probably is tied to growing up poor. I don't know. Who knows? Big up Coiler. Be a man and join Hustler University. Exactly. Don't bother me with all this bullshit. Everybody on that ain't children. Yeah, future. Exactly. The cousin that snitched on you is going to walk on Thanksgiving. Exactly. That cousin you've seen once at the family reunion. Exactly. Black be young vibes. Black people take advantage, be asking for you to buy them usher tickets. You know what? I'm not gonna lie, young vibes. I'd actually prefer that. I'm not gonna lie. I prefer that. I would actually prefer a direct request like that, where I go and buy them, as opposed to giving someone money. Because sometimes I feel like asking people for money. Like, I don't really ask people for money like that. I've never have. It's never been my thing, to be honest. But the times I've had done so, I can count on one hand. It's always been for something that I needed, like at that moment, to pay a bill, to pay for this, whatever, and I paid it back instantly. But I feel like most people don't do that, number one. They don't pay it back instantly. And I feel like a lot of people, when they ask people for money, they waste it. Because it's not their money. They didn't have to work for it. So they spend it way more frivolously. So I actually wouldn't mind if somebody said, hey, I want to go to an Usher concert. I want to go, even VIP tickets, I don't give a fuck. Okay, cool, I'll get them for you. I'd actually prefer that. Rago, okay, cool. I'll buy them for you and send you the link. I'll send you the fucking PDF when I get it. I'll put it in your name. Rags. That'll be way better than someone asking you for $5,000 and then making up a reason why they need it. They don't really need it. You know, they just need the money because they just need the money, but they don't really need it to pay for the thing that they're saying they're paying for. I actually wouldn't mind. I'm not gonna lie. Very weird, says Apex Punter. Big up Charles Lucas. I know a white girl who is like M's up and she won't even give $1,000 to her bro, but she will offer him a job. Yeah, but that I think is dependent on the person. Big up Charles Lucas. I think it's dependent on the person. If this girl that you know is M's up won't give her brother money, she probably knows her brother is useless when it comes to money. So he needs, like, she's probably doing him a favor and helping him out in the long term by saying, hey, I'm willing to pay you above the market rate, above the, you know, above what this job actually pays to be my assistant or whatever, but I'm not going to give you the money because I know you're just going to waste it, you know? So that is probably smart in that regard, because you know your sibling, you know he's useless. So I'm going to give you $10,000, you're going to spend it in a day and you're going to ask for another $10,000. I'd rather give you a salary and give you money monthly and you could just like be okay that way. That I'm okay with. I don't have a problem with that in the site, to be fair. But again, it depends on the person, because like I said before, I don't think it's fair to require all your family members to work for you, like you run some sort of plantation. I also don't think it's fair to require all your family members to present business plans every time they want to lend money, or to be some sort of hustler or entrepreneur. Like, some people just need money, man. They just need it. Like, just give it to them or not give it to them. Do you know what I mean? They don't have to fucking jump through hoops and shit. But big up Young Vibes. Nah, we got Usher at home. It's hilarious. You got YouTube on your TV, right? Basically, every TV now has YouTube on it, right? Sign on to YouTube and play a video, man. What's this? What is this shit? Big up Koila. I have a wealthy friend whose rule is he will never give, but sorry. I have a wealthy friend whose rule is give but never loan. It builds resentment. Imagine you pay. Yeah, that's a good point. I think the resentment thing, again, it's all dependent on the person. Some people will resent you, unfortunately. It's a common thing, right? Somebody asks you for money will end up sometimes, especially if you're really giving with it. If you're super giving with it, you don't ask any questions, and you're really nice about it, it will sometimes make them have resentment for you because they feel so inadequate and they feel so shitty about having to ask you, even though you don't give a fuck. Even though they're your friend and you would give it to them willingly, they build up all these weird narratives in their heads, all these weird scenarios, all these weird arguments that make them seem more of a loser than they actually are, because you're not a loser for asking for money. You're just in a bad position right now and you need a little bit of help. It's nothing bad about it whatsoever. You're not a loser. No one's saying you're a loser or a bum. Like, sometimes you come up short in a month. It is what it is. If someone can help you out, they can help you out. But sometimes people, for whatever reason, build these things up in their head, usually through their own insecurities, that can sometimes hurt in the long term, and sometimes it ends up costing you a relationship because they feel resentment because now they owe you money. And there's obviously other people too who also use the fact that they give you money as a thing to kind of hold over your head, so it can kind of be too far. So I guess I would say, in most people's position, I would say this. I would say, for somebody that's been down bad before in his life, and for somebody that's grown up poor, and for somebody that's had to kind of work for what I've had and crawl and scrape and fight for everything, I would say, don't be so quick to ask for help. Don't be so fast to ask your family or to ask your friends to give you money, to loan you money. Don't be so hasty. Try and save those asks and those requests for when you're really, really down bad. Because I feel like most of the time, you can get over it. Most of the time, you can handle it. Most of the time, you're way more resourceful. You're way more resilient. You're way stronger than you think you are. Just tighten your belt and sit down and you'll be all right. You'll be all right. Like, just wait on it. Don't be so quick to like, oh my God, I need this like straight away and then go run to somebody. No, breathe, take a breather. You're going to be okay. You're going to sort it out. A solution will come along your way, especially if you're moving and there's momentum. Something will come along your way. It's not as bad. It's not in immediacy. It's not as bad as you think it is. It's almost like the equivalent of like, why they say you should never go grocery shopping hungry, right? They always say like, before you go grocery shopping, you know, have some cereal, eat a fucking sandwich, have some soup, whatever. Put something in your belly, because if you go grocery shopping hungry, you're going to be buying with your eyes and not with your fucking, you know, budget in mind or whatever it would be. You know, overspending money or not buying the things that you actually need for the grocery shopping in a week. So I think when it comes to the money side, don't be so quick to ask for money. But when you do ask for money, don't feel like you're a loser, because you just need the money at the point in time. It is what it is, right? You're a bit down bad. If someone can help you out, they can help you out. But I'd also encourage, if you do ask people for money, especially friends, give it back when you say you're going to give it back. So before you ask, make sure you know when you can give it back. Like run the plan through in your head properly. Like actually have a date in mind. And even if the person says, no, don't worry about it. When you say you're going to give it back, give it back. And if you can give it back ahead of time, even better. It'll make your friend love you even more. But give that money back when you say you're going to give it back. Don't be a piece of shit because you're a friend. Take advantage of it and be, oh yeah, they're cool, they'll be all right. No. So first of all, don't ask when you're straight away hungry. Tighten your belt, sit down, relax, breathe. Don't go straight to your friends asking for money. Secondly, if you do ask for money, don't feel bad. It is what it is. Sometimes you're down bad, and sometimes God puts you in positions where you're surrounded by people who can help you. Why not ask for help if you can get help? Cool, no problem. If you do ask for help and you say you're going to give it back when you say you're going to give it back. Either ahead of time or on the day you said you're going to give it back. Don't make the person chase you, especially if they're your friend. If this is your friend, respect their friendship, respect them as a person, respect their money, respect the fact that they gave it to you, and you owe them to give it back to them before they ask you. If they have to ask you, it's more than certain that friendship is already dead. If the friend that gave you the money has to chase you and ask you for that money back, it's more than certain that that friendship is already dead, which you fucked up. So don't do that. Give it back early and everything else will be sweet. But I think in these situations, if you're a world-renowned supermodel, if you're a world-renowned streamer, a world-renowned content creator, a world-renowned artist, I'm sorry, but the blessing that you've got, not everybody gets it. Everybody wants to be a supermodel. Every cute girl out there thinks she can walk a runway, but not every cute girl out there is Leomie Anderson. You're killing it. You're doing Victoria's Secrets. You're doing Paris Fashion Weeks. You're on the streetwear shit. You're on the fashion shit. You're all over the place. You're doing well. You're doing well because you've been blessed to do so. Maybe some luck in there, but not everybody gets that blessing. I think one of the duties of having that blessing is being the person that some people might come to ask for money. It is what it is. It's one of the fucking things that comes with a job. You can't start crying and complaining about it. That's what I think a little bit. I get where she's coming from, but I also feel like, it kind of is what it is. It kind of is what it is. Especially when you grow up where we've grown up. We've known people like, I've known people in my family. I've known people in my extended family who have been trying so hard, man. So hard to make it work in life. And it has never worked. It's never kind of come through. It's never kind of clicked. Not due to any fault of their own. They're trying, man. They're busting their ass every fucking day. They're busting their ass. And it never works out. It's not their fault. It really isn't their fault. Why isn't it working out? Because it's just unlucky. They're just unlucky. They're simply unlucky in that position. They're simply unlucky. So sometimes if they're unlucky and someone's lucky, why shouldn't they ask? And why shouldn't you bless them? If you're the one that's fortunate enough, why shouldn't you send them that blessing onto them? I don't know. But I feel Leomie Anderson. I feel her. I completely do feel her. But I feel in this situation, I feel like she needs to kind of, she needs to be a little bit more understanding of her extended family member situation. But yeah, I get it. Big up Leomie Anderson. Big up Leomie Anderson. We move. Let's talk a little bit about Chris Rock. Big up fucking Chris Rock. How refreshing was it to listen to Chris Rock on SNL? The opening monologue. Now, was it the most funniest thing ever? No. But was it funny? Yes. How refreshing was it to hear somebody get on stage and just attempt to tell jokes. Obviously about current topics going on in the news at the moment. Not be overly political, not try to preach to you, but just tell jokes. It was so utterly refreshing to hear Chris Rock get on that stage and just joke after joke after joke after joke. Two of my favorite jokes on the SNL, on his appearance on SNL via his opening monologue, was this joke about Luigi Mangione, and the second joke I'm going to play is a joke that he did about Jake Paul. Two brilliant jokes I fucking love. Big up Chris Rock. He absolutely smashed it on SNL this past weekend. Yo, big up Young Old Vibes. That's very true. Good transition because Chris Rock 100% didn't put his brother on. Now, that's more egregious. That's more egregious. If what Tony Rock said about Chris Rock is true, and if you don't know, Tony Rock went on the podcast and basically was talking about... No, he actually didn't bring it up. To be fair to him, he didn't bring it up. I think it was Ari Spears brought it up because Ari Spears and Tony Rock are really close friends. And he was like, hey, I know you're not going to bring this up. I need to say this. Your brother Chris Rock does you dirty. He doesn't even have you on films. He doesn't even have like supporting roles. And at first when he was mentioning it, Ari, I felt a little bit like, that feels a bit entitled. But then when Tony Rock explained it, it sounded really egregious. The way Tony Rock explained it was that he never asks his brother anything. Because allegedly his brother's quite tight and very weird when it comes to his brother asking for things anyway. So from a long time, he's just refused to ask him for anything. So that's his rule. Doesn't ask him for jack shit. One day, Chris Rock came up to him and said, hey, I want to put you in a movie. I want to, whatever movie he's in, whatever. And he promised him he wanted to do it. Tony Rock says, cool. The movie happens, and throughout the filming of the movie, people on set keep calling Tony Rock saying, oh, where are you? Where? Because they heard he's going to be there. Hey, where are you? It's filming. I hope to see you tomorrow. Da, 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 da. And he isn't getting calls. And eventually the film came out, right? And he was never in it. So it seems like Chris Rock seems to get some sort of like weird pleasure in like big timing his brother, which is really strange. So I feel like that's more egregious. The money thing is whatever, but I feel like in this particular regard, that's really egregious because it feels like Chris Rock doesn't like to share the limelight. Like he wants his brother to be like where he is, but he doesn't want his brother to be on the same platform as him. Because if you think about it, Chris Rock has done a lot of movies where he could easily get his brother just to play like, it's not like he has to play his brother, his role, but just a little supporting role and just throw him something. Nepotism exists in the entertainment industry. That's what it's about, nepotism. If you can have somebody that's really working, done something to kind of throw you a bone, and you can grab it and then run, why not? You know what I mean? They pass you the baton, you just keep running. Why the fuck not? So the fact that Chris Rock doesn't engage in some level of like brotherly nepotism, sibling nepotism to help his brother, not to become as famous as him, because that's not going to be happening because he's Chris Rock, duh, but still to give him a little bit of a, you know, whatever, is a bit wild. But to be fair as well, they're brothers, so there's probably way more to the story that we don't know. There's probably way more sibling disagreements, fights, whatever. There's something going on there that we're not privy to on the public eye, that we probably shouldn't be privy to because it's private family business. But I think Chris Rock doing his brother dirty is way more egregious than somebody asking you for money when you're rich and famous. I think that's kind of your role. You're rich and famous. You've been blessed. God's given you this blessing that you've been you're one of the 250, let's say, assassins out there that's been ordained, that's been given this gift of being able to go on stage on the biggest platforms. Like, you know, Chris Rock's got Netflix deals that are in the double digits millions. Like, you know, he tells jokes, great, but everybody tells jokes. There's people in fucking bars somewhere telling jokes just as funny as Chris Rock, but they don't get no Netflix deal. So it's kind of like, hey, you got given this blessing, your family members know you, they have access to you, and they need your help. You know, you'd be a real meano, you'd be a real evil person not to help them out. I personally think so. But regardless, I thought this monologue was really funny. And then the second joke he does is about Jake Paul, which I really enjoyed also. Let me get this up on here. There we go. Oh, is that Jake Paul one? No, it's not Jake. What's the Jake Paul one? What's the Jake Paul one? That's a Chris Rock one. No, that's the Jake. No, that's a Jake Paul one. Yeah, Jake Paul one's here. That's a Jake Paul joke.
We want to be bent over and we want you to go one after the other in us. Yeah.
The bent over one's going to come soon. The bent over one's going to come soon. Bear with me a second. We're all going to get bent over in a minute. We're going to get bent over in a minute. But let me replay the Jake. This is the Jake Paul one. Let's go. Come on, work please if you don't mind. There you go. How much I laughed when I heard that line. You have no idea how much I laughed when I heard that I hate Jake Paul like cocaine hates monogamy. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. That line hit me like a fucking dump truck, mate. I absolutely bent over myself, sucking myself off, laughing when I heard that line about he hates Jake Paul like cocaine hates monogamy. That is such a perfect fucking analogy. Super out there. Don't think I've ever heard anyone else say it like that, but he described that fucking perfectly. Fucking perfectly. Honestly, I loved it. Big up Chris Rock. Big up motherfucking Chris bloody Rock. You love to see it. You fucking love to see it. Big up fucking Chris Rock. I love it. Wee woo wah wah wah. Okay, cool. Continuing on. Yeah. Big up. I was wondering who's gonna clock that. Who's gonna clock that, innit? Me talking about loving that cocaine joke and then blowing my nose. Absolute poetry. Call me a podcast. Call me a streaming artist. That's what I am. I'm not a content creator. I'm a streaming artist. I'm a live streaming artist. That's what I am. Call me that. Mentioning that joke, then blowing my nose in the background. Pure art. Pure art, man. Pure fucking art. Let's go. Okay, talking about being bent over. So, as you guys know, I am fascinated by Lily Phillips and her friend. I'm fascinated by this new thing that they've been doing, this new trend. Because I'm also wondering, will they start a trend? Will other women start doing this, or are they just on their own? What's going on here? But regardless, if you don't know, Lily Phillips is this content creator, OnlyFans content creator, who is at the moment doing this challenge where she tries to fuck as many guys as possible in one day. Her ultimate goal is to do the 1,000 guy challenge, where she fucks 1,000 guys in one day. But so far, the content she's been putting out is basically under 100, right? And the idea behind it is that you get to fuck her. She puts out a post on social media saying, hey, I want to look for dudes. You turn up at a certain location, usually an Airbnb, I'm assuming, or maybe a brothel, who knows. And then they get to film you without your face and shit. But then you get to fuck them for free. And then I guess they get to use that content to kind of, you know, draw people to their OnlyFans, which they obviously sell the X-rated, videos of what happened behind on there. I think so. Everybody wears protection, and yeah, they just do what they need to be done, innit? Everybody wears protection, but I have heard or seen clips of them getting finished on. So I don't know how that works. Does that make sense? If you're so finicky about protection in that world, why would let somebody finish on you? Doesn't really make any sense, innit? But anyway, regardless, another video from them has gone viral because the video of Lily Phillips in the interview where she kind of broke down went viral last week. Now another video has gone viral. So it's starting to feel like a psyop. It's starting to feel like some sort of effort to kind of make these girls famous. I don't know, because it feels like every week we get another clip, another conversation piece. But here's another video of these two girls who would like to engage in these really public, really big gangbangs, welcoming some of the guys who are about to engage in a gangbang to their premises, to their casa, right? To their humble abode. They open the door, there's a gaggle of guys standing there in the queue waiting to get in, and they welcome at the door. And here is Lily Phillips and her friend welcoming these guys who they hope to gangbang them throughout the night.
We want to be bent over and we want you to go one after the other in us. Yeah. And then. Do you want to be picked up? Do you want the video to be picked up? Hi.
So basically, we're looking for a train.
Yeah. We want to do a big scene. We want to be bent over and we want you to go one after the other in us. Yeah. But if you say you're struggling with it, we'll get on our knees, you go in a circle and pull boys in. Yeah, you all come in? Yeah. You all got ID with you? Yeah. Okay, come on then. Do you want to be picked up? Do you want the video to be picked up? Yeah. Okay, grab that door.
Having a great time at university.
Hope we make you proud.
And Bonnie have got countless guys lined up, ready to us. Oh, how many shoes are you guys counting? Wait, whoa, these are all the guys. There's more in there as well.
1 hour later. 1 hour later.
I'm still.
When, yeah, you all get the video as well. Free, obviously.
You all enjoy it?
Yeah.
Good.
I don't want to stop.
Ah! 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 Yeah, I don't want to stop. Yeah, I don't want to stop. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Savimbi. Savimbi. Dingy nini. Ah, bona nini. Bazoba, zoba, zoba. What the hell, man? Yeah, I didn't want to stop. Yeah. Oh my god. You know what's really sad too? It's a bunch of mandem. It's a bunch of mandem, man. I know those voices. I know those accents. It's a bunch of mandem. I see. There's a bunch of black and Asian dudes in there by the plenty. There might be more. It seems like, again, this is wild to say this. Big up my white boys. Big up the Caucasians out there. I think there may be way more non-whites in that room than there are whites. I'm surprised. Because I thought white boys, you know, they're going to be into this. White boys love a good gangbang anyway. White boys love a good fucking, you know, session in Marbella with all their friends watching. But there's way more non-whites in that room. I can tell by the sound of their voice, the slang, the voice inflections. I can tell that it's way more non-white boys in there. God damn it, man. Mohammeds, Taylors, Nathans. You can tell there's a bunch of Mohammeds in there. There's a bunch of Mohammeds in there, bro. There's a bunch of Nathans. There's a bunch of Bryans in there, bro. There's a bunch of Andres in there, bro. There's a bunch of Marcuses in there. Tyrones. Fuck, man. Oh, shit. Yeah. Did you enjoy it? Yeah. What? Yeah. One more time. Let me play this. Did you enjoy it? Yeah, you know. God damn, Jigger. I need to replay this, man. How do I replay this? Let me replay it. Let me replay it. Can I replay it or no? Let me replay. I need to replay this. Oh my god, bro. 1 hour later, you know. God damn. It must be such a weird thing though, because I feel like, how do I say this to make it make sense? I feel like most girls, maybe I'm making an assumption here and I'm uninformed, but I feel like most girls aren't really into public sex like that. And I think most girls aren't really into gangbangs like that. Or even threesomes, I feel like. If most of you guys listening try to ask your wives or your girlfriends or your fiancés now if they would be up for having a threesome, I think some of you guys would be not even in a doghouse. Some of you guys would be homeless. Some of you guys would be put out on the street the moment those words left your mouths. I think most girls just aren't into that sort of shit. So it must be really wild that they've both found each other, because I feel like it's super rare for girls to be into gangbangs anyway. And it's even rarer for you to find another girl that's like you, that's into the same thing, who's the same age kind of, and you do the same content as well. It must be such a low probability of that being true. But wow, bro, the mandem that are involved is what's really crushing my heart.
Hard interview was hard. I've been hard. I'm still.
When, yeah, you all get.
We say I've been loud. We say I was loud. What?
In there as well.
Hard interview was hard. I've been hard. I'm still.
When,
Oh, I think he says hard. I didn't know it was going to be that hard. Yeah, because you can tell these are black boys, because only black boys do this. Because most of our toes are fucked up from football and stuff. Only black boys do this. Only black boys will see a camera and start like hiding their toes by like scrunching like that. This is a black boy. This is a black boy fucking involuntary fucking thing that you do. Where you're afraid, you know your toes look bust up, so you kind of. This is a black boy thing. That's how I know there's someone from ends. Only someone from ends will do this. Would like curl their feet up like that when they see a camera, because they're shy. They know their feet are bust up. They got bunions. They got ingrained hair. They got fucked up toes from playing too much Sunday League. This is a black boy thing. God almighty. I've been hard. What did he say? Something about being hard?
You're hard to live, you was hard.
I've been hard. I'm still.
When, yeah, you all get the video as well. For free, obviously.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh, she says you all get the video for free too. So they all get the video. I didn't know that was part of the deal. So part of the deal, so if you want to fuck them, you have to agree to be on camera. I'm assuming that's a non, you know what I mean? They're not going to budge. But then they also give you the video for free. I'm wondering, do they let some of these guys go raw? Or they're very picky about the condom thing? Because there's a bunch of condoms on the floor. But do you think they let these guys go raw? Do you think they sometimes get a little bit cheeky and be like, you know what? Nah. Let's just take it off, man. Let's go. Do you think they do that anyway? They just roll the dice on these random dudes. Just fuck it. I'm already a slow anyway. Let's roll the dice. Let's just roll the dice. But this guy, yeah.
Been hard. I'm still.
When, yeah, you all get the video as well. For free, obviously.
You all enjoy it?
Yeah.
Good.
I don't want to stop.
Did you enjoy it? Yeah, I didn't want to stop. God almighty. God almighty. And to be fair though, they all look really young too. I don't know why, but judging by the trainer choices, judging by the voices, they all seem and feel very young. I'm not just sure if you guys agree. Even the silhouettes outside of the door, looking for them from the back, they all look very, very young.
We want to be bent over and we want you to go one after the other in us. Yeah.
I love how she's ramping them up, by the way. What's going on, boys? Everyone who's ready to fuck? Hey. She's doing a little Tony Robbins speech at the front. The little Tony Robbins speech, G'ing them up.
Like you're struggling with it, we'll get on our knees, you go in a circle and pull boys in. Yeah, you all coming? Yeah. You all got ID with you?
You all coming, eh? Hey, more words than one.
Okay, come on then. Do you want to be picked up? Do you want the video to be picked up?
What's the video about being picked up? By the way, that you know that's some ends. That's Mandem. And big up Represent, by the way. Big up Represent representing in the fucking video. There's probably a lot of fear. There's probably a lot of essentials in there too. A lot of essentials, a lot of Nike Tech fleeces, a lot of fucking, Nike Air Max 95s, maybe some Panda Dunks.
Do you want the video to be picked up? Yeah. Okay, grab that stuff.
Oh, there's a rant. Okay, wow. In that group of like young lads, there's also a couple of older dudes there. Look, a couple of older dudes, a couple of dads there. Balding white men. They've come with, I love the white dudes. No bally, no shiesty, no woolly, t-shirt and bare face. Not even glasses, bro. Big up the Dans, big up the Johns. Big up the Daves. Big up the Daves out there, bro. He came through bare face. No shiesty, no nothing. Just came through with a t-shirt. Clearly discernible tattoos too. So if you know this guy, if that guy's your dad, if that guy's your uncle, you're going to recognize him straight away from that profile. You're going to recognize those guys straight away. You know who that is. You know who that is. Bare face, no regrets. Well, they're of age. Well, if they're old enough, they can get it. You know, if they're old enough, mate, Shows you over 18, so perfectly legal. Nothing wrong with it. Perfectly legal. I'm not no Gary Glitter thing. They're perfectly legal. Jesus Christ. Big up Dan and Dave. Look at that. Look at the dudes, bro. Fucking hell. Look at the circle of guys just sitting. And look at them just on their knees. This is brilliant content, man. This is brilliant fucking content.
Great time at university.
It would make you proud.
And Bonnie have got countless guys.
That's her name. Her name's Bonnie. Bonnie Blue, I think. That's her name, Bonnie Blue.
Lined up, ready to us.
Hey, man. Hey, as long as everybody's enjoying it, having a good time, I'm championing it, man. I'm going to watch it from afar. I'm going to be entertained by the fucking psychosis of the whole thing. But yeah, it's a bit sad to see how many young lads are involved, unfortunately. It's a bit sad. But, at least they're getting some action. At least they're doing it in a somewhat safe way with some professionals. Because that's the thing is what people are not understanding, I feel like. These girls are actual porn stars, though. Because I felt like people were, like, concerned about that Lily Phillips girl. Because she was it looks like people felt that she was corrupted by social media. But she's a legit porn star. Like, there's pornos of her out there. It's not like she's just doing this, you know what I mean, because she got corrupted or because she's like wanting money. Like, obviously the money helps, but this is not like some girl that, her gateway drug into fucking this sort of shit was just selling boob pictures. No, she was doing straight up porn before, and now she does this. So I don't know why people are getting their knickers in a twist. Like, she's a quote unquote professional. This is her job. Like, it is what it is. All porn stars do gangbangs, isn't it, for the most part? Like, this is part of the job. Like, it is what it is. So let them go, you know, let them go ahead. And I'm eager to see if this 1,000 people guy pans out, because logistically it sounds like a fucking nightmare. But I'm eager to see if that 1,000 guys thing pans out in one day, because that will be wild. If they can achieve that, if she can achieve the 1,000 guy thing, woof, that's going to be something people are going to be talking about forever and ever and ever. So let's see how it pans out. More power to Lily Phillips and Bonnie Blue. More power to them. Next, we have to talk about this. I haven't watched it in full just yet, so I'm going to watch it with you guys. There's a new Druski skit. Big up everybody listening and watching this after the fact. There's a new Druski skit. The title is Dudes That Think Money Can Unlame Them. This is basically a bit of a diss at Fresh and Fit. Druski has made a new skit. It's hilarious, allegedly, and it's got Fresh and Fit actually hot and bothered. Fresh and Fit actually made a reply and were ranting and raving at Druski, so it had its effect. So it's Druski poking fun at guys who think money can unlame them. Let's listen, or let's watch this skit. This should be funny.
How much are we? 250.
In the first bit of the skit, if you're not watching this, he's sitting down in the barbers and he's getting that fucking airbrush black spray thing that people do, where it creates a fake hairline. Or sometimes it's meant to re-emphasize or fill in gaps, but sometimes people just do it to put a fake hairline into their hair. And he's obviously doing it and bringing his hairline forward. It's fucking horrendous.
Just got my nigga right. House call. You straight? You straight?
Yeah.
I got that shit on too.
She got to cook, clean, fuck, shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
We off that.
50-50.
We off that.
That's him on the Fresh and Fit podcast.
50-50. Nothing.
Nothing. Hold your head up, King. Your crown is falling.
Okay. Talk that talk.
Yeah.
Talk that talk.
Yeah.
I hear you.
If you snooze, you lose. Could never be no sucker and fall victim to anything y'all niggas be having going on. Motion is the key. First thing first in the morning, you gotta get up and get you some money, and if you ain't,
Niggas in Atlanta are so weird. He's in the car, dancing to the music.
ooh, hey, let me get your number.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
He pulls up to the girl at the traffic lights in his car, and when he says, "Let me take your number," when he flashes the screen to her, it's the screen of Cash App. So basically saying, let me send you some money. It's some random girl he doesn't know.
My son richer than a lot of y'all niggas, man. You like it, son? You want Dad'll get that for you, huh? Dad'll get you everything you want. You wanted this. You wanted to match that, huh? Look at him, just like his daddy, boy.
Oh,
you love that money,
God.
huh?
I want to play the game.
You want what?
I want to play the game.
Uh-huh.
That's how they sleep. Oh my
Nigga,
God.
what the fuck is that on my pillow? Get the fuck out of my bed, for real. What is that? What you mean now?
Holy shit. He woke up in bed and had all the fucking black paint on the pillow. That's fucking incredible. That is so fucking good. So well done. I love the skit earlier too with the kid about, yeah, you want to look at Dada, right? The kids obviously doesn't want to look at Dada. It's always cringy when you see those type of dudes giving their kids Rolexes and fucking watches and crazy jackets. Like, bro, the kid is 5. He wants a toy. He wants maybe a new game. He might want some new trainers at most. He doesn't care about a Balenciaga. He doesn't care about an Averex jacket. He only cares, or maybe if he does act like he cares, because you care. and you're giving him attention, and he wants to hang out with his dad, and he loves his dad. But really and truly, kids just want toys. They want, you know, whatever, what kids want. They want to fuck around the iPad, watch TV. So I love that bit as well. And obviously the bit with the girl, like, what's your number? And he shows her the Cash App thing. Like, just giving some random girl money just for the sake of it. You know what I mean? To make her like you is fucking hilarious. So big up Druski. Absolutely hilarious skit. I actually enjoyed it. I thought it was really funny. But guess who didn't enjoy it? Yes, you guessed it. Myron from Fresh and Fit. Myron from Fresh and Fit quote tweeted the video and said the following: "The real lame is a fat ass that wifed a verified hoe and paraded her around the internet as if it was a W." I'm assuming he's talking about Ruby Rose. I'm assuming Myron is talking about Druski's short-lived relationship with Ruby Rose. I'm not sure if that was even real. I'm not sure if that was public, if that was like a skit as well, or if that was a real thing. I don't know. But regardless, that's what Myron's saying. He's not happy. And of course, Myron then got on camera and decided to rant a little bit at Druski regarding that skit that he made. So let's see what Myron has to say.
Yeah, Druski made a video on us, that fat bastard. You know, it's funny because he makes that video talking shit, right? And it's like, bruh, you're too much of a coward to even come on our show because of your sponsors and brands. But you want to sit here and talk shit about us when we're giving people real advice.
Okay. He's not that angry. He really does want to be friends. Myron really wants to be friends. He wants to get Druski on the show because he knows if he gets Druski on the show, it's going to do numbers. It's going to do fucking numbers. It's going to be a big deal. So yeah, okay. He wants to get Druski on the show. And obviously it'll probably help with donations and shit. So he's probably not as mad as it probably seemed in the beginning or in the caption.
I mean, if you took our advice, you wouldn't have wifed up hoe-ass Ruby Rose. That's fucking embarrassing. Dude's putting videos out, kissing her and doing vacation, all this other shit. He could sit there and say it was a marketing scheme all day. Bro, that's still, those were your lips on her though, nigga, and that girl's a whore. So that's a L. That's a big...
You can't really talk about whores when your guy nearly impregnated one, or did impregnate one and she got an abortion. Didn't his guy from across the room, didn't his whole life nearly get ruined by that Asian lady who said she was going to keep the baby? And both of them anyway, this is the thing about red pill manosphere guys. They have this really strange stance against women who engage in, you know, adult entertainment things or women who are maybe promiscuous. But most of the girls that they end up wifing aren't virgins. They're also as promiscuous. So it's really strange. They hate slaws, they hate whores, they hate prosies, they hate sex workers, but they then do business with them. That's a major part of what Fresh and Fit does. They get girls around the table who come from those worlds or from that, you know, work, and they then just shout at them for an hour or more and get donations and shit. So why, if you hate them so much, why do you platform on there? Why do you platform those girls on your thing? Why not get girls that you like or that girls that you want more women to build like on your show and promote that? Why promote the thing that you hate? And then why wife the ones that you hate too? Makes no sense, innit? But hey, what do I know?
Big fucking L. Over here promoting this big fucking thought. Wifing her up. Even if it's for marketing, it's a L. And you're fat at the end of the day. So, bro, if you're fat, it's an auto L. I don't take nobody that's serious that's fat. How you 300 pounds trying to talk shit about me, bro? Talking about enhancers. Bro, if I was president of the United States, I'd have your fat ass in a concentration camp, nigga, where you can concentrate on diet and exercise, you fat fuck. Holy shit, man.
By the way, strange joke, innit? A strange joke. Why is he so obsessed with like Nazis and wanting to be aligned with white supremacists? What's the concentrate like? Such a strange joke for another quote unquote, you know, non-white to make against somebody, you know, like what? Like I don't understand. Why would you use that type of language? Huh? Why those words? Can you find any other words to use? And also the fat thing is weird too because surely Druski is a better example of what guys should maybe try to aim towards in terms of getting girls than Myron and this guy, because they lead with their money, innit? They lead with their success and money to get girls. But Druski is fat and, you know, isn't the most good-looking guy in the world, but he seems to get girls. And it's mostly because of his personality. Yes, obviously his success and money maybe helps, but you would imagine a lot of it's to do with his personality and how he maybe treats women and shit. Wouldn't that be way more of an example to kind of follow than these dorks who sit around screaming at girls, paying girls to come on the show, then sitting there and screaming at them because they don't do exactly what they would do if they were them, or they don't agree with their way of life and shit. I don't know. It's a bit strange, but hey, what do I know?
Fat niggas sitting here talking shit about me, bro. We'll take y'all niggas serious. You guys are second-class citizens in my society, bro. In my eyes, you niggas are third-class citizens. Fucking ridiculous. Yeah, Druski made a video.
Anyway, that was actually hilarious. Big up Druski. Druski got them angry. Druski got them tight. I don't think this other guy, the one that looks like a pug, wanting to get involved because he probably secretly, he probably would like to be involved in that kind of crew anyway and hang out with them. I think Myron probably doesn't care as much and doesn't mind to burn the bridge. But yeah, hilarious situation. Minor skit. They were featured in it for like 2 seconds, by the way. They were featured in the clip for like 2 seconds and decided to rant and go crazy. And they're probably not going to stop about it, which again is funny. But hey, it kind of is what it is. It kind of is what it is. Next on the list, we got this clip. That's the look of a man who's used someone who's dying as an excuse, had people offering their condolences and now gigs up. Somebody pulled a sickie at work. So this is a video that somebody posted on social of a guy at the darts tournament recently. There was a darts tournament recently, I think this past weekend actually. And obviously, you know, this country's crazy about darts. I think most of Europe is crazy about darts. And they panned to the crowd and look at this guy in the crowd as they panned. Hold on, let me go back again. Look at the guy in the crowd they pan to. Look at his face. Look at his face. Look at his face. Look at his fucking face. Oh my God. He's absolutely distraught that he is on live BBC. That might be BBC or ITV. He's on terrestrial TV, free to air TV, and literally everybody has seen him full face, 4K, everything. Now, in my humble experience or in my personal opinion, maybe I'm naive, maybe I'm an idiot. I've never, ever, and I'm saying this, swear, hand on heart, I've never pulled a sickie so I could go on holiday or do something fun. Never. And I only found out later in life that sometimes people do that. Sometimes people do that before the actual holiday. Sometimes people will book a holiday. Let's say they book a holiday for Friday and they'll call in sick on Thursday, which is, for me, crazy bait, right? Crazy bait. Like, it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, but some people do that. Pull a sickie on the day before they leave for vacation so they can get another extra day out of it. Or if they have no holiday left, because, you know, we get some decent holiday here in the UK and everyone usually uses it. I think we get like 25 days or 20 days or however how much you get usually, but everyone usually uses it and shit. So people will essentially use everything, not have any holiday left, but still want to go on holiday. So they'll pull a sickie. And pulling a sickie sometimes means they might go 2 days off, not even 1 day, 2 days off of work so they can go do what they wanted to do, which is maybe go watch the darts. Especially at the end of the year too, most people's allowance of holidays already run out. They've used it all up in the year or you know, whatever, or it's already been allotted and allocated already and they can't change it. But I've never done that because I feel like, in my opinion, the karmic retribution associated with it is too deep. Because I know people who have like lied aggressively about why they couldn't come into work. Oh, my mum died, my dad died, auntie died, cousin died. Like, those are kind of lies that, you know, you can't take that back. When you put that out in the universe, like you're anticipating some really bad judge. I'm not for that kind of thing. Or I think if you need it, it has to be for a really good reason. For a really fucking good reason. It can't just be because you went to go watch the darts. That's not good enough. Do you know what I mean? But I know people that have done it. So I think I'm the only naive, dumb person in the world who hasn't called in sick to go on holiday. But I can't imagine how distressful, how nerve-wracking, how sick to your stomach he must feel. The one day that you do call in sick to go watch the darts, you end up on TV. And again, imagine, he's probably done this a bunch of times and never end up on TV. And this one time he was there, the camera is right in front of him. Look at his face. Look at his face, man. He clearly has the fright. He realizes instantly in that moment, oh my God, I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't even be here. And now I'm on TV. And this clip's going to go viral. And for sure, his boss is going to see it. And unfortunately, in this country, because they're anti-fun, someone's going to snitch. Or most likely, his workplace is going to be like, you know what? This is not allowed. And he's probably going to get fired off the back of this. So, you know, blessings to this guy. Blessings to this guy. Blessings to this guy. But yeah, that's why you probably shouldn't lie when it comes to work. But hey, what do I know? Next on the list, we got this post courtesy of Feedbuck. It says Hailey Welch, aka Hawk Tuah Girl, has now been gone for 2 weeks and hasn't dropped any episode of her Talk To Her podcast since going to sleep after rug pulling millions in a meme coin. So obviously, when it comes to, I never spoke about this when it originally happened. I feel like there's nothing really to add. But essentially, my thoughts on this are as follows. I feel like if you bought Hailey Welch's Hawk Tuah Girl's meme coin seriously with the intention of ascertaining some generational wealth or making some money, you're a fucking idiot and you deserve to get scammed. You deserve to get, at this point, rug pulls are so prominent, they're so common. If you engage in them, especially when it comes to meme coins, you are an idiot and you deserve to lose all your money. No one feels guilty for you anymore. I think that's probably the reason why CoffeeZilla stopped really covering them too much. Because at this point, if you're dumb enough to take a punt on a meme coin, you have to be aware that most likely you're going to lose your money. Most likely it's gamed. It's gamed not for you to take advantage of it and win. It's gamed obviously for the people that are involved in it to win. Hence why it's called a rug pull. So you're never going to win anyway. You're better off just like throwing your money into the ocean or something, or burning it, you know, at a barbecue. It makes no fucking sense. So at this point, I don't have any empathy or sympathy for anybody who loses their money. Lose everything, lose your kids, lose your wife, lose your car, your dog. You deserve it. You're a fucking idiot. But on the side of Hawk Tuah Hailey Welch girl, it's disappointing, man. I'm not going to lie. It's kind of disappointing because part of the reason why she was so fun to root for was that it felt like she was kind of reluctant to the fame. She really didn't kind of want it in the beginning anyway. There's a story that she allegedly didn't want that guy to put the video up. Or sorry, she told the guy who put the video up of her saying the whole famous line, she told him to take it down. She didn't want that video up. The guy keeps the video up, it goes viral, and you know, we are where we are now. And I also feel like she did a really good job, even though she went viral for essentially saying how she would finish a dude and stuff and spitting on someone's dick. Her content since then, or the way she presents herself, hasn't been the sex route. Hasn't been about how promiscuous she is and talking about, which she probably could have made loads of money with, and it's easy. She decided to go down, you know, get to know me as a person. I'm going to try and be a personality, which probably didn't work in the long run because, you know, she probably is a bit boring, doesn't really have much to her. But I have to give her ratings for not going down the easy route of like having a sex podcast, relationship podcast, that sort of thing that would have lent to the viral clip. So you have to kind of give her credit for that regard. And I also think the merch that she released when she first dropped it was very well designed. I quite liked what she did with it. Would never wear any of it, but objectively I can say it was quite cool graphics wise. And she seemed quite sensible, it seemed like, weirdly enough. But I also had the feeling that once she got a taste of fame, it felt like and looked like she was never going to let that go. She's got a sense and a taste of what it feels like to feel important, to feel like you matter, to feel like people give a damn about you, to obviously be able to make loads of money and meet everybody that you've loved, the heroes, people that you grew up on, bloody blah, blah, blah. Like now she's got a taste of that fame. I feel like it's kind of, I won't say corrupted her, but she never wants to go back to being a nobody. Which is why she probably engaged in this rug pull in the first place. Because she wants money. Because she loves money now. Like, so oh my shit, now I can do all these amazing... So that's been the only disappointing thing to see. That she's done this so early in her fucking quote-unquote career. Even though most likely this is the end anyway. And her 5 minutes of fame was already running out. It feels like a bit of a desperate move to go straight to the rug pull now. Which probably might mean, if you're thinking about it, now I'm saying it out loud, the fact that she did this may be an indication that she was a bit more down bad than what we probably thought. Maybe the podcast wasn't making as much money as it probably should have. Maybe the sponsors weren't, you know, coming back. Maybe that's as they thought. Maybe the appearances had dried up. So that's probably why this rug pull was so tempting to get involved in. Because I think I've heard people kind of say that maybe she got anywhere between like you know, $500,000 to $2 million out of this rug pull that she might have made. So if that's the case, that's the kind of money where if you're not really making as much money as you should be making on a podcast and with with sponsors and shit, maybe this is way more entertaining. Because I think she was meant to start a Kick stream, innit? Wasn't she meant to be on Kick as well? I don't know what happened there. If she's streaming, I doubt it, because again, that requires a lot of work. I don't know if she's willing to do all that much work to stream and do IRL streams and shit. But the fact that it's come so soon is bad because essentially it's killed her, innit? It's killed her career. Like, she's fucked now. No one, and because part of her appeal was that people liked her. Now no one likes her anymore. And likability is a big part. I would say likability is a big part in her brand. Not everybody's brand, but I think in her success, likability is a big part in it. Her being unlikable isn't good for business. Like her getting on a podcast recently and saying, I think one of the hosts on a podcast was like, oh yeah, if you saw that guy today who left the video, who put the video up about you, will you say thank you? She said, no, I wouldn't even speak to him, like something like that, right? So something quite dismissive and rude. And it was like, bro, why are you so unthankful for the person that legitimately involuntarily changed your life with that fucking man on the street fucking video? And then she explained and kind of said, oh, the reason why is because when I told him to take it down initially, he didn't take it down. But okay, he didn't take it down. That might have been upsetting then. But him not taking the video down basically allowed you to be a fucking millionaire. Like, why are you upset about that? But I think, you know, the fame's getting to her head. She's getting a little bit big-headed. I've also not liked how she's been airing guys out. I've not really liked that. I thought that was a bit bad taste. She's been getting on pods and talking about, I don't know, Lil Dicky tried to holler at me, and it's not necessary. So I feel like all these sort of things are making her seem very unlikable, and it's not serving her well. And I think this is the final coffin, because most of social media and the internet hate rug pulls. Anyone that engages in it immediately gets written off. And I don't think she has the temperament to be hateable. I think there are other people out there, like, you know, who's that Jack Doherty kid, the kid that crashed his car on the highway and recorded his friends. I think there are some dudes and some girls who thrive in negativity and could make it work for themselves. She doesn't have it. That's why she's probably taking a 2-week break. She can't handle negativity. She can't handle bad comments. It'll crush her. So I think this is going to be bad for business, and inevitably this will lead to the end. So most likely by this time next year, she'll probably have a regular job. She's not going to survive, man. She's not going to survive. And it's all her own fault, because she's got too greedy and wanted immediate money. And yeah, she took the short-term money up front, and now she's going to be paying for it long-term, because she'll probably have to work a regular job now. This is not going to last. I don't think so, personally. So, you know, it was a nice run, but I guess it's now over. I guess it's now over. Let's continue. So, are you guys aware of the drama happening with Alabama Barker and Bhad Bhabie? Of course you're not, because most of you are men. I understand that, and because most of you aren't as gay as me. So the reason why this is really funny and really interesting to me from the outside looking in is that both of these girls are fighting over a dude who on paper girls would describe as a bum, because he's not rich, he's not famous, he's not even like a gangster or some sort of like street guy or whatever. From what I can understand from the internet, he's just some dude who they both like and they're both fighting over, even though they're both friends or they were in the same social group. Really fucking interesting. Which is interesting because, you know, Alabama Barker is Travis Barker's daughter, so she's incredibly wealthy and comes from a rich family. And Bhad Bhabie made 30 million in over 3 years on OnlyFans, so she's also incredibly wealthy. So both of these girls are very wealthy, very rich, but they're both fighting over a guy who girls online would describe as a quote-unquote bum. So I think it's very interesting in that regards. It's also interesting in the regard of Bhad Bhabie, because it seems like, for whatever reason, she really loves this guy. Because I think this guy is also the father of her child. And I think this guy is also the guy that beat her up really badly, where she had her eyes swell shut, and then she released a video of her getting smashed around her house and being ragdolled. The guy was throwing all around, punching her up and shit, and she didn't leave. And then she came out on the internet and said, hey, I know this video is bad, but we're gonna work, but I want to keep my family together. We're working together to mend this, and blah, 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 and I'm staying with him. I'm not leaving him. Leave me alone type of thing. And everyone was like, what? Shit, okay, fair enough. We'll leave you alone. So people have been surprised, like, why is she staying with this guy when he's beating her up and she's up loads of M's? Like, you just go find somebody else. She just want to find him, and I guess Alabama Barker also loves the guy now. So, Bhad Bhabie decided to address some of the rumors and what's been going on by speaking about it on Instagram, and she sat down and spoke about it for over 11 minutes. We're going to watch a little bit of it now. So this is her kind of explaining the situation where her, Alabama Barker, Travis Barker's daughter, and her baby daddy boyfriend guy called LV are in some sort of weird love triangle, toxic thing going on at the moment. Let's see what she has to say. She's taking a hit of the vape. She's sitting down, blowing it out, crossing her legs. She's gonna start speaking now. Come on, Bhad Bhabie, tell us what's happening. We're eagerly anticipating. There we go. Here she goes.
So, I'm gonna tell y'all my side of the story.
By the way, also just objectively speaking, maybe I don't know anything about this girl. I don't follow none of her details. The last thing I knew about her was back in the day when she said, you know, how about that with her mum on the show, Dr. Phil show. But is it me, or does she look really miserable? In general, every picture I've seen of her, she's just really kind of miserable. What's going on? Is it because of all this drama? She just looks really sad. You just see sadness in her eyes. I wonder what's happening.
How I found out up until now. So, if this all started, I'm gonna take y'all back to where this really started from.
Okay, go.
So, me and Levon get into it. We was drunk, and sometimes, when we get drunk, we either fuck all night or fight all night. And you know, yeah, we get physical.
If that's not the basis of a toxic relationship, I don't know what is. But I'm also happy that she's got one. It's very public, because toxic relationships are like this. I feel like people online, especially women who give people advice, are very kind of naive or willfully ignorant of what a toxic relationship looks like. A toxic relationship is this: fighting or fucking. A toxic relationship is what we're seeing with Offset and Cardi B at the moment, where we're kind of forced to be in their group chat. We are kind of forced to sit down in their living room while Offset and Cardi argue and shout on the internet, right? We can't avoid it. They just keep talking around us and in public really loudly, and we don't care, but that's how they do it. But if you start to get involved and start to give them advice and start telling them to leave each other, it's not going to help, because eventually they'll get back together anyway. So, you know, this is what toxic relationships are like. It's just unfortunate that she's so young and she's going through some of this. But hey, it is what it is, I guess.
Physical, whatever. So, me and Levon, we're drunk, we get into it. I fucked up by calling Sosa. So, I call Sosa and I'm like, yeah, we fighting.
Jesus, man, her hand is actually shaking. That's hilarious though, man. Big up girls, right? Big up in getting involved in a beef. No, having an argument with your missus, and then she calls Chief Keef. Getting involved in an argument with your missus. You call her a bum, you call her a loser. She can't get a man better than you, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, all right, cool. I'm gonna call Chief Keef. He's always waiting to hit. Let me call Chief Keef. He's always waiting to smash. Let's call Sosa. He'll be around here in a flash.
And blah, 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 like, basically, like, come get me. So, Levon, so me and Levon went to go lay down. I go to lay down with him. When I get in the bed, Sosa calls me. Levon answers my phone. It didn't say Sosa at the top or nothing. It was just the phone number. But Levon answers the phone, and you hear Sosa's voice saying, Danny, what's up? Or Danny, where you at? So I was the one that cheated first.
Oh, that's tough, innit? So they argued, they make up kind of, they're lying in bed, but she already called Sosa before. Then he calls back and says, yeah, I'm in the car, where are you at? And the boyfriend picks up. Oh, and he's already violent. You know you're about to get beaten up, innit? He's already violent with you anyway. You know he about to fucking put the beats on you. He just picks up the phone and heard fucking Chief Keef on the phone, sounding like in his happy voice, like in his booty call voice. Hey, Danny, what's up, man? Where you at? Oh, he must have fucked her up that night, bro. He must have put the fucking beats on her that night. God bless this girl, man. Jesus Christ.
So, I cheated by calling Sosa from the jump. So,
does that count as cheating, by the way? So she didn't fuck Chief Keef yet. She's not saying she fucked him. She's saying all she did was call him and say, come pick me up. To be fair, that's really toxic though, isn't it? You're beefing with your man, you say some words to each other, you maybe throw some objects at each other, and then you get him back by calling Chief Keef and telling him to pick you up. So maybe she was already talking to Chief Keef anyway before, on the sly. Yo, women's ability to crush men's hearts is undefeated. I don't think a guy could ever crush a girl's heart the way a girl can crush a guy's heart. Because that simple function of just calling Chief Keef and telling him to come pick you up that would crush you as a guy. That would crush you if you just felt like just an argument and you found out your girl called somebody in that hazy fucking aftermath of an argument. Ouch, that's gotta hurt your ego.
So after Levine answered the phone, he busted my lip, broke my phone.
Yeesh.
I tried to stop him from leaving, and when he was trying to close the door, I put my hand in the way, so he accidentally slammed my hand in the door. My hand was literally hanging.
Look at her making excuses for this guy. He busted my lip, and then he accidentally slammed my... Do you think he accidentally did that? Do you think he didn't see your hand there? The fact that he didn't care that your hand was there and he still slammed it. Your hand was hanging. Oh my God, bro. Usually women tolerate. Am I mistaken in saying usually women tolerate these type of relationships later in life when maybe they have no options, maybe they have to settle? You don't usually see this early in life, super young. When you're super young and you got money, you don't really see this level of toleration of domestic abuse, physical abuse, mental abuse. You don't really see that often. Maybe I'm mistaken, and I've grown up in very sketchy areas. I don't think I've seen women like, obviously I've known of girls getting beaten by their boyfriends, but the first hit they fucking leave like, okay, I'm done. Usually women sort of seem to tolerate or put up with a lot of this shit later down the line, you know, when they're maybe a bit older, not having as many options, or if they've been with a person for a long time and they've really fucking indoctrinated and brainwashed them and whatever it may be. But for her to be however many M's that she is up at the moment, because she's made loads of money, she showed us the screenshots. She's made fucking 50, I don't know, 30 mil on OnlyFans and shit. I don't think she even posts on it anymore. I don't know if she does. And she probably makes a bunch of money off social media. To be as wealthy as she is now, she has access to anybody. And I'm assuming there's a ton of dudes in the States who probably are into the kind of Lolita young girl thing that she has going on. She's probably not sure of options. Her DMs are probably always popping off. To be putting up with this dude who's a nobody, beating her up on the daily is wild.
My teeth were loose. It was just a whole big thing. So I'm trying to wake E up and I'm telling E, take me to the hospital.
Big up young old vibes. That's why I always love fucking women's perspective on these type of things. Big up young old vibes. I would never have thought of that. Big up young old vibes. Excellent perspective. When you're young, you confuse possession and jealousy for love. I feel bad for her. That's so fucking true. Like, he's really into me. He really fucking loves me. He's all up in my space. He's always asking for... Yeah, it's true, because I've heard of girls tell me, like, back in the day, if I holler at a girl... Yeah, I've heard of a girl, like, I've maybe hollered at back in the day, tell me something along the lines of, like, nah, my man, he's got my location, you know, he's fucking crazy. Like, it's almost like a weird humble brag. He's got my location, he's always tracking me. He's got an air tag on my shit. It's like, what? Like, why are you saying, like, but they kind of love it because it seems like the guy is all about them. All he thinks about is either fucking them or who they're fucking when he's not there, you know? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of fucking sense.
Meanwhile, the phone never hung up. The phone never hung up, so...
Especially because I also think, despite her image and despite what she puts out there, I also have a feeling she's not as sexually she's not as sexually what's that thing called? Promiscuous as it probably seems. People think she is. So imagine the first guy you're with, or one of the first guys you're kind of with, you also have a kid by him, and then he's also very jealous and possessive. You mistake that for love, and you're not that experienced. It makes sense why she's all into him as well. But again, I always wonder, like, how do guys find girls? Like, is it like a innate thing when you're an abuser? Like, how do guys always seem to find the perfect victim like this? How do they stumble across girls like this? That's what I always wondered. Guys who are abusive, how are they able to stumble across women who are more susceptible to accepting or enduring or putting up with that abuse? It's never women that are like, nah, fuck off. It's always like, you know, girls who are maybe broken, who maybe come from, you know, whatever, dysfunctional backgrounds and shit. It's kind of sad, man. It really is. It's almost like they sniff them out. They almost target them, that, you know, specifically, hey, I'm gonna fuck with your head.
Also heard all this shit going on, right? So right after that, I'm trying to wake E up to take me to the hospital because my hand is literally like hanging.
No, that's a good point. Big up Johnny Sneed. Every woman has that one man they fall under a spell to. Example, Urian Riley. That's very true too. That's very true. Maybe there is, maybe every woman has the capacity to fall head over heels with, unconditionally love somebody they shouldn't love. Maybe every person, gender-wise, regardless of gender, has slots for 3 people in your life who can do anything to you and you're always gonna love them. But not everybody is gonna take the piss out of that love. Not everybody's gonna take advantage out of you being that vulnerable or that open. Some people are gonna be okay to just like, you know, love you the way you are. Not everybody's gonna be a fucking piece of shit. That's the difference. I think that's the difference that we're seeing here. I think this guy's just taking advantage of it. It's not her fault that she's mad in love with this guy. There's no problem with that. It's just, you know, it's kind of unfortunate that she met a dude that, you know, enjoys beating her up as much as he does enjoy being with her.
Like, fucked up. So E's drunk as fuck. He's like, Danny, go lay down. And I'm like, bro, okay. So I call Sosa and I'm like, bro, I need to see a doctor. Like, I need to go to the hospital. So he comes and picks me up and he calls like the house. We use the same house call doctor. So he calls the doctor for me. The doctor comes, looks at my wrist, makes sure my teeth aren't going to fall out, gave me some medicine.
So Chief Keef picked her up anyway to go to the hospital.
And I go to sleep. I stayed at Sosa's house that night. This was all at like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. So I took 2 Xanax, went to sleep, and didn't wake up till 4 or 5 o'clock. I call E's phone when I wake up, which E's Levon's best friend. And when he called me, it was on FaceTime, and he seen like Sosa got a whole bunch.
This girl is fucking incredible. How are you with somebody that's volatile? How are you with a volatile person that wants to beat you up and hit you, and then you're calling them from the house of some famous rapper? Sitting in front of a very clear, like, I'm assuming Chief Keef probably has a very, easy identifiable house interior. If you probably watch Chief Keef's content or see him on streams, you could probably identify what his house looks like. So she's got a very volatile boyfriend who's very physical and abusive, and then you call him or call his best friend from the house of the guy you're in who came to save you. Yeah. You're just asking for trouble, innit, really?
Bunch of shit above his bed, like the Glow Gang shit or whatever. So E seen that and was like, "Oh my God, Danny, are you dead ass right now?"
Yeah, exactly.
And I was just
Exactly.
like, I fucked up bad.
Exactly.
Like, when I
big up E, big up E, big up Levon's friend, big up E. Yo, I know my guy, man. Are you serious? Are you actually trying to call him from Chief Keef's house? Big up E, big up the friend.
And then Sosa dropped me off back home a couple minutes later, and
she didn't say they didn't fuck, by the way. She's not said they didn't fuck. So I guess, it's a tit for tat thing.
Got there, Levon was boxing his stuff up in boxes. I was crying on the floor, screaming like, "Please don't leave me, our family, please don't leave me." So he left his stuff. He ends up going to stay at a hotel for 2 weeks.
Wow.
And in these 2 weeks that he's gone, he meets Alabama.
I'm not gonna lie. I have a feeling, because I've known of guys like this, I have a feeling he was looking for an excuse to cheat loudly. She gave him the excuse when they had the argument, and she called Chief Keef. Because leaving your house for 2 weeks is a bit extreme. Like, you might as well break up. Like, 2 weeks is a bit much. Like, you can throw a strop and be angry for the night, maybe a couple of days, but 2 weeks is fucking extreme. I think he was always looking for an excuse to get out. They had an argument, and then he found the excuse and kind of ran with it. Even though he's probably been fucking girls anyway the whole time. So I think that's probably what eventually happened. But she's probably a bit too in love to realize it. But I think he just took advantage of this situation for his own gain.
Me and Levon get back together after this 2 weeks, and I'm on Instagram.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Big up Johnny Sneed. She did all of this, just to make him jealous. She didn't even, because she didn't mention they smashed or didn't smash. So I'm assuming they didn't. Let's give her benefit of the doubt. So she just did all of this to make him jealous. And most likely that kid is also a fan of Chief Keef anyway. So it's like, hey, okay, I'm going to go smash her hero. You know the guy that you look up to, your favorite rapper of all time? I'm gonna smash him. I'm gonna call him now so he can pick me up. You know what I mean? So she did it all to make him jealous, and he used it as a way to kind of go and fuck Alabama Barker, who he probably always wanted to fuck anyway. Oh, it's so toxic. This is fucking so entertaining. So entertaining and so toxic.
Me and E sitting in the bed, I'm on Instagram. And I click a picture of Alabama on the Explore page and I see it says follow. And I'm like, what? Alabama follow me? So I called Talon. And I'm like, did something happen between us and Bama? Like, I'm confused. So Talon's like, oh, I had heard something about...
Hold on. How do you click somebody's picture and see they unfollowed you? If she's following Alabama, why would it say follow on? I don't understand how she realized that. If you follow somebody but they unfollow you, you wouldn't know. If you go on their profile, it would just say you're following them. How does she know she's did she go through the friends or something? I don't really understand that point.
About her and Levine. But she was like, I didn't even think it was serious. I thought it was just made up, so I didn't even tell you. I didn't want to work you up. So I called Levine and I'm like, Levine, you know this bitch? Like, so I'm texting Levine. I'm on the phone with Levine and I'm texting Bama, like, Bama, call me now. Like, what the fuck? Like, why am I hearing something about you and my baby daddy? And she's like, what? No, never. And I'm like, girl, what? Like, be real with me. So she calls me and she's like, yeah, we met and we exchanged numbers, but that was it. Levine didn't tell me the truth, nor did Alabama tell me the truth.
Yo, women can be diabolical. I think, let me put this in public. I think probably women do each other dirty more than men do. I think there's probably I think there's probably girl groups. There's probably girl friendship groups where certain girls in that friendship groups have fucked other girls' husbands behind each other's backs and none of them know. But I don't think that's common within guy friendship groups. I don't think it's common for your close friends to be hollering at your girl or your wife. But I think for whatever reason, maybe it's a competitiveness of women, I feel like there's way more common for a girl friendship group to have girls in that group who are fucking each other's partners and boyfriends and husbands behind each other's backs on some mad, diabolical, skeevious. I bet you that happens often. They don't know, have no idea that, you know, your best friend fucked your husband and does on the side all the time. Yikes.
So,
but I still think guys in general cheat more. I think maybe girls are a little bit more like, oh shit, that's conniving, that's some crazy shit. But I think in general, guys are probably still the more deplorable ones. They're the ones that are gonna have fucking, you know what I mean? They're gonna have 7 kids by 8 baby mamas. You know? Guys are a bit more like fucking reckless that way. Don't give a fuck. Destroying families, not giving a fuck about the kids, impregnating random girls, not being present, being deadbeat dads. That's way more common. But I think when it comes to the fucking adultery, the fucking behind the back, I think girls' friendship groups are wild. Which is probably why a lot of girls probably are very picky about their friends also. And who gets to meet their partners and shit. You know? Like, because at some Christmas party, if you go to sleep too early and you lead them up, if some girls are probably conscious of that too. They don't lead their friends up late around their man because they know if they lead them up around their men late at night and there's enough eggnog in the fridge, someone's gonna get fucked.
Basically, like a couple weeks later, I'm at my mom's house in Florida. And Levine not answering the phone, so I track the location on the car and I see that the car is in Alabama's neighborhood.
I love how this toxic traits are just so like easy. Young old vibes is right. Young old vibes is fucking right. That possession and jealousy thing for some people is like a love language. They both do it to each other. I'm sure he probably puts air tags in her shit and she has the GPS system or whatever app on her phone so she can track the car that he's most likely using, and she knows that Alabama Barker lives. And oh my god, this is so bad, man. So fucking bad all the way around.
So I called Alabama, like, is Levon at your house? And she was like, no, he's not. She was like, hold on, give me 5 minutes, I'm gonna call you back. So she calls me, and she's like, yeah, my mom has it all on recording. She was like, yeah, we linked each other a couple times, but we never had sex. It wasn't like that. Like, he lied to me and told me that he wasn't him. First of all, he has my name tattooed on his neck. Like, how the fuck?
God damn. God damn. Yo, big up LV, man. Big up Levon. Big up Levon, bro. Big up Levon. He's not a streamer. He's not a popular content creator. He's not an influencer. He's not a rapper. He's not a professional athlete. And he has 2 very wealthy white women eating out of the palm of his hands. 2 very, let's say Alabama Barker's wealthy. Let's say she's rich. He has 2, one wealthy, one rich, one generational wealth, one, whatever wealth that she made. Eating out of the palm of his hands. God damn it. What a king.
Fuck are you gonna say that he told you it wasn't him when you could have easily figured out it was him? And then up until now basically she sent me, I posted something about her on my Finsta because it kind of ticked me off watching her live her life like she's not a fucking homewrecker. Like, she didn't cause me so many problems. I was a postpartum mom going through cancer, finding out that my boyfriend was cheating on me. My baby daddy was cheating on me. Like...
Yeah, but you gotta... Sorry, I can't feel sorry for you, man. You've got to take some personal accountability. Postpartum, young mother, going through cancer. Why did you stay then? Leave. This is not like a common abuse story where women have no options and they're kind of trapped by their circumstances and lack of options. You have money. You have fame. Leave. Leave. There's no leave. If you're voluntarily putting yourself in this position, and one of the things that I can kind of say that's kind of toxic, but I think it makes sense. At least abusive people aren't fake, if that makes sense. Maybe they're fake in front of other people, but abusive person is generally abusive. They're generally a piece of shit. They generally take the piss. They're generally horrible, generally. Consistently, across the time. If that's true, you have enough information, enough feedback of how they're like. Leave. They're not going to change. They've shown you plenty of times how they are. You call some guy on the phone to make him jealous, and then he decides to beat you up, break your teeth, crush your hand in the door. Like, come on, man. Seal your eyes shut. Like, it's one thing maybe, I don't know, getting in some sort of pushing match, which is still too much for me when it comes to physicality against a woman. But like clencing your fist and punching a girl in the face repeatedly until her eyes swell shut. Yeah, you deserve the electric chair, bro. But you're staying voluntarily. I'm sorry. You have to eat that one. You have to eat that one. You have all the resources to go somewhere else, but you stay. That's your problem, kind of. You have to, you know what I mean? I don't know what more. I don't know how, you know what I mean? You can't feel bad for somebody that doesn't want to help themselves. Like,
she just rushed, and this is not the first time she's done this to a girl. I just had a famous girl DM me 2 hours ago saying, oh yeah, she hit up my boyfriend as soon as I posted him. Like, this is something that this girl does.
So Alabama Barker is a known, but to be fair too, you have to go through that as a young girl. Everyone's been through that, even guys. I know I've been through that. In guys circles, it doesn't work that way. I think in guys groups, there's usually a guy in your group who kind of likes to downplay all the girls that you're maybe hollering at hitting. Like, purposely. They'll start negging them to make you feel bad or to make you feel like they're ugly. And then if you decide to break up with them, guess what they do? They then go and sweep them up. There's always that guy in a group. Oh man, really? Her? Man, she's busted, man. Have you heard? Start saying all this mad shit. It might put you off. You might be off her. And then later on down the line, you find out he fucking wifed her. So never listen to those guys. But I think in girls groups, there's always that girl that does like, or that doesn't know. And I bet you this, by the way. I bet you this. I bet you this Alabama Barker girl. I bet you this. I bet you this. I bet you any money this. I bet you, because it feels like Alabama Barker and Bhad Bhabie are friends. They were always friends. They were the same social group. That's why she feels she's more crushed and disappointed that her friend would do this. But I bet you any money, in their group, it's known that this Alabama Barker girl likes to fuck other girls' mans. Like, she likes to take people's man. Like, hey, I got your man. My shit's fire. He can't get enough of me. That, you know, she brags. She loves that sense of achievement, and they laugh about it. It's a joke. Oh my god, man, you're fucking crazy. You took someone else's man again. Watch, I'm gonna take that guy's man, and they'll kind of cheer her on. So they're okay with it when she does it to other people, but if she does it to themselves, now they get upset. So they know. They've seen her do it before. You've been warned. She does it to other people. Now she's doing it to you. Suddenly you're upset. You should have had an issue with it from when she was doing it to other people. You shouldn't have stood for it. You should have been like, hey, that's not cool. You should have pulled her to one side and, you know, told her, hey, that's not cool. But now she's doing it to you. Suddenly you got your panties in a twist. It is what it is, isn't it? She's just doing what she does.
So even though Levine is in the wrong, Alabama's even wronger because a man gonna be a man, but bitch, you call yourself my friend. Like, what the fuck?
Well, she's not your friend, isn't it?
So anyways, I posted something about her on Finsta because I was ticked off watching her live her life like she ain't do nothing. I was just like, this bitch just acting like everything's fine and dandy. Like, bitch, you're a fucking homewrecker. Like, what the fuck?
That's some real evil Cersei Dallas, the fucking sinister shit, innit? You're at home crying. You're going through it. You're on FaceTime with your mum for 1,000,000 hours. You're fucking ranting and raving on your Finsta. And this girl's just posting pictures of her fits and getting her makeup done and her hair done, going out somewhere, listening to some new music. It would drive you mad.
So someone sent her the post from my Finsta and she DMs me and she's like, I don't want to be nothing like you, Dr. Phil loser, bitch. And your bum ass man keeps hitting me up. He wants me so bad, confessing his love to me, da da da. So yesterday, she sends me, was it yesterday, the day before yesterday? The day before yesterday, she sends me a screenshot of some messages with her and LV. But she deleted the messages she had sent to him where the messages I posted yesterday, it was those messages. But Levine ended up sending me the real messages where she was like, come to my house, come see me.
Ouch.
And Levine told me that they never even was in Vegas with each other.
Ouch.
And the timestamp from when Levine met her up until now, he hasn't went to Vegas on his own. He hasn't done no shit like that, so.
Why can't she just leave the guy? Why is she trying to rationalize and figure out when they're like, isn't there enough evidence for a breakup? Isn't there enough material? Isn't there enough reasons to just like leave? God almighty, this guy must be like the guy, innit? He must be the dude because he beats her, demeans her, bullies her probably, mentally, physically, fucks her friends, and she's still trying to like work out what's going on. Bruh, you know what's going on. You know what's going on. God almighty, bro. This whole thing about a family too, like, it doesn't work like that. You can't just stay together for the sake of the kid, even though you guys are arguing and fighting. Kids feel that shit. Even if it's a fucking toddler. It's not a fucking good environment for a kid to grow up in. To have two parents who hate each other, who are arguing, you know, whatever, fighting all the time. That's not a good environment for the kid to grow up in. It doesn't actually help the family at all. It actually makes the situation worse. You both need to be happy, respectively, for that kid to grow up in a happy household. But if you're both not happy and fighting all the time and cheating on each other all the time, that ain't gonna help. So you're probably better off separated. And as well, maybe as well, what we're missing, and maybe that guy's actually a good dad. That's what probably we're missing. Maybe behind the scenes, he actually does help and take care of the kid a lot. So now she's thinking if he leaves, oh shit, I'll go do this by myself. Because it sounds like she doesn't live with her mum. Her mum lives in another place, it seems like. So if she leaves by herself and she's like, what, under 25, she's probably really scared about having to bring up the kid on her own. Because she probably spends a lot of time by herself. But hey, man, that's what comes with having a kid so young, innit? You just gotta, like, I don't know, you gotta suck it up and do it, I guess, innit? Or do you prefer getting beaten up?
So basically, she sends me a whole bunch of screenshots yesterday of messages with her and Levon. Levon saying they not real. I feel
they're not real.
I feel like they're real because I know how my man type.
They're not real.
And the stuff that's being said is just like
That's a mad defense. They're not real.
beyond me, honestly.
It's AI.
Like,
It's AI, babe. It's
the
AI.
way, the fact that the bond that me and Levon have, as close as we are, the fact that he could send another female messages like this is just.
Yo, man, I don't think I've ever been lucky enough to have a girl love me like this. As toxic as that sounds, I don't think I've ever been lucky enough to have a girl love me like this, where she will excuse such behavior and say a sentence like that. The bond that we have, I can't believe you would do this. It's like, what? Obviously you don't have a bond. Clearly. What special connection do you think you have? If he's willing to fuck your friends. That's not a connection. What? He could fuck anyone else, but he enjoys fucking your friends too. I don't know about that bond, bro. I think that bond isn't what you think it is. Maybe he enjoys the bond because he's got access to some young white girls that he likes to fuck, but I don't know. Jesus Christos.
It's disturbing. It's vile. So, me and Levon have decided to break up. I feel like our relationship has ran its course.
Oh, finally,
I would never
finally.
beef with a bitch about a man, especially no bitch that look up to me.
Nah, you do. Come on. Or I bet you it probably hurts her even more because she probably doesn't think Alabama Barker is as good looking as her. Because she's probably seen Alabama Barker without the makeup. You know, girls have seen girls behind the scenes. So it probably hurts her more. Like, you know how girls are when it comes to competing with each other in looks? It probably hurts her more that her guy is like simping after Alabama Barker when she thinks Alabama Barker is, you know, busted.
I'm not doing it. Like, bitch, I'm your OG. Please. Like,
that's fair.
Shit is just.
She doesn't seem happy about the breakup though, does she? She doesn't seem happy about it.
Shit is really crazy. And,
oh, bless.
like, I literally just had surgery a couple days ago and I'm dealing with this right now. Like. Shit is really crazy, but Alabama is a liar to some extent. She is a manipulator to some extent, as well as Levon is. So, I just feel like our relationship has ran its course, and there's nothing I could do at this point. This is beyond embarrassing. This is beyond disturbing, especially with everything that I'm going through. Like, it's just.
Oh, and he walks into the room. Is that him there? Oh shit, that's him, innit? That's him. Holy shit. He walks into the room. He walks into the room. Oh shit. Speak of the devil and he shall appear, bro. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. 6666 into the mirror.
This
Holy
is beyond
shit.
disturbing.
He walks into the room.
Especially with everything that I'm going through.
Big
like,
up Levon. Toxic king. Toxic young king. This is comedy, bro. This is fucking comedy.
You got something you want to say?
Silence. Awkward. Look how happy she is. She loves that guy, man. They're gonna get back together again. She loves him, man.
It's not funny.
She loves that guy, man. They're not gonna break up.
We can't take nothing serious. Yes, that's him. Like, we live together. We have a whole baby together. Like, he's not just gonna disappear out of thin air. But we have decided to break up.
You lived together, but you broke up. Yeah, they're definitely still fucking. Definitely. Okay, fair play.
Was I supposed to hide him like how I already did?
She feels a little bit embarrassed, though. She feels a little bit embarrassed. You can tell. She feels a little bit embarrassed. It is what it is, isn't it? It is what it is. Enjoy your toxic relationship, man. Hopefully it works out. Hopefully there's nothing bad happens to her, but hey, it is what it is. It is what it is.
Yeah, I don't really know what else to say. Like, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Do you think she's repeating the stuff that she's seen at home growing up? Do you think love to her is that jealousy, possession shit? Maybe seeing her mum and the boyfriends and the guys that she had over the house, and that's what love looked like. Because it's like, to be that young and to be in such a tumultuous, up and down, physical, violent, distressing, it's just, it seems like a lot, bro. And to have a kid as well, like, and the kids involved, it's just like, God, why would you pick this for yourself? Especially when you have options. Even if you don't have options, why would you willingly be okay with being in a situation like this? Jesus Christos. And only now finally breaking up, which probably won't last, by the way. But hey, big up Bhad Bhabie, big up Bhad Bhabie. Okay, moving on. Let's move on because I'm bored. So, let's talk a little bit about some streetwear stuff. We got this news courtesy of Street Night Live regarding the Adidas Originals by Cleo. Now, I'm not too sure who Cleo is. I think Cleo's an influencer probably, I'm assuming. But the shoes look like fucking fire. And they kind of remind me a little bit of these other shoes that I saw Street Night Live talk about, actually. Let me get them up. Because I feel like there's this trend already happening. Now I've seen already 2 shoes like that. And maybe it also applies to the Miu Miu. To the Miu Miu New Balances that dropped as well. There's this new trend I'm noticing of these like 0 drop shoes. So it's the upper of a shoe that looks like a conventional, you know, sneaker, but the soles are really thin, almost like a plimsoll type of sole. And obviously the Miu Miu New Balances was something that people would probably say is like that. I'm sure some of you guys have seen those, right? The Miu Miu New Balances. Those are obviously an obvious example of that particular trend. So I've seen it obviously with these particular shoes here, as you can see, which I really like the look of. I'm not too sure if they'll suit me with my size, you know, 11 fucking feet and shit, but they look really fucking cool. So you got the upper of a regular sneaker, but then you have a really thin sole, a really thin outsole. It's a 0 drop sole. Weirdly enough, this actually would help you with your feet. If you've got issues like you've got plantar fasciitis, wearing a shoe that has 0 drop, that has no real thick midsole or outsole and shit, and just kind of lets your foot kind of rest on the floor, rest kind of parallel to the fucking floor, parallel to the sole, can actually help to kind of improve the muscles in your feet and can kind of mimic walking barefoot and stuff. So it's actually pretty good for you. So that's one thing that I've noticed. And then if you continue on with this, as I said previously about the trends that I'm seeing here, in this particular new trend with this shoe here, where is it? This Adidas Cleo. This is also has the same effect where it's got this really thin sole. So it's not much there. Maybe it's a little bit heightened towards the back here, but it's really, really thin and really, really small. And then if you see this other trend that I saw courtesy of Street Night Live, he's got this other shoe that he also showed here that's also doing bits online, is this Prada collapse. So there's 2 trends here I'm noticing, or no, 2 different companies doing the, piggybacking off this trend of this really thin sole. You've got Prada with this collapse shoe for spring summer 2025, which is this like foldable collapsible sneaker. So I guess you can wear it like a sandal and kind of have your foot over the heel, or you can wear it like a sneaker and put it around, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, if you zoom in, it looks like that bit is elasticated. The bit where you put your foot in is elasticated, and there's no like hard bit in the back of the sole. So you can kind of flatten it out to wear like a mule, wear like a sandal, or you can wear it like a regular sneaker by stretching it out and putting your foot inside it. And it's also a 0 drop, and it's got like a really thin sole. But they also look really cool with like really baggy pants. And then you've got this Cleo, which I think is a similar sort of vibe. It kind of reminds me of a regular Adidas. I don't know what the upper is. Is it like a ZX, a Boston? I don't know what the regular upper is particularly what the model is, but it's got a really thin sole. It looks really cool. It's got like a, what color do you call it? I guess you call it a gray and navy makeup with the stripes in like this kind of almost champagne brown type of color, and these nice flat laces that look really cool too. And you've also got a little nice hang tag on there too. But I do like the makeup of it. It's, I think the suede here, I think this suede on nubuck, and also you got a bit of a navy upper and this kind of pink champagne brown stripes on the side, and you've got this really nice outsole that's almost, I guess that's like an off-white type of color, but it almost looks like it kind of looks like a crepe sole, but it's not. But also looks a little bit like a sole that you'd get on a Cortez. The midsole of it kind of looks like the midsole of a Cortez. Sorry, this looks like kind of like the midsole of a Cortez, but then it's got this like waffled sort of like print on the bottom as well there, which I really like. but I do like the flat laces. I like the short toe box, makes the laces kind of extend at the front. And obviously the colorway is really good and will probably go with a lot of fucking shoes that you got probably in your fucking wardrobe. So this Cleo looks fucking really cool. I love the look of it. As do I like the look of this new Prada collapse shoe that's due to come out. Most likely though, unfortunately, this Prada collapse shoe is probably going to be bucks. It's probably going to be like 500 euros plus, even though it's kind of made up of like 2 materials and it probably is easy construction. It's got this nice little Prada embossing here at the front in this like silver foil so people can see what you're wearing. It would also be really nice if they had like a little red heel, a little red line on the back of the sole, so you can kind of look at the America Cup so people can see from the back that you're wearing Pradas. But yeah, they look really cool. I'm not sure if anybody would wear them, would have holes in their socks. So that's actually really swaggy to be affording shoes that are like 500 euros and jeans that are like 1,000 euros, but then also having holes in your socks. That's pretty cool, I think. But yeah, most likely these will be like 500 euros. I'm not lying, because Prada do not skimp when it comes to shoes. They don't play when it comes to the price of their shoes or their sunglasses. They do not play. You're gonna pay. But I do like the look of them. They look really cool with baggy trousers. These like thin shoes, and kind of reminds me a little bit of like Balenciaga styling back when he was doing those ballet flats or ballet pumps with big baggy jeans, or the plimsoll shoes, you know, or the sock shoes with big baggy jeans. I like the contrast of it. Your feet look really flat and kind of, you know, whatever, disappear under this big volume of kind of material of these pants you're wearing. So I do like both of them. No details on when they're going to drop, the Cleo or the Prada shoe. I think the Prada shoe most likely is going to come out sometime next year, obviously with it being a spring 2025 show that they will debut at. And I think the Cleo most likely will come out soon too, I'm assuming, hence why we're seeing these pictures. But really, really cool shoes. Really, really cool shoes. Let's continue. I also want to mention this. Whilst I was in Berlin, I noticed some trends in terms of shoes that people are wearing. Obviously, a lot of the kids are still wearing Solomon's XT6s or whatever they're called. So a bunch of people are wearing Solomon's. I saw more New Rock boots than I've ever seen in my entire life. I took my New Rock boots with me, and I felt like when I wore my New Rock boots out, I felt like I was one of those like Italian, French, Spanish girls who used to wear those fucking feelers or those buffalo sneakers. If you know, you know. It feels like the New Rocks have approached that level of baitness and popularity. They're on the same level of how people used to wear those fucking feelers and those fucking buffalo sneakers. Every person had a pair of New Rocks. They were everywhere. And it felt like a few years ago when I went, it wasn't the same thing. So I'm seeing a bunch of Solomons. I'm seeing a bunch of New Rock boots. And I've also saw a bunch of kids wearing Speed Cats, wearing Puma Speed Cats. This particular model in the red and the black. I saw a bunch of people wearing Speed Cats whilst I was out in Berlin, and these shoes have taken over, absolutely taken over, especially the reds as well. I saw a bunch of girls wearing the red Speed Cats all over there whilst I was there. So they've definitely have a resurgence in the scene at the moment. Everyone's kind of going crazy over the Speed Cats. Personally, I don't really like them, not gonna lie. I'd rather wear Puma suedes if it was me personally. I'd rather wear Puma suedes, but the Speed Cats was so popular in the Berlin streets. I saw a bunch of kids wearing the black ones. I saw a bunch of kids wearing the red ones all over the place. One of the things I really like about the Speed Cats though is the outsole. Obviously, it's kind of like a tire tread thing. I like how it wraps around it. The quality of it looks really cool. And the little Puma logo that's embroidered here on the front of the toe box is really nice. So I don't mind them. But, you know, I've never really been the biggest fan of them. Like I said, if I want a shoe with a big Puma sign, I'm going to wear Puma Clydes, like the quintessential like hip-hop staple shoe. But I do like the look of them and what they look like. And I still remember the old school adverts of them and the tire and shit back in the day, because they're kind of, you know, their inspiration taken from like F1 shoes. But yeah, I saw a bunch of kids in Berlin wearing the Speed Cats. So big up the Speed Cats and their popularity out there in Berlin. Everybody's going fucking crazy over the freaking Speed Cats. Moving on. We got this post courtesy of Complex regarding the 10 best streetwear brands of 2024, or brands in general. 10 best brands as ranked by Complex. Most of these lists always stir up debate and stir up a lot of kind of intrigue and stir up a lot of conjecture and whatever else and shouting matches. But I'm just curious to see what Complex has rated as the 10 best brands. It's probably going to be the same brands that we all know and love, but let's see what they have to say. The first brand here on the list, in descending order, number 10, Palace. Palace is one of the top 10 brands, which I think they should be a little bit upset with the placement. Although I'd never wear the brand and I hate the people behind it and shit, and I'd never fucking have a single piece of clothing on my back ever in a million years, never ever supporting that brand ever again. Objectively speaking, they've been killing it. I don't like the collabs. I think the collabs have kind of cheapened what they're doing, but it's clearly a purposeful thing to do the collabs and to do them the way they're doing. And the collabs they're doing, the brands they're doing collabs with, they're not shit. They're all sick collabs. Vivienne Westwood, Oakley, Needles, I forgot the other ones. Too many to mention. Loads of brands that they're kind of collaborating with, and they're producing some really good shit. The Vivienne Westwood collaboration that recently dropped was maybe one of their hardest collaborations that they've done. That Vivienne Westwood collab, this tracksuit jacket that this guy's wearing in his collection, the jacket that big up my guy Fashion Roadman, the bondage sort of like bomber jacket type of thing that they had going on there. It's fucking hard. The teddy bear bags and little coin things, whatever. It was so good. The whole collection has been really, really good. So objectively speaking, I would say if I was involved with Palace, I'd be a little bit upset that I'm ranked 10th, to be fair. I think they deserve to be a little bit higher. Scrolling down, what's they got here? They got number 9, they've got Denim Tears. Top 10, number 9, Denim Tears. What would I say about that? Culturally speaking, probably it makes sense, because when I went to the airport on the way to go to Berlin, yo, I think I saw more kids wearing Denim Tears sweats than I did see Fear of God essentials. I didn't see that many kids in the airport with essentials. All I saw were kids wearing North Face Nupsies like I have, all black, or like, you know, a black and purple, whatever, those type of combos. But majority of kids were wearing all black, so I feel like we're all the same. Everyone had the same Nupsi that I had, the all black Nupsi. And I saw a bunch of cotton reefs. So many cotton reefs. Cotton reef full suits, cotton reef sweatpants, cotton reef hoodies, everywhere at the airport. Every fucking where. I was actually considering getting one myself. I was actually considering getting a fucking set myself, obviously from fucking AliExpress or something. I was considering getting a set myself just to wear to the airport to be fucking cozy, but I decided against it last minute because I already had a couple of plain sweats I could have wore. But I've seen so many cotton reef sweats over the last few years, or over this year specifically. Number 9 probably makes sense. They probably deserve to be in the top 10. I don't know where specifically, but number 9 makes sense, you know, regarding on how popular that cotton reef has been. The only disappointing thing I think about Denim Tears, unfortunately for them, unlike Supreme, I feel like it's probably the benchmark, because I feel like you see people wearing all types of Supreme outside. Like myself, I have backpacks. People have hoodies, jackets, trainers, cab cats, you know, accessories. You see people wearing all types of Supreme shit outside. Whereas I feel like Denim Tears, you only see people wearing the cotton reef New Era, cotton reef t-shirt, sweatshirt, sweatpants, hoodie, whatever. You don't ever see them wearing the other shit, what you deem to be ready to wear. So I don't really think I've seen anybody wearing the Marc Jacobs bag, although that's sick. I've not seen anybody wear the Our Legacy stuff in public. I've not seen anybody wear the other stuff that he's done in public, Tremaine and shit. So that might be the only disappointing thing. The only thing people are wearing, you see them wearing on the streets, is a cotton reef shit, when really he does a lot of other stuff that I think is probably even stronger than the cotton reef stuff. But you know, I guess in time. Number 8, we got Willy Cavarria. I think this is personally, I feel like this is one of those things that you do to make it seem like you know about fashion. You're kind of including him just to kind of seem like, you know, you get it. But I don't really understand why Willy Cavarria is in this list. It makes no sense personally, to be honest. I don't really get it personally, because I don't think anybody really wears it in that regard. I think he's obviously a well-regarded designer, but I think it's, you know, it definitely belongs more on the fashion side of things. And I don't really understand. I don't really understand why it's in this list. I'm not gonna lie. I don't understand it. Let's read the blurb. Why did justify it? Let's see the justification for including Willy Cavarria in this list. Looking ahead to his 10-year anniversary next year, Willy Cavarria is charging forward in full force. Since leaving his post as Senior Vice President of Menswear at Calvin Klein in 2023, a role he filled for almost 3 years, Cavarria is focused solely on growth of his eponymous label, which saw massive success in 2024. Really? Massive success? What, retail-wise or just awards and accolades? Because, I don't know. I don't see anybody wearing Willy Cabrera in real life. The Mexican-American designer championing black, brown, queer, and immigrant communities has earned him a CFDA award for Menswear Designer of the Year. It was his second consecutive crowning of the year, and it beat out competition from the likes of Emily Bode and Todd Snyder, Mike Amiri, and Tom Brown. Leading with the whole black queer thing probably gives a reason why he's on this list. Cabrera's experience at Calvin Klein and Ralph Lauren and Yeezy Gap before that seems to have built him more than strong foundation to operate his own business. Just this year, he expanded his product offering to include footwear by way of collaborations with Alan Edmonds and a sign of major growth of his independent brand. His spring-summer 2025 September Fashion Week runway has unveiled a huge apparel and sneaker collaboration with Adidas, part of which were available online as a see now, buy now, straight off the runway. Key pieces sold out instantly. In addition to his long-time supporters of Kendrick Lamar, Doechii, J Balvin, Lewis Hamilton, and Charlie XX, he has recently been spotted a Cabrera's campaign of custom gear with a Paris Fashion Week men's debut slotted for January 2025. Willy Cabrera is definitely close to his goal of total global domination. Yeah, I feel like this is a bit of a friend thing. It makes no sense why he's on this list personally. I don't get it. There's way other brands that have had better motion or traction or buzz this year than him. I don't see why he belongs in this list. Big up Don Dotter. Willy Cabrera has had motion in NY for some reason. No one really wears his stuff outside. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't really see people wearing his stuff outside of people who are maybe like. I probably would have respected having Telfar on this list before Willy Cabrera. I'm not gonna lie. Or who's the other guy? The light-skinned dude that used to work for Hood by Air. Is it Luau? I have more understanding of him being on this. Moa Lola deserves to be on the list more than Willy Cabrera. Like what? Like nah. That's a weird addition. Anyway, continue on. Joe Freshgoods, I like, to be fair. I'm not gonna lie, I do like, although he hasn't done a lot of stuff in terms of branding outside of the collaborations with shoes. He's starting to do more though. Big up Joe Freshgoods. He's got a fucking top dropping this week, innit, right? I think Joe Freshgoods has a fucking top, if I'm not mistaken. Let's actually go to social. I think Joe Freshgoods has a really cool fleece dropping this week, actually. Big up, yeah, there we go. Big up Joe Freshgoods, absolute fucking legend. Does some really cool collaborations. He single-handedly, in my opinion, is the one that resuscitated Saucony. He's bringing them back to life. Without him at Saucony, I don't think they will be culturally relevant at all. The collaborations he's done with them, the models, the colorways, stupendous. And he has this really cool fleece that's dropping this Friday that I'm gonna try and cop. Everyone's going crazy over it. People are competing and saying this as follows. Look, they're saying a decision will have to be made on Friday. They're saying that they have to choose between buying this Palace fleece. It's an Alpachian funnel fleece, Palaska blue, the great indoors. And there's also his fleece with the cowboy on the horse. The Palace fleece is nice, but I think the wording on the front spoils it personally. I know everyone does this now because of branding and because kids like to have names on shit, but I think having Palace across the front like that, especially without being tonal, is really fucking annoying and jarring. I much prefer Joe Freshgoods' fleece, and I also like the fact that he's got drawstrings to kind of cinch it at the waist, so it doesn't have this elasticy thing, so it's kind of like a straight hem thing going there. But this is the fleece. It's a it's a Sherpa pullover. Oh, so it's not a zip. Okay, so is it a pullover or is it a zip? So it says here, Joe Freshgoods Midnight Riders Fall Winter 2024 Pullover Sherpa, available online and in-store this Friday. So it's dropping this Friday from Joe Freshgoods. So I feel like if Joe Freshgoods starts to make way more of this type of stuff, I'll be down for him being on the list. I'd love to see him make more clothing. I'd love to see him because I think he's got great taste and he's obviously a really good designer. I'd love to see him make more clothing like this. I think this Sherpa fleece is fucking hard as fuck. I wear the fuck out of this. I love the fact that the cowboy wearing it also has like increased his jeans with a line in the middle. I think that's fucking hard. And it says there's a pullover, so it doesn't got a zip. Let me zoom in there. Oh yeah, it's a quarter zip. Okay. It's a quarter zip pullover. Okay, really nice. Sherpa. I love how it's bubbled it is and stuff. It's got a zip here, quarter zip at the front, and it's got like a illustration of a cowboy on a horse that's done in color as well. So it's a really nice pullover, I'm not gonna lie. Dropping this Friday. Try and get it if possible, but I'm sure it's gonna fucking sell out. So I'm not really mad at him being on that list, but I think maybe it's a little bit, premature because all he does is really footwear collaborations, although they're still hard. Continuing on, Cortez at number 6. I think they deserve to be higher personally. I think they deserve to be higher. the lookbooks, the sneaker collaborations, the drops and how quickly stuff sell out, the activations around them, Clint himself being pretty cool guy. I think they deserve to be way higher, man. I'm really impressed by what they do. Like, I'm almost at a point of view where I think he probably would never do it, maybe. But I think I would love to see Clint be the creative director of Nike. I'd love to see Clint be the creative director of Nike. Honestly, I'd love to see him go in and basically help them redesign sportswear, redesign, you know, tech suits and shit. Especially with the kids now being obsessed with Nike tech fleeces. Imagine Clint went in and designed a whole collection of Nike sportswear focused stuff under the Nike banner without even being Cortez, just him being the creative director of it and doing it for a few seasons. That would sell like fucking hotcakes. He could bring back all those. Back in the day when I was growing up, you could go to Foot Locker and buy like TN tracksuits. I'm sure some of you guys know what I'm talking about. Back in the day, they'll sell TN hats, TN tracksuits and shit to match your Air Maxes, and they were money. I remember back in the day, those things were expensive. Like the track jacket would be like £100, the pants would be like $150. Crazy. This was a Foot Locker back in the day. So imagine if he revives all of that shit, brings back some cool Nike football fucking tracksuits. I fucking would love that. But yeah, I think they deserve to be far higher. I'd put them in the top 5, but top 10 is cool, I guess. Then you got top 5, you got Kith. I'm a big fan of Kith personally, business wise. Maybe not the biggest fan of the drops and the clothing. I feel like the greats or this campaign that they've done where they highlight all these really great people, actors and directors and shit, was really fucking cool. Especially all the visuals and the media and the assets around it was super cool. Some of the videos they did was amazingly well done and well shot. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if maybe what's his name, the guy from Kith is gonna have some sort of like directorial debut in the future. It wouldn't surprise me if he's gearing up to do something like that. Like he's seriously gearing up to, like, you know, make his fucking big screen debut sometime soon. That would be something really cool to see going forward. So I'm not really mad at Kith. Let's read what I say about Kith here. Ronnie Fag has built Kith into a global streetwear empire. There's now a staggering 19 retail stores across the world, with 2 most recent openings being Seoul and Malibu. And collaborations, Faye is collecting them like Infinity Stones. Kith is clearly seen as a valuable partner by heritage brands, eager to attract new customers. Giorgio Armani's first ever apparel collaborations on the brand's 49-year history was with Kith. When Swiss watchmaker Tag Heuer wanted to commemorate F1's Miami Grand Prix in May, it joined forces with Kith to reimagine its Formula 1 timepiece. Speaking of Infinity Stones, Fig even had his own Infinity Gauntlet to celebrate Marvel's 85th anniversary, as well as versions of the A6 G2160. Also, you can mention the campaigns. Martin Scorsese appeared in the brand's Armani campaign. For a collection celebrating the Summer Olympics, Kevin Durant made an appearance. Cameron fronted the Spring 2024 campaign, and K-pop sensation Lisa was the face of Kith Women's Summer Collection. Yeah, you can't. Come on, man. That's too much, man. He fucking killed it. So big up Kith. Louis Vuitton under Pharrell. Nah, you can't put that top 5, man. Top 10 maybe in terms of like cultural impact, but you can't put that top 4. No way. Pharrell, Louis Vuitton, top 5. Nah, this is payola, man. This is them trying to be in the good books of LVMH. This is some nonsense. Nah. Pharrell's best collection was the first one, and since then it's been forgettable. The only thing people have been caring about is the Keeple bag and Tyler Creator's capsule collection, which he said he didn't get a piece of, which is fucking crazy, by the way. They didn't send Tyler Creator a single piece from his capsule collection, and according to the lyrics of his new album. Crazy. But also nice to see that, you know, brands treat everybody like shit. So it's not just me. When I was working, you know, or kind of known for having the blog and stuff, I'd sometimes not get sent stuff and I'd feel personally offended. But it's great to see that the offense and the oversight applies across the board. Even somebody that designed a collection like Tyler doesn't get stuff. You have to kind of ask and beg and plead. But I think having them top 5 is a disgrace, to be fair. I don't think Pharrell's done anything notable or worthwhile or interesting at Louis Vuitton, with the exception of his first collection. After that, it's been absolute downward, and I haven't cared. No one, I don't think, has cared that much apart from the Keeple bag. But hey, what do I know? And then you got number 3, Martin Rose, which I like. I think that's a really good selection, personally. I feel like she's done real bits with her collections and really been strong out there. So big up Martin Rose. I'm always a big fan of the stuff that she does. I feel like collaborations have kind of waned. Not just that's on purpose, but I feel like Martin Rose has kind of not done as many collaborations as probably did in the beginning. Maybe that was mostly to raise funds. I feel like she's been concentrating way more on her runway sort of shit. So I ain't mad at that. Big up Martin Rose. And then number 2, you got Bottega Veneta. I think culturally that makes a lot of sense. I think the bags, the jackets, the shirts, even the shoes, the ready-to-wear in general has been going crazy. Fashion Twitter, people are obsessed with Matteo Blasi. They're obsessed with Bottega Veneta in general. The campaigns, everything about it is fucking going crazy. So this makes all sense to me. And then number 1 brand, they've got Supreme, which also makes sense. Supreme's been killing it. I think Supreme will go down as the greatest streetwear brand of all time. Will go down no matter what happens, just because of the longevity and their ability to still keep their foot on the neck of culture, to still be very prominent, to still be moving the needle, to still be a part of the cultural zeitgeist, to still be pushing things, still making collections that you want to buy. And I feel like for the most part, when it comes to fall, winter, spring, summer, when it comes to Supreme, it's always been hit and miss. Even from when I was buying it many years ago, even to this day, I think spring, summer is probably their weakest collections, in my personal opinion. But I feel like when it comes to fall, winters, woo, Supreme are coming in a league of their own. Fall, winter seasons they're in a league of their fucking own. They're still killing it. So I feel like this additional Supreme in the list makes complete sense. They've actually got a drop that's happening soon. I think this might be a part of the last few drops actually before they probably have to close up. But there's a drop happening soon. Let me go to Drops GG. They have the update on what's dropping this weekend actually. Oh no, today actually. What am I talking about today? I think today's a Spider collab dropping as well. And there's some other bits as well also dropping. Plus I think some winter t-shirts are also dropping. But let's go to Drops GG. You can find them on Twitter at drops.gg on Twitter. And I think they're also on social media on Instagram. So this is the stuff that's dropping on week 18. Week 18, this is what's dropping. This week features Supreme Spider collaboration, Supreme winter tees, Grinch t-shirt, Selma alto saxophone, and more. As you can see here, one of my favorite jackets, by the way, that jacket there, that 698 down jacket is really nice. I've also said from time, I feel like Supreme are purposely starting to make a lot more down jackets that are comparable to a North Face. In the eventual future, they'll go to a point where they'll stop doing collaborations with North Face and they'll bring it all in. Because I'm sure the North Face stuff costs money or takes money out of their pocket in a way. So if they can start manufacturing their own jackets that are of the same level as a North Face, why collab with North Face? You know what I mean? Because the whole collaboration thing from back when Supreme started, it was all about convenience. It was all about, hey, if I want to make a winter jacket, but I don't have the resources or the production skills or the connections with manufacturers to make it at the level of a North Face, let me just collaborate with North Face. Let me just use what their expertise to make a jacket of that level. And obviously, you know, give my fans something that's worthwhile that they can purchase. But I think now with all these years of experience, they've now, you know, learned how to manufacture all that stuff, quote unquote, in-house. So it wouldn't surprise me if long term they decide to start making a lot of these down jackets themselves and not collaborating with North Face. But I could be wrong. There's also a really nice Coach jacket that's lined that I like the look of. The Spider stuff is also pretty cool, especially the gloves and the shiesty. There's also a saxophone that's dropping and some summer t-shirts and some nice double knee pants as well, and some nice trapper camp cat type of things that's also occurring on there. Let's see if I scroll down. Anything else dropping in Supreme? I think that might be it. Of course, you see the jacket there. The down jacket looks really cool. You see some accessories also. Let's see. That's a down jacket that kid's wearing in red. That was really fucking nice. The red one's quite cool. I'm not gonna lie. Personally, I want this. If I were to get one, I'd want this jacket, this color, that kind of like cheetah print, weird. I don't know, this kind of stripe thing. I want this stripe thing, but the red color is really nice, especially against black skin. That red color is fucking beautiful. I'm not gonna lie, it pops really fucking well. So I'm not mad at that red color. Then obviously you got the double knee pants here that the guy's wearing there, and then what else you got dropping? You got the Spider stuff that's also meant to be dropping this today in about 5 minutes if you're watching this live. There's a Spider jacket, Spider hoodie as well, zip up hoodie. You've got accessories, I guess. What's this, the $100 bill thing? You got some stickers and some other bits and bobs as well. So yeah, Supreme being #1 does not surprise me in the slightest. It makes complete sense. They've been killing it. They will go down as the greatest, greatest fucking brand of all time when it comes to streetwear. This is the jacket, Gore-Tex filled down Parker, which is really fucking cool. I love the look of that. And there's also a Coach's Crest jacket, and there's also a paisley flannel shirt and a double knee pants and a Gore-Tex ear flap cap and a Crest beanie, and of course some winter tees that are dropping as well. The winter tees dropping are as follows: Black Cardinal. No, you got the Grinch tee. I don't know what that tee is that with a woman on it. You got another. Yeah, you got like 6 t-shirts here dropping and a long sleeve, or 5 t-shirts and a long sleeve dropping, and obviously the saxophone. There's Tyler wearing the Lacron camp cap, which again is the only way to wear a camp cap, by the way. People like myself who have really big heads. If you have a head like mine, 758s in Neuro fitteds, or if you've got really big hair, the only way to wear a camp cap, unfortunately, is to wear it like this. You have to wear this kind of like what's that word? Aimé Leon Dior style. You know Aimé Leon Dior, when they style their model, they have the hat kind of resting on top of his head. That's the only way to wear a hat like that when you've got a big head. 758s or 8s in a fitted. Because I'd love to wear these hats way more often, but my head is so fucking big. I would love to wear those hats more often, but unfortunately my head's too big. So big up Tyler for giving us an option or a way to wear them, and of course some box logo stuff from back in the day. So yeah, big up Supreme, big up Blood Clot Supreme. You love to see it. You love to see it. Moving on, streetwear stuff. We've got here, Noah brings vintage-inspired women's wear in its timeless collection. So Noah, the brand ran by Noah Babazian, who was a former designer at Supreme. He did the brand Noah whilst he was at Supreme. Then he left Supreme and took Noah full-time. It's really fucking good. If anything, the prices are a little bit crazy. I personally think so. I think it's a little bit overpriced for what it is, but the quality is second to none, and the guys behind it are super safe. I met some of the Noah people when I used to work for this company called Master, doing like online streetwear courses. That was the one that RIP Virgil was the head curator for. I went out to New York and met these guys to kind of, trying to get them on board. In the end, Noah kind of passed on the opportunity, but everybody involved with the brand, behind the scenes, the guys in the store in New York was super nice, especially one dude I met in the store, big tall white dude with like curly hair. I'm not sure if he's white, maybe he's biracial, I'm not sure. Big tall guy, curly hair, very, very lovely guy. If you've been to the store, you know who I'm talking about. Very nice, very personable, very chill. So, and the store as well is really nice hangout to be in. Cozy chairs, great magazine rack, always great music playing, scented really well, merchandise really well. So even though the brand's a little bit overpriced for what it is, or maybe people say get your money up, I do think you're prone to spend some money when you get in there. They make you feel really fucking comfortable in that Noah store. They make you feel really fucking good. They're very attentive, very friendly, very chill. When I was in there, they were recommending me all spots to go and eat and hang out and stuff. Like, I fucking loved it. I think someone might have even gave me some number. I think somebody in the store may have given me a number to get some multivitamins even. So those guys will always have a special place in my heart. And, look, you go in there, they've got this Noah and Donna Summer. They've got a Noah and Donna Summer glitter hoodie for £210, which I think is a lot of money to pay for a fucking black pullover hoodie. But if you go there and you see a black hoodie covered in glitters, right, you're gonna be and the music is playing in the background, right? You hear some Donna Summer playing in the system really loudly, and these nice New York American dudes are talking to you. You're finna buy that shit. You're prone to fucking give them your card. You are prone to give them your card and say, hey, tap that shit, man. Tap that shit and bag that shit. Tap that shit and bag that shit. I know I'm paying £200 for a black pullover hoodie that looks like it's covered in dandruff, but I don't care, man. You guys are making me feel good. Tap that shit. And look, it's sold out too. Extra small is sold out. The only size they got left is medium and large. So although the prices are a little bit much for me, I feel like the quality of what they do is super, super high. And it's also nice that they have this offering as this kind of brand. So like once you've kind of grown out of wearing maybe Stussy, you've kind of grown out of wearing Supreme, I like that brands like Noah exist to kind of pick you up. To be like, okay, cool. Now you've evolved into wearing like adults clothes. Here you go. Here's some adults clothing that doesn't seem too frumpy, that isn't too whatever. Like even this, like look at this flannel. This flannel it's a wool flannel. I'm sure it's got amazing details, buttons and whatever. But £635 is a lot. It's a lot, bro. That's like high-end designer prices. But maybe that's the whole point. Maybe they want to position themselves in the same bracket as some luxury designers. And maybe they think there's kids out there who would rather wear Noah than wear Bottega Veneta. Maybe that's the point. Because look, even though this price is high, this suit is beautiful, isn't it? This single-breasted corduroy jacket and this corduroy fucking, what's it? Stovepipe pant. $530, $845 for the jacket. Crazy amounts, but Would I wear it? Of course. Of fucking course. The styling, look at that beanie the model's got on there, looks really lovely. The belt looks nice. Look at how nice this this jersey. This Puma jersey is hard, bro. I'd wear the fuck out of that Puma jersey. That is really cool. Look at the front of that. That's really fucking nice. And you got some Puma shoes. You got some snapbacks here. You got vintage inspired sweatshirts with the Ranglan sleeves and shit. Love the look of that. Some nice gloves. Vest, which I really love the look of. Just non-stop hits, to be fair. Everything here is banging. You can't obviously the prices are crazy, but when it comes to the product themselves, like look at this Barber jacket. Oof. Barber wool Teddy Beadle jacket. So fire. So fucking fire. So good. Even the key fob is fucking beautiful. £51. Fucking beautiful. Everything about it. Mary Jane there's a men's Mary Jane. Super chic. Love the look of that. Donegal suit vest. Canvas holdall. Lovely. Beautiful. Beautiful shit. Everything here is fucking gorgeous. They make gorgeous shit, as you can tell. Love everything I'm seeing so far. Oh, that's one of my favorite pieces there. That puffer vest. I think there's also a down jacket that's the same color as this in purple. That is really, really fucking nice. I'm not gonna lie. Love everything about it. Anyway, long story less long. They're now doing women's wear. Their first ever women's wear collection. And let's see what they've got here. They've got some pleated skirt goodness, some nice striped a sweater. They've also got some pop socks on the loafers, which looks pretty cool. Again, all of this stuff is really cool because a lot of the girls that wear this sort of stuff will be into this sort of shit. I'm imagining the type of girls that like to wear like really baggy, really big skirts with like foam posits and Jordans. They're going to be all over this sort of shit. So, you know, your gallery girls, your studio girls, you know, I don't know, your product design girls and shit. All those type of girlies, maybe your copywriter girlies, they're going to be super into this shit. Oh, really nice. Look at that styling on that shirt, number 3. Very, very nice. That flannel with the jumpers over the shoulders and the boots with the skirt and the umbrella. I'm not mad at that at all in the slightest. This is really fucking nice. Yeah, it's kind of giving me APC. I'm not going to lie. I'm getting a lot of APC vibes from stuff I'm seeing here. Very, very nice. Although it's designed a little bit in like, it kind of feels like what a boy would design for a girl. You know, I'm kind of seeing women's clothing through a very stereotypical kind of like cisgendered male type of thing. You know, there's a lack of maybe a little bit of softness in some of the cuts and the shapes. Maybe there's something, the criticism you could see here. But it does look really cute and really pretty. I'm not going to lie. It does complement very well their menswear. Like, this is really fucking nice. This jumpsuit suit thing is beautiful. Especially with the matching loafers and shit. That's really fucking nice. I'm not mad at that at all. That's what Emily in Paris should be wearing. Emily in Paris should be wearing this sort of outfit, not the gaudy outfits that she usually wears. Yeah, it's really fucking cool. And you can see this couple in New York, I'm assuming, and parts of London. You finna see this couple everywhere. Do you know what I mean? You finna see this fucking couple. You finna see that exactly same couple, that exact same archetype out there. He has no lineup, you know, picky hair and shit. She loves him down. They both create work together. You know, lovely, lovely, lovely. They give their biracial kid some funky name. I love it. I love everything about it. So yeah, big up Noah. Big up Noah. Great beanies, great styling, great pictures for their first women's wear collection, which is available. What, inspired by the energy of Studio 54? Really? I don't get Studio 54 from this at all. Studio 54, I get like flower markets and restaurants. I don't get Studio 54. Really? Let's say in a blurb. The 4-piece collection includes 2 skirts, a jumpsuit and a dress, all crafted from luxurious fine wool that seamlessly integrate. So all those looks were from 4 pieces of clothing. No, so 4 pieces. Wow, okay. Drawing inspiration from the late 70s and early 80s, the pieces capture a timeless aesthetic that balances nostalgia and contemporary style. Long pleated skirts and jumpsuits are a standout, reflecting on the era of town and country met with the vibrant energy of Studio 54. I don't think so. Look at Studio 54 pictures. Look at pictures of people that went to Studio 54. None of them look like this. I don't think they're wearing these frumpy skirts and stuff and these pleated skirts. No, I don't know about that. I don't know about that rationale. I think that might be a bit loose there. These are pieces that we wanted, but I haven't found, so we're making them, says Estelle Bali Babzian. I guess that's his wife, isn't it? Okay, that's nice. His wife is designing that. That's quite cool. And that's always a great place to come from if you're designing, right? If you can't find something out there in the marketplace, you make it yourself, you put it out there, and you hope other people also will like that thing and they'll buy it, and then Bob's your uncle, there's your brand. Let's continue. We also have this news courtesy of Hypebeast regarding an Avicii documentary. Avicii, the very popular EDM producer and DJ who unfortunately took his life a few years back, kind of like at the pinnacle of his kind of height of his success, when he has so much more to kind of do, most probably. You know, I guess he was going through some sort of depression. I've never watched a documentary about him or anything, but there is a documentary about him that's already out that's also very well regarded. I don't really know much about his background, but I do know he took his own life, unfortunately, and he was loved by his fans, and missed internally. So this is probably going to be a really good documentary, probably going to be very emotional for those of you who are Avicii fans. It says Netflix has dropped a trailer for the upcoming Avicii documentary. The late DJ and producer shares the story of his life in his own words in a new project titled Avicii, I'm Tim. Featuring narration from the artist himself, fans get a glimpse of the levels and Hey Brother's hitmaker, telling a story of how a shy boy from Sweden became one of the most beloved musicians in the world. The documentary is emotional. Avicii died by that word in April 2018 in Muscat, Oman, at the age of 28. Rah, he was in Oman. He wasn't even in his own country. Damn. Through the documentary, fans will get a chance to catch a glimpse of the story through home videos, private archives, and follow the career all the way to a tragic end. Directed by Henrik Berman, the film sees conversations with family, artists, and colleagues and best friends as they peel back the curtain on the boy behind Avicii. Avicii equivalent collaborators Chris Martin and Ella Black have been revealed. Let's play the video. I want to watch the trailer. Let's watch the trailer. Hopefully I don't get taken down for watching the trailer. It should be okay to watch the trailer, right? I should be okay to watch the trailer. Let's see.
I always loved music. I knew that whatever I wanted to do later in life, I wanted to do something creative. I was just working, sending my stuff out.
In such a small time, you completely killed it.
Yeah, exactly.
When there's so many people that come here for just you, it was incredible. It doesn't feel real.
It must have been levels the first time I heard Avicii. And I had that feeling that I get when I really love something.
I love that Chris Martin from fucking Coldplay sounds exactly how he speaks is how he sounds when he sings. I quite like that.
Got these opportunities that we'd never been presented with before.
Ultra Week is coming, and Tim said, I'm headlining the whole thing, and we're gonna have a live band.
I'm listening in my ear for the cue. Tick, tick, tick.
And then he breaks it down.
And I felt like something is wrong here.
People were booing.
He was really broken about it.
I knew that the touring was really having a toll.
I was running after some idea of happiness that wasn't my own. I didn't like being a persona.
As an artist, you have to start looking at yourself as a character, and the line between Tim and Avicii were blurred.
If someone would ask you, what's your story? Who are you? What would be the answer?
I'm Tim.
Bless him. Wow, bless him, man. This is going to be an emotional one. I think if you're an Avicii fan, you're going to really be in your feels. Even if you're not an Avicii fan, it's probably going to be gut-wrenching because it feels like they're going in the direction of like he was feeling as if the fame was getting too much. He was losing himself, or maybe he got to that point where a lot of people get to where the thing that you've been chasing for the most, the thing that you've always wanted, you finally get it, and then you realize, oh shit, that's not what I actually want. I didn't want this, you know? It's a different version of fame. It's probably not the fame that you actually desired, and it isn't living up to expectations. And that could be crushing because all you wanted is that. And if the thing that you want isn't what you want, then sometimes you think to yourself, what's the point of existing? Which is really tragic. But yeah, R.I.P. Avicii, same way. His influence is still fucking here. And I think even though he died in tragic circumstances, I feel like the way that he passed has had a positive effect after the fact. I feel like the guys coming up after him, they're not as much as demand, because I feel like he was demanded a lot. I feel like he was getting pushed a lot behind the scenes to do loads of shows and tour all the time. And it seemed like he was very affable, you know, hard to say no type of guy. So I feel like a lot of people coming behind him have probably benefited, unfortunately, to his tragic end, because probably labels and agents are not as pushy with their artists. They don't try and push them to the brink as much as before, because I feel like, you know, he kind of got burnt out and obviously it ended in a tragic way. But still, this seems really cool. Definitely be watching it and definitely do a review of it on the Patreon. So check out the Patreon, which is patreon.com/Agostino. Link down below to subscribe to the Patreon. I'll definitely do a full review. Maybe I should do a little watch along actually watching it. And if you want to check it out, you can check it on the Patreon. And also, if you haven't got a Netflix subscription, you want to watch it for free, subscribe to the Patreon. You know, subscribe to the Patreon. You'll be able to watch it out, check it out. Subscribe to the freaking Patreon. And I'll actually do it when you're solid. I'll actually make that post available for everyone to watch because I can't upload it onto YouTube. So I actually make, when I react to the Avicii I'm Tim documentary, I'll upload it for free on the Patreon. So make sure you subscribe on there. Link should be in the description, which is patreon.com/Agostino. Cool. Moving on. Big up my brand, my favorite brand out there, Balenciaga, and big up Demna. They just opened what what Hypebeast says is their largest store. And guess where their largest store is? Guess where their largest store is? The largest store that they've ever opened. Guess where it is? Of course, China. In Beijing, bro. They've opened their largest store in the world in Beijing, spread across 4 levels. Wow. Fucking crazy. Not that crazy if you live in a metropolitan city or you're surrounded or you come across a lot of Asian people, especially people from China. You will know they don't fuck about when it comes to their Balenciaga. They don't play when it comes to their fucking Balenciaga. They love that brand. You see the amount of people, and it's really cool too. Where I live, there's a really big foreign exchange, or there's a really big university halls accommodation. Most foreigners kind of live there, and wow, the majority of people that live there are obviously of Asian descent. And it's really cool to go to my local shopping mall and see a bunch of kids going in my local shop, go do my groceries, and see a bunch of Asian kids drip down wearing runway piece Balenciaga. Not the fucking stuff that gets faked easily, but runway pieces like certain scarves, certain jackets, certain shirts, pants. And you know when you look and they know you know, give themselves a little nod. Like, wow, man, these people are going to uni and they drip down head to toe in Balenciaga. I fucking love to see it. So it's no surprise that they opened their biggest store yet in Beijing across 4 floors. Fucking crazy. There's the outside here. As you can see, glass, big Balenciaga sign, and on the inside, you've got a lot of concrete, very kind of I guess you call it brutalist sort of style when it comes on the inside. Oh, look at the chairs. That's pretty cool. The chairs on the inside where you sit down to try on the shit. I don't think these are the units where they sell, where they put stuff. I don't think this is like a unit. I think that's where you sit down to try on the shit. It's like these really big squares, these big puffy kind of voluminous sort of cushion things that look like chairs. It's really cool. Look really cozy, but also high enough for you to sit down and put the boots on and shit and try on some of your trainers. Big heavy white curtains. They're separating different sections. And I guess all the shelving is somewhat modular. So you can close certain sections up to make it private if a VIP person comes in. And you can also open up to make more flow in the space. There's a staircase that connects all the different levels. They can go up and down in. More chairs to sit down in. Private areas, I'm assuming, for VIPs. Rails to hang the clothes in so they can check it out. Very clean aesthetic. Loads of greys, loads of browns. Sorry, loads of greys, loads of metals. Some of the chairs are covered in just white cloth. This one in particular is all leather, which is really nice. You see some of the shelving units as well on the side there. Wow, man, this is a really fucking cool store. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, look at that floor to ceiling or kind of ceiling fucking mirror. Really nice mirror there. Floor to ceiling. Take some of your fit pics in there too. I'm sure they encourage that people to take fit pics and upload them on social so it can kind of spread the gospel of Balenciaga. But yeah, it looks fucking cool. Love it. Love the store. Really, really cool. Really voluminous. Very big. Probably loads of stuff high there too. Balenciaga has opened its official flagship store in Taikoo Li Sanlitun complex in China. The newly renovated space is the brand's biggest store yet, sitting on a 4-story building across 1,204 square meters. Betting big on China's market, this is the brand's largest store in the world and features an exhibition of 8 archival looks from the subtitles of the dialogue show at Kering. The store will also sell the brand's largest ready-to-wear pieces for both men and women, as well as handbags, shoes, jewelry, eyewear, and other products. The concrete structures are the main highlight of the store. Heightening the eerie atmosphere are the crumpled leather sofas, add a soft touch to the space, the bare-bone space. On top floor, the flagship has a private shopping suite resembling that of the Balenciaga's couture show in Paris, and not to the founder, Cristobal Balenciaga, and creative director Demna's love for architecturally complex structures. Sorry, the space monochromatic look pairs with the garments' emphatic lines, exaggerated shape. So yeah, there it is. Balenciaga's Beijing Taiko Li Sanlitun or Salitun space number 11 Salitun Road in Shuangyang district in Beijing, China. Looks fucking cool. Love it. Love the look of it. Big up Balenciaga. Big up Balenciaga. Moving on, we got some Vans news. I'm only curious and only care about Vans now that I'm cycling. Now that I'm cycling every other day, sometimes every day on my little fixed gear bike, getting my miles in. I am now back into wearing Vans. Before, I kind of wasn't because I wasn't cycling as much and because my feet and my toes were hurting because they're so low to the ground and they're not as cushiony as some of the big fat shoes I wear. But now that I've been cycling more often and wearing more of my Vans, especially my brain dead Vans, old schools I've been wearing pretty often now at the moment, I'm now getting back into Vans and liking them way more. I bought a couple on Vinted actually that I'm actually really into, that I can't wait to receive. And obviously I've been also wearing a bunch of Converses, the Denim Tears ones I have, and other pieces all coming in too. So I'm back on the Vans tip because Vans are really the easiest shoes to wear if you're cycling, especially if you've got small pedals or you've got cages to get your feet in and out of. They really work well. So this is a new collaboration with Vans with Neighborhood. Neighborhood, one of my favorite Japanese streetwear brands of all time, up there with Double Taps. They've done great new Vans collaborations over the years. They've got a collaboration here with Vans on a pair of Vans old school 36s, which look really cool. You've got this ivory off-white colorway, which looks incredible. You've got this nice white, off-white type of upper. We've got addition of this really gray, off-gray sort of like foxing line across the midsole. And then you've got this embossed slogans here on the midsole. So on one side it's embossed, on the other side it's embossed. So on this side, I don't know, you know Japanese brands, they love having random words on stuff. So I feel like this adds a little bit of edge to the sole, which I really do like the look of. You see the front here, nice off-white look there with the grey foxing on the back. And then I like that on the heel, they've got like the tonal logo, the skateboard logo. And it doesn't even feature I think usually it's got like a word. I think it's off the wall or something on the skate deck, but they've made it completely tonal, which is pretty cool. And then you've also got this embossed Neighborhood kind of branding here on the back of the heel cup as well. And obviously you see the shoes there. But the ones I want obviously are the black pair. The white pair is nice, but the black pair is the best. The black pair is so fucking hard, so aggressive, so stealthy, so minimalist. It looks fucking beautiful. And then you've also got the addition of these words. Again, Japanese brands love random words on their shoes, on their clothes. You've got the embossed wording around the midsole, and then you've also got the addition of these words printed on the toes. Filth and Fury. Filth and Fury. Love it, love it, love it. Looks really fucking cool. And you got some more embossed here on the midsole. You've got Filth and Fury again written there on the toe, tonal. And you've got the Neighborhood Craft. What's that? Neighborhood Craft. What's that? Craft. What does it say there? Craft. Something with, I don't know, with K or something on the side. And obviously the Filth and the Fury written there on the toe box. I love it. I love it. I fucking love it. Look how good they look. Neighborhood off the wall by Vans. Collaboration. Oh, okay. Neighborhood with Pride. Neighborhood Craft with Pride, sorry. And then of course you got the logo here on the back. And I guess it says, I guess that's what it says on the side of the midsole. This embossed thing says Crafted Pride on the outsole, on the midsole, embossed all the way around. I ain't mad at it, man. I ain't mad at it. I like it. I loved it. I love it. Obviously, the blacks are my favorite pair. So the blacks are the pair I'll be trying to get. But the whites are also really fucking nice. And they'll look really good beat up. Once you beat those up a bit, they look fucking hardcore. But yeah, big up Vans, big up Neighborhood. Love to see it. Love to fucking see it. Moving on. Let's talk a little bit about Lil Baby. Lil Baby appeared on Lil Yachty's podcast. Lil Yachty's podcast, which he canned because he fell out with his co-host Mitch over the controversy around Caribou and all that sort of shit. He's relaunching it now, sans Mitch, unfortunately for him, and doing it by himself, it seems like. And his first interview back was with Lil Baby. But I have to be honest, this might be the best Lil Baby interview I've ever heard in my entire life. I've only seen clips so far. It's an hour and 20 minutes or so, but this might be the most eloquent, the most passionate that I've ever heard Lil Baby sound in an interview. So it's proof that Lil Baby, when he's coming across a bit weird and whatever in interviews, is because he's not comfortable with the people he's around. So this is also another indication of why I understand that hip-hop journalists or journalists in general get really annoyed when most interviews that a lot of these hip-hop artists do are either with like non-hip-hop based platforms, like main magazines like Interview Magazine, Billboard Magazine, ID Magazine, right? I understand it's so frustrating that they're not going to do interviews with Hip Hop DX or sitting down with fucking, you know, old, crinkly, looks like a fucking loser, Elliot Wilson, all those type of people, and Ebro people are getting upset, and Charlemagne people are getting upset because these people aren't sitting down with them. But let's be real, the only way you get this type of interview and you get this version of Lil Baby is if he's been interviewed with somebody who he respects and somebody who he sees as a friend. And I think he mentioned even in one of the clips that him and Lil Yachty are like cool. They're like friends. They're not even like artists, pals, and you know whatever rapper friends. They're actual friends. But you only get this version of him if he's interviewed by somebody that he's comfortable with. Because even that clip that I showed you before, where I reacted to on the stream, where Lil Baby invites a camera crew to his house, I think Architectural Digest, he's in his own home, super comfy, and he still sounds a little bit nervous and isn't really sure, and you know, it's a bit whatever. So this is proof that he's only comfortable around these people, and these people being Lil Yachty. So Lil Yachty, him sit down. In this particular clip, he speaks about how happy he was that Young Thug got released and how he was at his home 2 hours after. So big up Academics TV for the clip. Let's play it.
Try not to make assumptions, but would you say that you are happy right now?
I'm the happiest I've been in a long time.
But obviously not content.
Yeah, no, not content. I ain't happy as I want to be, and I ain't happy as I know I can be.
But definitely happy slime home.
Definitely happy slime home for sure. 1,000%. That's like a big portion of like.
Yeah, that was a joyous day when he was, you know, told that he was coming home.
It was a joyous day, like when people don't know and I don't even tell people, like I could have been with him.
Yeah,
you know, I was at his house the same day. Thank God, I just happened
same
to
day,
leave 2 hours early.
That's crazy.
That don't fuck your head up more than anything. Like damn, like, I gotta see bro go through it. Like damn, that shit really could have been me.
Yeah,
like, nigga had to change their whole life around.
I mean, and even more, that's just someone you're extremely close to.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not even just like my rap peer. These is my everyday. You know what I'm saying? These like niggas I grew up with. Like
that shit was a very nerve-wracking trial because at certain times you didn't know what way it was going to go, and it was.
In no time, you know, is what it was.
No, yeah, exactly.
And that was a long ass process, and then you know I'm into it. I'm watching it every day. All that's on your brain and on your mind when you need to go and put out your best work and shit. It's gonna be hard to do that.
Yeah.
Yo, big up Charles Lucas. Absolutely incredible observation. Big up Charles Lucas. Lil Yachty got that stressed out grandpa uncle vibes. Like you can't touch none of his stuff. Yeah, that's a very good observation. He's always looking at you, innit? Always looking at you, how you're moving in his house. Always fucking looking. Like every move you do is like wrong. Don't sit there. Don't hold that. Don't put your hand there. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he gives that vibes. Big up Charles Lucas. Another clip here. Lil Baby admits the jokes about his friendship with Michael Rubin and James Harden bother him. This is a very, very interesting clip. Very, very eye-opening, his expression or his interpretation of how people look at him via that meme of him being hugged from the back by Michael Rubin and shit.
What do you think about memes?
Memes?
Of you?
Yeah, some gonna be funny, some I really smack niggas for. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
You know,
I think he's talking about academics there.
What do you think of the James Harden meme?
By the way, I can't wait until academics reacts to this. He's gonna go crazy. He's gonna crash out super hard. Le bebe. He's gonna crash out so hard.
Like what? Like I don't play certain type games.
Yeah.
So even when I see certain shit, it's just like, you know what I'm saying? I just say it.
See the comedy.
Push up on me with it. You know what I'm saying? See how that go. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't really get into it. Like,
yeah.
What I'm arguing and say, you feel me? Some days I get on my bullshit. I'm like, I'm gonna start commenting on nigga shit. I'm just start going, but I don't really got too much time to put into that.
Not you.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Let's
even
get-
the whole Mike Rubin thing.
I was just gonna say.
Like,
I was just about to say.
Bruh, I don't play with niggas, period.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, on no funny, weird shit. You feel me? I'm dapping Kuzman up. And Mike happy to see me. He run up on me.
Right.
I got 10 other pictures. We down there. We start down there. Bam, I'm telling his ass, Mike, I'll slam your ass on your neck. I'll break your neck in this. But we play like that. They white, so they don't really understand how I understand. Like, even when the picture came.
Yeah, that. To be fair, anybody with common sense could tell that was what's going on. But unfortunately, the picture does remove all the context. It does look clearly like they have that kind of relationship. You know, they fuck around with each other. So Mike Rubin's getting up on him like how your friends would get up on you. Do you know what I mean? It just looks wild with how the picture's taken and with what we know Lil Baby to be on. It just looks a bit, you know, the juxtaposition of it just isn't something that you'd expect to see. But I also think American people in general have a very weird problem with like fragile fucking masculinity. They're very, I don't know, American dudes just have a weird thing, maybe African American dudes in general, about this sort of stuff. Like, this wouldn't be a big deal here. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, you hug your friends, man. Like, sometimes the biggest gangsters are the most fucking tactile, or the most huggy, the most lovey-dovey. But if you fucking play, they'll put you in the ground. Do you know what I mean? They'll bury you 6 foot under. It's no joke. Doesn't mean because you're tactile and loving and you hug your friends that you want to fuck them. Do you know what I mean? It's not that at all, but I think some dudes, especially in America, have very fragile egos or fragile sense of masculinity, so they get very pressed about this. So I personally think this was blown way out of proportion anyway. It was clear to see from the picture what was happening. There was, you know what I mean, and I don't know. I just didn't understand why people were getting so annoyed or so bothered by it, and basically judging Lil Baby and basically questioning his sexuality because some billionaire guy that he's friends with, clearly they're friends, actually friends with, went up on him like that. Like, he's not doing that to anybody. He's doing that because you're comfortable around each other, because you joke around, you fuck around. Like, I don't know. It's not that deep. It really isn't that deep, man. But American guys, especially African American guys, they seem to be very sensitive about this sort of shit, and they think somebody hugging you is paramount to them sucking you off. It's not the same thing at all.
Came out before it went viral. I told him, like, Mike, I can't have pictures like that.
Right.
Even though me and you playing, bro, it's 100 people at the party. We in the middle of 100 people. There's nothing weird we could be doing in a party.
Right.
With all these people.
To be fair, you know, just because you're around 100 people doesn't mean you can't do anything weird. Let's not have that defense. Let's not make that our defense. Let's not make our defense just because I'm here with 100 people, I can't, like, you know, start getting freaky. Like, let's not make that. Let's not say that because you're an all white party, loads of celebrities around. You can do what you want. That's the whole reason why these parties are popular. The reason why these guys go to these all white parties is because you're surrounded by people of the same level of fame or more, and you're all comfortable in racks because there's no like paparazzi there, there's no randoms, no people that are gonna snitch, so you can do what you want. It's kind of like an extension of a Diddy party. So let's not use that as a defense. Let's just say that's not what I'm about. I respect gay people, but I'm not gay. This is my friend. We're just fucking around. Let's just say that. Let's not use our defense. Oh, I wouldn't do anything. Look, I'm around loads of people. That's not a good defense.
People watching us,
right.
But I know how small people's brains is, and then I already be knowing how much of people want to say something bad to me, bro. I literally, when that picture came out, I literally made Mike Rubin go to his security camera at his house, go to the footage and get the whole time. But I just never, like, I ain't even gonna post that shit on the internet.
Right.
I'm just like, that shit.
Right.
You feel me? Like, yeah, I ain't even trying to make it.
I love the way I love the way Yachty's looking at him. By the way, I love the way Lil Yachty's looking at him. Yachty's looking at him like he's copping please. Look at the way that Yachty's looking at him. Yachty's looking at him like he's copping please. Like, nigga, like, the lady doth protest too much. The lady doth protest too much. Look at how Yachty's looking at him.
Feel me? Like, yeah, I ain't even trying to make it into this and make it into that. Like, man, just keep on going, because that's kind of like how I be doing with shit. But some shit, like all that type shit, like, that really bothered me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because, like how you saying, like, how I grew up, like,
right,
some shit just can't be on your name. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, some shit is so dumb. It's like I won't even get into. I can't even stoop that level.
Exactly, because if you start getting to the point of view of like trying to disprove it, you're gonna look dumb anyway. Like, how far do you go to disprove it? You send him a text and take a screenshot of the text and say, hey, Mike Rubin, am I gay for you? Are you gay for me? No. Like, you can't, you just let it run. But it's just unfortunate, the damage it did to his career. But I think the damage it did to his career was coincided, with the dipping quality of the music. That's what I think. I think in general, the bread and butter, because he flopped on the bread and butter, or he lost his way with the music, that's ultimately what made this picture bang more, for lack of a better term. That's what made the picture carry more weight, because of the music not being as good. Simple as that. If the music was as good as it was when he first came on the scene, this picture doesn't matter. He can ride through it. But the music is terrible, and people are looking for excuses, and, you know, some Americans love a good conspiracy theory, so they start thinking, you know, he sold his soul to the fucking billionaires, and the Meek Mill thing as well with him and how he acts with fucking white billionaires. Because I think the Meek Mill and Baby thing are not similar. I think the way Meek Mill acts with billionaires is different to how Lil Baby does. His relationship, I think, with billionaires is a lot more, I think, you know, mutual and not as like sucky uppy and shit and lame. I think Meek Mill looks a lot more sus when he's around billionaires and Lil Baby. But unfortunately, when the music just flopped, I think people are looking for reasons, and this seemed like one, and whatever it may be. I just think if he focuses on the music, this stuff doesn't matter. But, you know, maybe he's also, you know, leveled out on his talent. Maybe he has nothing else to kind of give us. I don't know. But it's a shame to see he's kind of fall off. I'm not going to lie, because I quite like Lil Baby.
Right.
To be on
I mean, also, I think a lot of people don't know you and Michael Rubin's relationship. Like, people know y'all have a relationship.
Yeah, they won't never know that. You know what I'm saying? Like, people would think, like...
I mean, you care to talk about it for a second.
Like
y'all are
Baby,
very close.
Like, Baby, you run with Mike, because whether they'll think, like, oh, Baby, Mike Rubin, a billionaire, and like, babe, I don't give a f what nobody got. You know what I'm saying? Whether he had a billionaire, whether he was a millionaire, whether I had more than him.
But he has been a great influence.
A super great influence. And that's the part that people wouldn't see. And that's the part, like, that's the part people want to see. And that's the part, like, I probably wouldn't even be able to bring people up on that speed. And what I mean by that is, like, just like you, for instance, like, man, we got a great relationship. It ain't based on because, like, you Yachty the rapper or I'm Lil Baby the rapper. It's like what we personally then built. You know what I'm saying? And me and Mike Rubin, we had the best conversations ever. You know what I'm saying? Like, because he also, like, damn near fascinated with the way I live. And I'm fascinated with the way he lives. So we, like, meet in the middle. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to tell him, like, all the black moguls, and I ain't gonna say all, because Swiss Beats, he's the one. You know what I'm saying? For sure. Like, he's one of the only, one of the few. So, like, I look for people like that. I like back when I was a kid.
So basically, in a way, he's saying, obviously they're friends because they're billionaires, but it's also interesting that he's saying that a lot of the black moguls don't really want to talk to him. That's interesting, isn't it? So a lot of African American people think that these rappers are selling their souls by hanging around these black billionaire types, football owners, football club owners, this dude, the guy that owns all the hotels, the one that Pharrell hangs around with, and Zach B, I forgot his name. He owns all the hotels and shit. A lot of people think all the rappers hanging out with those type of dudes are selling their souls. But what Lil Baby said, he didn't finish his thought there, is that a lot of the black moguls, a lot of the big black guys, the rich ones, don't really like hanging around rappers. They don't really like talking to them or giving them any advice or hanging out with them or whatever, or letting them fucking, you know, just see how they move. Nothing. They kind of keep their distance with them. So the only ones that actually don't mind and receive them with open arms, no pun intended, are the white ones. Typical, isn't it? Typical. No surprise at all. But big up Swiss Beats for being the exception. But I'm not surprised to hear the black moguls and tycoons don't really like to extend their hand out to rappers. They think rappers are beneath them.
I always wanted to hang with the people who got more than me. I don't want to be hanging with the guys who I got to tell them all the time. That's already my role. So for order me to stay sharp, I got to deal with other people who got more than me, who already done did shit, who already done been through stuff.
Okay, that's fair. That's completely fair. I get it. I understand. And again, you know, in some walks of life, especially when he's going through this stage in his career, it's probably beneficial to be a friend of Rubin's, because your career is not where it needs to be at the moment, but you do have the ability to hang out with a guy who's really up, who might be able to help you on some other things, you know? That's also beneficial. So I'm mad at that in the slight. I'm not mad at that whatsoever. And then the last clip here is of Lil Baby talking about why he'd never work with people who snitched. And I'm guessing they're alluding to Gunna.
I always rapped about that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna rap about it like my first song I'm talking about snitch. Cause you know, that's just a prominent thing. And now it's just got outrageous with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so those kind of morals and shit is like never gonna leave. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's just, I'm always gonna look at certain stuff a certain way.
Like, you don't say, oh man, even though you did that, I can still rap with you.
Cause it boils down to the what we rapping about. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can't rap about that and you did that. You know what I'm saying? Or you can't really, you know what I'm saying? If I was making Christmas music, I don't give a damn what you did.
Right.
We talking about jingle bells and shit.
Mm-hmm.
But talking about what we talking about, doing what we doing, hey now, you know?
Right. It's a different.
And even on that, like I don't even speak on niggas. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
The narratives and the this, that, I don't even speak on niggas because it's just, even if it was in the streets, you wouldn't go put up posters saying he a snitch.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that ain't how it go. You know what I'm saying? And that's the downfall for it all. Whether people know it or not, rapping in these songs, talking about murders and who you killed and all that. That shit f***ing up the whole program. It's not only f***ing up the hip hop business, it's f***ing up the way of living for rappers.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I've never really understood the aversion people have with the whole, like, rappers or certain people being very strict about the no snitching thing. Yes, snitching happens. We know it does happen. But in most cases, especially when it comes to organized crime, the only way police actually solve things or get people locked up is because of snitches and informants. And because of the function of that business, in order to move products from one area to another area, you're going to need to grease a lot of palms. And along the way, you're going to have different pain points, different points where people can snitch and maybe, you know, go against you because you're relying on other people apart from yourself. And sometimes the worst thing is ones where the person that's really close to you, that knows you intimately, is the one that snitches on you because that hurts the most because you both come up with it or you both come up on the same sort of thing. But I have no problem with rappers or with people who are from the streets having a code about how they do life, about how they conduct business, about how they move. And I have no problem with it whatsoever. And I think in the case of the Gunna situation, as just a fan of music, it's just unfortunate because it seems like from the outside looking in, again, I'm no fucking law expert. I don't know anything about fucking, you know, sentences and all that malarkey. But from the outside looking in, it seemed like they were never after Gunna anyway. They were mostly after Young Thug when it came to the YSL Rico case. But obviously they used Gunna as a way to kind of lean on Young Thug and to, you know, to basically maybe get other people to flip as well. And obviously to get a big win when it comes to the media and whatever it may be. And obviously with the optics. But it never seemed like Gunna was ever going to spend a considerable amount of time behind bars. So it's entirely possible if he didn't cooperate that he would have got released early anyway. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't as if like he was going to ever do a long bid. Because he was wrapped up in a Rico because he already, you know, he was doing the signs and shit and he's in YSL. But he was never the main target. The target was always Young Thug and of course the people that, you know, went about and did what they did. But everybody else in there flipped and did whatever. So I didn't really understand why he was so hasty and so quick to snitch. So I think if you're friends with him, I can understand why you feel super betrayed by Gunna. Because he knew what was going down. He knew what the label was about. He was happy to use some of the label's street influence and what they do. Because, you know, on the streets of Atlanta, they do certain things. They're about certain business. You know, we've all seen the documentaries about Young Thug and how he moves. We all know, you know, Gunna was allegedly associated with the Crips and shit. So that influence, even though he wasn't, I don't think Gunna was an active member and really out here stepping and jumping off the porch. He did enjoy the benefits of having that association and what it does to you. But then as soon as it gets hot, he runs and points the fingers. That's when it kind of feels a little bit like betrayal. Because he wasn't really involved. He used the association for his benefit to make his songs bang. Because let's be honest, as great as an artist as Gunna is, the little bit of extra danger and the affiliation probably did add to his appeal and add to his allure. Then to kind of turn your back on your guys like that, that must have been crushing. But we knew that was going to happen. As soon as we saw them in court, remember that there was that video when they get into court because they both got arrested around the same time, and you see them both come up on the screens, and Young Thug makes like a little joke, like a little fun, you know, to kind of pick Gunna's spirits up, but Gunna doesn't look up. He kind of looks a bit sheepish, and you could tell right then that he must have snitched that same day. You could tell he just came from the interrogation room. He kind of looks a bit sheepishly up at the screen as Young Thug trying to make a comment, and I think Young Thug even realized right then that he snitched. I think he realized right in that moment that he snitched as well. It's like, it's not necessary. You could have just sat down, been patient, and you probably would have got released anyway. But then on the flip side, if you're Gunna, I'm not in this position, it must have also been terrifying to one day you're doing music, you're top of the world. At that point, I think he had a collaboration with Emilio Pucci. He was getting flown out to Italy. He was hanging around with models and shit, living life, being lavish, smashing Chloe Bailey, I think, the woman that's with Burna Boy at the moment. And then suddenly you get picked up on this big Rico, and you're thinking, fuck, it's over with. And you're not really a stepper like that. I can see why he panicked and did snitch. But unfortunately, it's really fucked him up because he's the most talented, I feel like, underneath Young Thug. Young Thug's obviously the talented, but under Young Thug, he's the most talented one. And I think even Lil Baby has really benefited a lot from his talent, and he can't work with him. And I think although Gunna's maybe making some of the best music he's ever made of his career, it's not banging the same because he snitched. That's the problem, you know? It doesn't matter if you do, no one gives a fuck, he can still live, he goes to Atlanta, pops back, no one's ever gonna fucking blow his head off. He's fine. You know, snitching has become weirdly accepted in a weird way. Look at YSL Woody. But I think his music doesn't hit the same, and just because of that snitching thing. He's still selling out shows. His performances are fucking amazing. He's in incredible shape. He's probably the fittest he's ever been. But the music just doesn't hit the same, and his friends, his peers, like people like this, who he should be working with, won't touch him with a barge pole because of that label of snitch. That's the only thing that's a bit of a bummer. Being a Gunna fan, you know? Because I feel like he should have won a Grammy, bro. I feel like he should have won a Grammy with his previous album. He should have won a fucking Grammy. But he's never going to win those type of things because of the, you know, the close links the industry has with the streets and shit, and people, industry not wanting to upset certain people. Yeah, it's all over, man. It's a bit of a shame. But I understand why Lil Baby said that. But like I said, check out the interview. It's really fucking cool. Courtesy of Lil Yachty's YouTube channel. I forgot the name of it, what the YouTube channel is, but it's a full interview out there at the moment. You can check out. What's the interview? What's the thing called? It's called A Safe Place Podcast. Check it out. It's about an hour and 25 minutes. It's really fucking good. So big up, Lil Baby. Really good interview. Really did enjoy it. Let's continue. So we did that. We did this. And then I think the next thing I want to do here before we continue is make sure I tell you guys, if you're watching and listening, we're about 3 hours in. Please make sure you like the stream down below. Please make sure you subscribe to the channel if need be. Subscribe to my Patreon also down below. If you're listening via the podcast app, leave me a 5-star review, pretty please. That'd be greatly appreciated. And let's freaking continue here. So we did a bit of that, we did a bit of this. Let's also continue and talk about some other trainer stuff we need to talk about regarding some James Harden shoes, which I really love the look of. James Harden debuts the Adidas Harden Volume 9s. Very Yeezy inspired, but I love them. Very Yeezy inspired, but I fucking love them. And I'm not really the biggest fan of basketball sneakers, I'm not gonna lie, but these look fucking hard. It's almost like a teardrop, raindrop sort of design on the side with the different little slashes on the side that kind of make up the three swooshes without being swooshes. It's got this nice leather upper, this black sock liner, really nice tonal outsole that's also in a grey that kind of extends to the heel, that wraps around the front of the toe box. And it's also got this nice sock unit on the top that you can wear and strap up. But they look fucking cool. Yeah, so yeah, big up Younger vibes. Yeah, kind of like seashells. Yeah, a little bit like seashells. She sells seashells on the seashore. But they look really fucking cool. I love the look of them. Number 9, they're going to be available in January 2024 and priced at $160. I'm not going to lie, professional basketball shoes are not as expensive as I thought they'd be. $160 is pretty decent, isn't it? For a signature shoe of an athlete. I'm not gonna lie, that's a pretty decent price. I suppose it's gonna be more. It's been months since the visuals of the upcoming James Harden Volume 9 first hit the net. Now Adidas and James Harden have finally provided an update on their new signature shoe. Together, as James Harden took the court last night against the Utah Jazz wearing the cyber metallic colorway of the silhouette. He notched 41 points in the performance in just 31 minutes, proving the sneaker is ready for action. So yeah, here's the shoe. Here's the product shots of the shoe. I think it actually looks better on foot than it does in the product shots. The product shots make it looks a little bit flat, a little bit shit, but I think on foot it looks way better. So this is the product shots. This is the white version. The one before is the silver. This is more of a white upper. Really fucking cool. Very minimal branding as well. There's 3 dots here on the front to make sure the Adidas thing. There's obviously these 3 little lines or slashes on the side that make you think of the swoosh or the Adidas stripes, but there's very little outward Adidas branding, which makes me think of Yeezy. And then the laces are encased on this inside here with this sock liner that's also reinforced. It looks like, yeah, it looks like it's reinforced around the edges to give maybe extra comfort. Nice heel counter with what looks like a carbon fiber-esque effect here on the back of the heel, I guess with the James Harden logo. And there's also 3 stripes here on the back, kind of like the Prada way to kind of give a bit of the branding there, which I don't really love, to be fair. I don't think you need that. I think this is a bit unnecessary, the 3 stripes, but I guess maybe Adidas want to include some level of branding so people can know what the shoe looks like or who does the shoe. Oh, look at the bottom. That's really nice, isn't it? You got this really nice glow in the dark. Look at the tread. Very interesting tread. It's all circular, the tread. The grip on the bottom is circular. These nice little circular, what you call it, treads here on the outsole. And you got this really cool little fluorescent green instep thing. Maybe that's just part of the cushioning on the insole, maybe. But I love this little heat section here on the bottom. Not sure what that's about, but I do love the look of it. And obviously some sections here for the torque when you're turning and twisting and shit. Playing basketball, I'm assuming. Nice look close up there. Bit of the heel. Oh, this is there. That silver one's a 1. I'd wear these like every day. I'm not gonna lie. I'd wear these as everyday shoes. The silver one is a 1. The silver one's a 1. And I'm not really the biggest fan of basketball shoes, but the silver is the 1. That silver and the black. Oof. That looks fucking sexy. And it's got some nice piping here on the edges too. Wow. Maybe they're gonna crease up really easily. You know, that's the only problem. They're probably gonna crease up really easily. There's not a lot of flex on the front. That's the only thing I think of. On the front of the toe, there's not a lot of flex here. There's some nice ventilation, obviously, but there's not a lot of flex on the toe box. It's going to fucking really crease up really easily. But I do like the look of them. Silver all up on the upper here. It almost looks like a bronze effect as well, isn't it? But yeah, I really do like the look of them. I like them. I think there's the 3 stripes on the back, I think is excessive. You don't need to have those stripes there. I think you could just have it plain. It will look really good. But, you know, I'm not too mad at it. So they're going to be dropping sometime January 2025, priced at $160. That's the shoe right there. Can't wait to see them when they eventually drop. Big up James Harden for the James Harden Volume 9s. You love to see it. You fucking love to see it. In more basketball news, in more basketball shoe news, we have an update on the Devin Booker shoes. I feel like the Devin Booker ones have had a lot of like hate unfairly. Essentially, it's his version of a basketball version of an Air Force One, kind of. It's what I feel like anyway. I don't know why. A lot of people kind of hated them originally. I think maybe part of it was maybe he didn't like them himself, but I feel like they've kind of updated or maybe we've gotten used to the shape. But I quite like them. I'm not going to lie. I quite like the Devin Booker ones. And now he's got a special collaboration shoe that's going to come out with none other than my GOAT, my fucking hero, Hiroshi Fujiwara. There's a fragment designed Nike Book Ones dropping, and they are fire. I fucking love these. So you got this nice like snakeskin upper with the traditional sort of like iconic Thunderbolt logo embroidered or embossed on the back of the heel counter, and obviously the iconic blue fragment swoosh with a bit of a blue tint as well on the outsole. And you've also featured this nice little Morse, I don't know, this kind of inscription on the side on the foxing of the midsole here. You've got some inscriptions here that read something about Booker and Hiroshi Fujiwara, which I also like on the edge as well. But these are really fucking cool. I really fucking like these. No idea when they're going to drop, but these look so freaking hard. Nike Book Fragment Ones, or Nike Book Ones, Fragment collaboration. So good. The snakeskin upper, and again, the swoosh, the laces. Maybe the only thing I'll change, maybe the laces. I maybe have some more flatter laces, white cotton or whatever, what you call it, laces instead of these kind of like more fluffy cotton ones. I maybe want the kind of really flat ones that you can traditionally get in Air Force Ones. But I do like the back of it, and it's also got this nice little heel tab as well. That's got an inscription in the middle. Let's read the update here. After Hiroshi Fujiwara teased the fragment design Nike books last week, Booker went out to bring the pair out himself when he took the Utah Jazz on last Friday. This unique look drew much attention as it dropped 34 points in the team's 13th win of the season. In addition to the highlight of the action, Booker just showcased the shoe on his Instagram, giving us a look of the unreleased design. His Python, okay, it's Python, not snake. It's Python, or Python's still a snake, but regardless. Oh, look at that. It's got a different swoosh on the instep. Oh, these are hard. It's got like a silver swoosh on the instep and a purple swoosh on the outside. Oh, they look hard. I want them. They look fucking hard, those do. The Python upper is accompanied by a royal blue swoosh at the lateral and a silver one on the medial. At the time of writing, no word of release details. And the shoe may remain a PE. Oh no. It might just be a PE, a player exclusive. It might not be released at all. That would be a shame if true. Hopefully they drop. If they drop, they're going to sell out like fucking hotcakes. These are fire, man. So fucking good. You see more pictures there, courtesy of Devin Booker's Instagram. He's got a picture here of, oh, look, Hiroshi Fujiwara wearing them. Looking, oh, he obviously, Hiroshi Fujiwara is my G. He makes everything look so cool. The godfather of streetwear. Look at him. Drippy, drippy, drippy. Love it. Fucking love it. So good. And obviously there's the original picture with Hiroshi Fujiwara's Instagram showing them off. I think these are going to drop, man. I think they're going to drop. That's the picture that went viral the first time around. I think they're going to drop. With the fragment embossed logo there in black with the blue, the Python upper. Hopefully they drop, man. These are really fucking hard. I love these. These look really good. But I feel like they're going to drop. I feel like if they were PE, I don't think they'd be pushing them this much. I don't think there'd be this coordinated drops or you wouldn't be wearing them in games. I don't know. I feel like they're going to drop. We're going to get them soon. Who knows when? But big up Devin Booker, big up Hiroshi Fujiwara, fragment design, Nike book ones. Coming soon, you'd hope. Coming soon, you'd hope. Next, we got this courtesy of Hypebeast regarding Heron Preston's launch of his new project called Orange Label. I don't know why I'm going with Heron Preston, man. Why I'm going with Heron Preston? He's been MIA for a while, I feel like. Or I don't see him on my timeline as much or on the blog pages. I'm not sure what happened to his brand. Not sure if he's still doing that collaboration with H&M. But it feels like it's kind of like, maybe it's unfair to say, but ever since Virgil's passing, it seems like he's not really been out as much. Maybe it's on purpose too. Maybe since Virgil's passing, he's decided to kind of rein it in and calm down a bit. I know he's recently got engaged or married and stuff, so maybe that might be the reason. But I don't feel like it's Heron Preston is up front, you know, full force, right out there, doing the whole influencer world tour at all the fashion weeks and stuff. I don't know. I don't feel like it's as obvious. He's still DJing, which is really cool on the side, and doing some projects, but I don't really see him out and about as much. Maybe I'm not checking my social media. I'm not really too sure. But regardless, this is his new Orange Label project. You see a black t-shirt here with an orange label on the outside. Kind of probably taking hints from like the Margiela thing where they've got the stitching marks on the label so you can kind of identify a Margiela piece from far away. But I also think he's done a good job with branding his, you know, his brand with having that safety orange color be something people immediately associate with Heron Preston. Similar to how, you know, what's his face? That guy's version of Bottega, the color that you link with it was that like lime green. I feel like he's done a really good job with co-opting safety orange as his kind of color. That's pretty cool. So let's read the fucking article. Heron Preston is officially launching his long-awaited Orange Label under his Project LED studio, hoping to pick up from where he left off with his Department of Sanitation work under uniform. Orange Label allows the designer to answer the pressing question of what it means to be pure in fashion today and how does that come to life in the coolest way possible. What? Who's asked that question? That's so interesting. That's a question that I don't feel like anybody's has ever asked. What it means to be pure, huh? Orange Label is considered a test kitchen for designers, where anything goes and ideas are meant to be explored. When Preston first developed the uniform project in 2016, he fashioned pieces from collaborative exhibitions with DSNY with Brand Pacific Orange Labels. The collection was featured in the Costume Institute show in America. Under the project, there was still a large number of remaining desktop labels. Heron recently rediscovered the labels from storage and has reclaimed them for his new Orange Label t-shirts. So his leftover labels he's now applying onto... Yeah, I don't like this, man. This seems kind of lame. He found leftover labels that he's now reapplying onto shirts and asking what is pure, huh? While the reverse side is blank, allowing to take a completely new life as its purest form, the simple orange label makes a new beginning. What? The orange label collection features 2 shirts arriving in the solid white and black, both plain and featuring no graphics on both sides. The pieces are custom development with everybody everywhere, everybody world. Each t-shirt are hand stamped with LED. Nah, this is lame. Each one of a kind. The t-shirts limited free. Yeah, this seems like he had leftover stock he doesn't want to throw away or burn, so he's just made up something. Like, I don't like this. I like Heron Preston. He's a fucking G. One of the safest people I've met in streetwear or in culture in general. Maybe one of the first people I met who's a kind of quote-unquote celebrity back in the day when I went to New York in like when I was like 19 or something back in the day. And he was really fucking nice and met me and we had a fucking chat and I think we might have went to a bar or something and shit. Really fucking cool guy to meet some random kid off the internet like that. I fucking love him. But this fucking sucks. I'm not gonna lie. This really fucking sucks. Let me just check his Instagram because I'm confused. I haven't seen anything about this guy in a while on my socials. Don't know why he doesn't come up on my feed. I follow all his accounts. But yeah, it's been kind of quiet on the Heron Preston side and I don't really like this idea in the slightest. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like it one bit. One iota. He is recently married though, so congrats to him. The H2 thing with H&M, is that still happening by the way? 9 weeks ago. H2 streetwear collection available. Blah 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 blah. So yeah, he's still doing bits here. That pink bomber is really fucking nice, I'm not gonna lie. So big up him. Let's actually see. Is that still available? H2. Can you actually buy some of this stuff? Let's see. Can you actually buy it? Heron Preston H&M. Because I haven't seen anybody talk about the H&M stuff in a while, and I thought that collaboration was a really good idea. So H2 is still available here. Let's see if you can you buy some of the stuff? Is it still available on the website? Yeah, see there's new stuff available. Okay, cool. There's stuff available here. Is this some of the new stuff? Where's that pink bomber? I want to see how much that pink bomber is. How much that pink, oh yeah, there you go. Pink bomber is available. What's the price of it? I don't see the price. Reversible bomber jacket. Okay, it's sold out. It's 1/3. Okay, cool. This is quite nice. I like this stuff. I'm not gonna lie. I think this collaboration he's doing with H&M is really fucking cool. It's a long-term collaboration too, if I'm not mistaken. But unfortunately, the bomber jacket, which I love the most, is sold out. That's the bomber jacket. Oh, it's reversible pink. So it's green on one side and pink on the other side. Oh, that's hard. No wonder it's sold out. That's really fucking cool. That's a hard jacket, I'm not gonna lie. Traditional bomber jacket that comes in green but has a pink inside. Yeah. And it's oversized. It's got this nice cropped fit look about it. Nice voluminous fucking sleeves. Yeah, I'm a fan. This stuff is really good. But that t-shirt he's doing, that t-shirt idea shit, that fucking sucks. I'm not gonna lie. As much as I love the guy, I'm not gonna lie, I think that other shit kind of sucks. The trench, that canvas trench is really nice. I love some of the other bomber. That's cool as well. But everything else is not the best. Let's continue on with his Instagram. What else has he got going on there? Yeah, cool. Okay, so he's recently got engaged. So big up to him. We are so excited to be finally shared the amazing work we're doing with the past year. Okay, he's releasing a perfume with his wife, which is pretty cool. Sabrina by Henry Jacks and Heron by Henry Jacks. Love to see that. And obviously he's DJing as well, which is cool to see as well. So big up Heron Preston and out here with fucking black coffee as well, which I love to see. Big up Heron Preston. So good stuff there, but the LED stuff with the orange label, I don't like. I don't like that in the slightest. I'm not gonna lie. It seems like what you're just trying to not chuck away stuff that you had. Like, I don't know. Yeah, see, somebody's asking here. Did he answer the question, by the way? Did he answer? No, he didn't. Somebody's asking a question here, and so yeah. See, I'm not the only person that thought the same thing. Okay, cool, fair enough. He did respond. Someone says I'm not paying $100 for a blank. He said you should do what makes you feel right. Another person says at the bottom here, help me understand why this T-shirt needs to be $100 because I highly considered it till I saw the price. I understand that your consumer is not for the people who already are established and have their own vision. This is for a consumer to understand your dream and your story and ultimately aren't necessarily a place to fortune like the rest of us higher ups. Somebody replied and said, this sustainability shit isn't practical. Oh, so this is his version. Yeah, like I said, it's kind of a sustainability attempt. The sustainability is a practical. Consumers create the issue and he's attempted to sell it back to them. Pretty clever, really. If I had more money, I'd probably got one. I want to support the cause, just not the good enough position to currently do it myself. Good vision though, clean and streets up, reduce reuse. Okay, so people are what's up guys saying? And that's the thing I want to support too, but the roadblock is the funds. There are tons of people like you that want to support if I had the money, right? Cool. Storytelling. Does it mean that you've found some small inventory labels in a warehouse that have been there for who knows how long, and then you plan to take them out and put them on a solid color short sleeve and sell them for $100? Yeah, basically. Basically, yeah. That's basically what he's doing. Let's see the video though. Let's see him explain it in the video. Here's the orange label. Doesn't really explain much, I'm not gonna lie. It does look really cool, and he is a branding god, but that doesn't explain jack shit. It just looks really fucking cool. So big up Heron Preston for always being on the button, really creatively fucking cool. I think him and Benjamin Edgar are definitely some of the coolest people when it comes to being able to uplift and make you wanna buy the most mundane of things, right? Big up Benjamin Edgar. He's a fucking G as well. Used to run the Brilliance back in the day, and also has his own kind of design practice and studio where he makes, you know, little stuff like this. Like, look, he makes like a card holder that's 215 euros, some nice jeans. He does these really cool beams, keychains for $40. He has pens he's selling here. Look at look at this. This is one of the best things he's ever made, by the way. Big up Benjamin Edgar. A single cigarette holder in stainless steel. Fucking cool. Really fucking cool. Well designed product here. Amazing piece of industrial design, product design, right? Imagine that. A single cigarette holder in stainless steel. Like, unnecessary. Do you really need it? Probably not, but it looks fucking chic. Great little camp hats as well, snapback hats. You get the beam keychains there, a nice stool, great hoodies. So I think Heron Preston and this guy are the best. Oh, look at that, even that mug. Look at that stainless steel mug. Incredible and square. They're really good at fucking getting the mundane things and lifting them up. The Vans are really cool as well, by the way. He does collaboration. I love the look of the Vans and some of the jeans he's got, the socks. So yeah, I think these guys are the masters at doing these type of things. Heron Preston and Benjamin Edgar. And I'm surprised actually they haven't collaborated. I actually love to see a collaboration between Heron Preston and Benjamin Edgar. I think that'd be a pretty nice collaboration. But yeah, they do some really cool stuff. Both of them. They really do some really, really cool stuff. So big up those guys. But that shirt, me no buying. Me no buying. Let's continue on here. We've got something else I want to show you. Big up Cake Not Crumbs. Big up Cake Not Crumbs for the post regarding the Sperrydons that I think they've come out already, if I'm not mistaken. I think they're out now at the moment, but the OG Sperrydons have dropped one of my top 10 sneakers of all time, I have to be honest. Really fucking amazing silhouette and shape. I feel like they're a very unrecognized, hyped model that probably should be getting a lot more love. I'm surprised they don't get more collaborations. I know there's a Hiroshi Fujiwara fragment collaboration out at the moment that's currently in stock that you can kind of probably check out. But the OG colorway is definitely the best. The grays, the reds, the mesh, the midsole, the little swoosh at the front of the toe box, like iconic design. Very, very, very beautiful, and one of my favorite models of all time. So great to see them being featured and being brought back again because they're fucking hard. Big up Cake Not Crumbs. Has he got any other updates on stuff as well that I want to check out? Let's refresh this page. One of the best accounts to fucking post loads of streetwear and sneaker stuff, so make sure you follow my guy Cake Not Crumbs. What's this post here? Some internet stuff. Okay, cool. This is some stuff that he just puts on there, I guess, which is pretty cool. Archive teams is all we'd have to see. Good work ain't cheap, cheap work ain't good. New Balance shoe, exactly. That's really funny. Yeah, so yeah, big up Cake Not Crumbs, and also big up these are the updated Hiroshi. These are the Hiroshi Fujiwara ones that are out already now, I think, at the moment. These Sperrydons, they're fucking beautiful, by the way. Nike Fragment Sperrydons arrives tomorrow. I'm a fan of both colorways. If I was going to get a pair, probably the blacked out one. No, I think if I was going to get a pair, it'll probably be the white ones. I think the blacked out ones are nice, but I think the white ones are the ones. So there's a Fragment design ones coming soon. You got another. I think he's doing this all the time now, isn't it? With the different colors on different sides of the shoe. So you got the dark blue and the white swoosh on either side. But yeah, they look fucking great, innit? Nike Fragment Zoom Sperrydons, like so fucking good. And got the little badge or little text on the side of the shoe too. Nice suede features and mesh. Big up Hiroshi Fujiwara again for taking a really, low model and kind of uplifting it, or something that's not been looked at too much. So I really do fucking like those. Moving on, we got these courtesy of Jound. Big up Jound. Again, taking the most mundane shoe, uplifting them, giving it a bit of luxe, and making them look fucking special. This time around, New Balance 2002R in leather Gore-Tex. I don't want anyone saying anything shitty about Jound. No one else is going to do this. Yes, it's simple. Yes, it's a bit basic. But this minimal approach to collaborations is perfect for me, because sometimes you want a pair of all black New Balances, but there's none available on the market. Like, I can't think of anywhere now where I could go to go get a pair of all blacked out New Balances, especially the model that I would like to wear. And the model I like to wear would probably be a 2002. So the fact that he takes a simple model like a New Balance, a simple brand like a New Balance, like the model, and kind of updates it in these ways is really cool, because you're not going to get this. Like, New Balance probably won't make an all leather or mostly leather New Balance 202R. They're not going to do that. So you can only get it via a collaboration. So I think that's what makes it special, and that's what makes it worthwhile purchasing. I know a lot of people have a lot of bad things to say about, you know, Jound and their collaborations and how simplistic they are or whatever it may be. But I think he does a really good job, because I don't think you're getting those shoes anywhere else, in my personal opinion. And yeah, they look fucking fantastic. So this is the third iteration of the New Balance 2002R by Jound. It focuses the theme on balance, offering versatility to help individuals navigate winter conditions. The leather Gore-Tex 2002R is designed to meet various functional needs, from dry winter days when heading to meetings to serving a practical choice for wet and cold weather. This shoe provides the right tools to tackle varying weather conditions. Additionally, the leather and mesh upper is subtly balanced, with functionality and protection provided by the model's reflective properties and the Gore-Tex lining. The new collaboration is set to launch on Wednesday, December 18th at 12 p.m. EST. So it's already dropped already. It dropped yesterday. So I'm assuming it's probably sold out. But they look fucking fantastic. I love the look of them, not gonna lie. All leather upper with some mesh there. Look how buttery that leather looks. Come on, man. I know people hate on the Jound collaborations. They think they're too simple, but look at how buttery that leather looks. That leather looks lush. That leather looks fucking lush. And I love the little hit of the blue here, the blue accent on some of the little heel tabs here. This little blue, navy blue hit is really fucking nice. I love the drawstring laces. These are very cozy shoes. Like, these are really fucking nice. That's a fucking good shoe. Let's not fucking lie. That's a really fucking good shoe. Let's not fucking lie. Look at that. It looks fucking gorgeous, man. All black. All black buttery leather. Oof. Gore-Tex lining. Nice. You're not getting wet at all, bro. You can splash around in the puddles with these. The uppers will definitely distress really well. Imagine when you wore them and they get beat up and the uppers are a little bit, you know, grayed out and shit. These are going to look fucking lush, bro. So good. Is that a lush plastic thing on the eyelet? It's the only thing I don't really like. Maybe that should have been reinforced, or maybe metal or something. Or maybe the plastic's a good idea when it kind of rots and stuff. I'm not too sure. You got the front here. Double end there on the tip is really nice. No branding on the tongue. Really interesting. They've done that, by the way. All mesh tongue, but no branding. No label, no nothing on the tongue. Interesting. Lovely regardless. And then you got the heel. Is there any outwardly? Yeah, there's outward branding on the heel. You got the heel tab here at the top. This looks like a 3M type of section with Jound kind of printed there on the back here. And you've also got the label there with a little blue hit. I love this little blue hit, by the way. It could be all triple black, but I love this little blue hit that kind of matches this little gel bits on the heel. I'm not mad at that at all. And of course, you got another picture here of the heel as well, again, with the Jound logo on the top and the MB there. And I love the placement, by the way. Jound and New Balance kind of placement is really clever. And then you've got the view here for the top. That also shows you the Jound logo on the insole, which is the exact same, which is in the right place for you to see it, with the tongue being all the way up as well. I love that. The placement is perfect, so you can just see it right there in white as well. I love it. No branding on the pull, what's it called, on the zip tie thing, whatever. No branding on the heel, on the tongue. Zero. Only branding you get is on the back heel thing. I love that. Very minimal, very to the point. Love it. Love it, 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 love it. And some of the details, and it also comes with extra laces, I guess. And it's an all white box. Wow, all white box. A nice crisp all white cocaine white box with some gold foil, gold lettering as well to kind of make it pop as well. I'm not mad at that in the slightest. I'm not mad at that in the slightest. So big up Jound. They've already dropped already. I'm assuming they're probably sold out. Let's check the site. But I'm assuming they're probably already sold out. They're already gone out of the door. Yep, sold out completely. Out of the door, sold out. So everybody that lied and said, oh, this shit. Well, somebody bought them. Wow, they're only 190. That's why. 190 is pretty decent price for all black Gore-Tex New Balances. 190 is a fucking bargain. So yeah, all gone, all sold. Absolutely out of here. Absolutely out of here. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Continuing on with Jound, we've got another Jound shoe dropping soon as well. Another made in Japan one. This time I hope they're made in Japan, because the other ones were like made in Japan via Vietnam. But these are made in Japan. Adidas Superstar 90s, which are brilliant. I've got a pair of Adidas Superstar 90s from their skateboarding range. I love the shape, love the style. They're actually another shoe that I do sometimes wear when I go cycling, because they've got a very low profile and they're easy to flick in and out of cages or straps when you're riding your little fixie bike. But these also look really cool. Similar to mine, what I have, but this is more like the conventional. I think mine is like all black with the white stripes. This is like all black with the white heel counter, or the white heel section, and also the white stripes, which is kind of similar to that traditional new kind of, you know, Adidas Superstar colorway from back in the day, kind of like a Run DMC style thing. There's no logo on the tongue or anything. Again, here very minimal. You've got a nice Jound foil press here next to the stripes, which will be the section which would usually say Superstar. Has got Jound there written in all caps, which I really like the look of. So it's a normal colorway, but it's got the updated look of Jound written on the side, and on the back heel tab there's no tray foil Adidas logo or anything. It's completely plain, which I also like as well. That's a nice little twist. And it's also got like a leather insole that's like this champagne brown type of garb on the inside, which I really like the look of. So really, really nice. They're going to be really expensive, by the way, I'd assume. Yeah, $250. They're made with some, I guess they're going to be made in small quantities with really high quality materials, and all made in Japan, allegedly. So let's read some of the blurb. Following up from Jound Samba, Tobacco released in June, the Montreal-based studio has released a made in Japan Superstar. Like Jound's previous iterations, the classic model Superstar 90 closely resembles the original design. Aside from the heel tab, the made in Japan Superstar is all black, inclusive of the Japanese leather upper. So Japanese leather upper. Jound Superstar 90 is set to release on February 1st on Jound. So February 1st they're dropping. Fucking hard. Really, really fucking hard. Love the look of them. Love, 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 love the look of them. And then last in basketball news and sneaker news before I have to jet, the last thing we have to talk about here is the Jerry Lorenzo Fear of God Derrick Rose basketball shoe sample. Now, I'm assuming these are coming out soon. I'm assuming if it's a sample, maybe there's some tweaks still to be made. But I'm assuming we're going to see something similar to this available to purchase. And if we do, I'm buying. These are fucking hard. It's taken a long time for Jerry Lorenzo to get that basketball, Adidas basketball athletics thing right. The clothing is a bit shit personally for me. And there's not really come out of it, that relationship. It's taken a long time. But if we're finally going to get stuff of this standard, it was worth the wait. Because these are really hard. Again, very Yeezy-esque in terms of the aesthetic and the design and the language. But it does lend itself a lot to what Jay Lorenzo done prior. They do look a little bit similar to shoes that he's designed in the past. The last and the shape of them looks similar to the Nike shoe that he put out, that he probably should have put more out. And I don't know why Nike didn't sign him permanently, but regardless, this is a really nice design. Derrick Rose design, basketball, Derrick Rose signature sneaker that's been made with Fear of God Athletics, I guess, collaboration with Adidas. And they've got this really cool stripe design on the side that's made in mesh. So you get this, you get the ability of them to be a bit translucent to see through, but it also doubles up as like the logo. And then you've also got this lace design, which I really like the look of, where you can lace them on the inside with hoops, but then you also lace them on the side with eyelets, which I also like. And it's kind of like a mid-cut boot that has this Velcro strap that you can kind of strap your foot in, or you can wear it loose if you want to. And there's also this big red tab on the back that maybe is a Fear of God thing, but also kind of makes me think of like Derrick Rose, the Rose, Harlem Rose, Concrete Rose, whatever kind of thing going on there, which I really do like. And it's also this really nice, massive, translucent midsole, outsole type of vibe as well. That's really fucking nice. But they look so good. And look at the other colorway too. Kind of looks like a Prada upper there. It's got this really massive red section or cut bit here that looks really fucking cool as well, design wise. Yeah, these look really fucking cool. Not much information about them. They look really nice. They kind of remind me of Prada American Cups from the upper. I like the strap on the top. But yeah, these are really fucking cool. He snaps on these. And of course, I think that's the Derrick Rose logo, right? Derrick Rose logo, which is a D with a rose around it. And then the Fear of God logo, which is the big red tab here. But it kind of reminds me of like, you know, the Derrick Rose kind of rose analogy in it red. And you got the red hit on the inside. And then of course you got the... Oh, I like how it doesn't wrap around, by the way. I like how this thing doesn't wrap around. It's only on one side. On the inside, the mesh logo. This looks pretty cool. But yeah, these are really fucking fire. Hopefully they drop sometime soon. So the logos only is on one side, that free, and then on the side, on the instep, you've got the kind of this cutout on the inside, which I'd actually like to look up as well. So big up Fear of God and Derrick Rose shoes dropping soon, I'm assuming. No date or idea when they're going to be dropping, because of Hype Beast, but Jay Lorenzo did just, you know, tease them on his Instagram, so I'm assuming they'll be dropping sometime soon. Anyways, my friends, that has been the Agostino Zinga Show episode number 847. I've been yapping for way too long. Thank you for tuning in. It's been a pleasure, never a chore. I'm going to be coming back later this evening to do a random show that'll be available from probably 11 o'clock my time, so make sure you're tuned in. 11 o'clock my time, we'll do the random show. As per usual, this particular show, the random show coming up, will be behind a paywall, so make sure you subscribe and you join the channel. Link should be in the description, because after it's streamed, it will only be available for members, so make sure you join. I'll be doing that later on this evening, so I'll put that up there later. But thank you for tuning in. If you're listening to the podcast via the podcast app, you should be listening to my tune of the day. My tune of the day is by Shygirl and Cassia O'Reilly, Shygirl and Cosha. It's a song called Thicc. It's playing underneath my voice right now. That's my tune of the day. Shygirl and Cosha, Thicc is playing underneath my voice right now. It's from the album Fabric Presents Shygirl. That is the album or the song of the day that I'm playing today. So you'll be listening to it if you're watching this via the podcast app. If you're listening to this via YouTube, you won't hear anything because of copyright, all that malarkey. But thank you for joining me regardless. Been a pleasure, never a chore. Super, super fun. Make sure you click all the links down below. Follow me on social media, all that good shit. Subscribe to the Patreon, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Take care. Be well, people. Peace.